Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are gonna see an amazing what-if story, but before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what-if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry Potter was god of all 5 elements? Part 3. Melissa shrugged. There were still 30 or 40 students in the hall that were not manticores when that thing attacked, and most of them were hiding in the hall during the battle. I would say that at least 25 or 30 students saw Tiffany pull her fire goddess act. James blinked. Fire goddess. Melissa grinned at the blushing Tiffany. Yes, there are some strange tales going around this morning about Tiffany being the daughter of Pele, goddess of fire. James grinned at Tiffany, who was rolling her eyes and blushing. It's nice to know I was right. I mean, I've always thought she was a goddess. Only their entry into the main hall just then prevented Tiffany's retribution. In the hall, a wave of talk swept over the crowd as the people in the hall saw who had come in. The group ignored it and headed to their respective tables. James, Tiffany and Rose headed for their normal seats and sat down. Somebody sat down across from them, and they looked up to see Joseph Sterling, the 7th-year prefect for Gryffindor, regarding them calmly as he started to eat. He took a bite and then looked at James. I seem to recall that after your fight with Mr. Crabbe, you told us that you had nothing to hide. I don't seem to recall being told about green fire. Are you carrying a sword around the school? James shrugged as he thought quickly. We didn't know about Tiffany's fire until last night, and I do not carry a sword. The prefect sighed. I don't know where you got it from, but I saw you swinging a large sword at that thing last night, just before Miss Potter pulled her fire act. James sighed. All I can say is that it is a shaman thing. I cannot say more to anyone that is not a student of shamanism. The prefect nodded. Then you did create it out of nothing. Somebody claimed that, but there were conflicting reports. James made a noncommittal motion with his hands. I assume that you have something specific to talk about. Rumors, actually. The prefect looked around and lowered his voice. The new prefects have been told about your project. After Rose and Melissa cleared them, but after last night, a lot of other students are starting to put things together. I thought you might want to know that almost everyone has a theory about Manticore today, and a few of them are close to the truth. James frowned. Are any of the ones close to the truth dangerous? The prefect looked at James. Dangerous to whom, and what would you do about it? James grinned mirthlessly. You know to what, and as for what I would do, that would depend on the person, and how dangerous they are to our project. The prefects will keep Rose and Melissa informed. As we have been doing all this time, I am certain that they will inform you of anything that requires your attention. So far, they have dealt with everything that has come up. Without your extreme measures. James thought about that, and nodded. Fair enough, I trust them. James called the team leaders on the ring, and told them to be listening to the talk in their houses. He was distracted for the rest of the meal, as he thought about how to control the rumors. When the 3 students Professor Dumbledore had requested got to the gargoyle, they found Diana and Reginald waiting there. Diana looked at James. We were told to be here at 3. James shrugged, and whispered the password to the gargoyle. The students went up the stairs behind the gargoyle, and knocked on the door at the top. When the headmaster told them to enter, they trooped inside. In Professor Dumbledore's office, they found Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall waiting. After the students greeted the professors, they found seats and looked at Professor Dumbledore. Miss Bray, Mr. Crabbe, would you tell your stories again, please? Diana looked at Jarek, knowing that he would be the one to ask the most questions. I had been walking with a boy, when I saw a pair of students sneaking down one of the corridors, and I followed them. She indicated Reginald. It was him and a girl I didn't know. They joined another boy from Hufflepuff, and the girl led them to a small room. The boy from Hufflepuff left out a door on the other side of the room, and I attempted to watch them. But somebody came up behind me and stunned me. Reginald took up the story. Lacinda had some kind of spell going that warned her that somebody was watching. She sent Ernie out to circle around and stun whoever it was. Reginald looked at James. I don't like you, And had Lassinda been telling the truth last night, about the thing being harmless, I would have helped her cast it. The NT she told me that it required blood from each of us. I knew it was dark magic and refused to help her. She told Ernie to take care of me, and when I turned to see what he was doing, she stunned me. That is all I know about the whole thing. Jarek asked them both a couple of questions, and when he was done, Professor Dumbledore sent them both on their way. James still got the last word, when he told Diana to go see Rose and Adam in the hall. He took a second to talk to Adam, asking him to explain why following people without telling anyone where you were going was a bad idea, and telling M to give her a class in using her ring for communication. He looked at Jarek, who was looking at his notes. What do you think, Jarek? Jarek looked up, looking at James and the professor, and finally settling on looking at a point halfway between them. I don't have much on Lassinda. She's been a model student until last night. The only thing that was abnormal about her was in her first year. I talked to Michael Gray, who was in Slytherin when she arrived. When the cliques tried to pressure her into joining one of them, she cast some sort of spell that caused everyone in the clique that bothered her to have nightmares. After 3 days of no sleep because the nightmares were so real, they promised to leave her alone and make sure the other cliques left her alone also. Jarek checked his notes. After that, she was a model student. No detentions, very few points lost, and her potions earned her house quite a few points over the years. I'm still going through her library checkout record, but in the last 2 years, she has checked several books out of the restricted section, including one she still has, unless it's in her room with the stuff she left behind. Professor Dumbledore asked, what book would that be? Quote, Jarek consulted his notes again. The Use of Emotions in Spells is the title of it. Professor Dumbledore frowned. How did she get permission to check out that book? Even for a book from the restricted section, that book is carefully watched. Jarek looked at the headmaster. According to Professor Flitwick, who gave her the permission to check it out, she was studying spontaneous casting. He said that she had some kind of theory about why a person could cast wandless magic under times of stress that would normally take a wand. James looked at the professor. Why is that book so dangerous, Professor? Professor Dumbledore sighed. It has a chapter discussing how dark wizards use pain, fear and other types of suffering to power some types of magic. While it does not detail how they do it, it describes enough that any good student could figure it out. James frowned and looked at Jarek. See if your father can get us a copy of that book quietly. We might need to know what she can do. He looked at the professor. I had Rose follow the construct back to Lassinda in the paths this morning. She has slid into darkness, and her path will cross ours again. Sometimes it's before the war, sometimes it's in the war, depending on the path she takes from here. Professor Dumbledore sighed again. Where did we fail her? Tiffany looked at him. Professor, from the sound of her actions first year, she was already on the path of darkness when she arrived. I think a closer look at her family might be a good idea at this point. Though, Professor Dumbledore disagreed with Tiffany. We had her for nearly 7 years. We should have been able to help her in that time. Very few people travel so far down the path of darkness that they cannot be saved. Jarek turned his attention to Ernie Wordsmith. Ernie is another story altogether. Until Halloween, he was a typical student. He didn't have any real enemies, or real good friends, he was simply there. Pardon my stereotyping, but he was a Hufflepuff. Jarek looked at his notes. Right around Halloween, he started to get moody and irritable. According to his housemates, he would get angry for little or no visible reason. And then come back later and apologize, saying it was the stress of the newts. That being a completely logical excuse, most people thought nothing of it. As Professor Sprout has already said, everyone assumed he'd be fine once the holidays were over, and they simply waited for him to calm down. Professor Dumbledore sighed again, and this time there was a heavy sense of sadness in his voice as he spoke again. I will be announcing at dinner that the Aurors found Mr. Wordsmith this morning. He was dead. The 3 students stared at him in shock. Tiffany covered her mouth with one hand and reached for James's hand with the other. Professor Dumbledore looked down at his desk. There is one thing that we will be keeping secret, as it appears he was used in some sort of ritual. As a sacrifice. Professor Dumbledore was staring at Ernie's school file. Nothing in it led one to believe that just 3 days before his 17th birthday, he would die a lonely death. Sacrificed to another's thirst for power. The ritual he was killed in is one described in the book Miss Mardik had checked out of the library. I was wondering where she learned of that ritual, as I did not know she had checked that book out of the library. The ritual creates a shell around the caster that prevents magical detection. The Aurors will not be able to find her with magic, no matter how much of it she uses. Quote, James looked at Jarek. Get Jose and ask working on this today. Finding her is a top priority until I say otherwise. I assume that your father and the Aurors will already be working on it. So they can take care of that end, but get those two on it, and warn them that she has already killed once. James looked at Professor Dumbledore. Sir, would you say that from the evidence we have right now, it would be safe to say that Miss Mardik would use the unforgivable curses? Professor Dumbledore agreed with that statement, wondering where James was going with this. Then when you talk to Ernie's parents, sir, I would say that it appears that Miss Mardik used the Imperious Curse on Ernie, and she killed him when it looked like he was going to throw it off. You can offer proof in the form of his erratic behavior. We do not know if that is the case, Mr. Evans, said the headmaster. James looked at him seriously. We do not know that it is not the case, either. If Miss Lasanda Mardik takes offense to our telling people she did do that, she can come forth and prove me wrong. Telling his parents that would ease their minds some, as well as making Ernie look better to the public. He's dead, and has paid the ultimate price for whatever he had done. Let him rest in peace, and don't make his family's last memory of him be that he was a dark wizard. The four of them discussed the events of the night before for a few more minutes, and then the students left. The next few days tested James's patience severely. Between the use of dark wizardry at the ball, Tiffany's pyromancy and the death of Ernie Wordsmith, the reporters were sending more owls to the students than their families were. Since some of the sleazy reporters were offering money for eyewitness accounts. A good many people that were in the hall sent them stories of what happened. Some of the less scrupulous students who had not been in the hall merely listened to the stories going around the school, and sent the reporters their own versions of what had happened. The first manticores that headed for Hogsmeade to visit with their families reported a problem. More tea. A dozen reporters from wizard papers around the world had gathered, and were trying to talk to everybody that came off the grounds. The reason became apparent just before lunch, as a freezing rain with large hail moved in and settled right over the area where the reporters were. Several manticores watched the reporters, waiting for them to run for cover, but most of them stayed where they were, raising umbrellas or using other means to try to stay dry. Mercy watched them for a minute, and then asked, why aren't they leaving? James turned innocent eyes on her. Possibly, it's because some evil person sent them an owl, telling them that the rain was sent there to drive them away while Tiffany, her parents and I attempt to leave. Mercy looked at him severely. James, they'll freeze if they stay there waiting for that. Quote, James sighed. I wish, but the cloud we found for that storm will be gone within the hour. James looked at the reporters one more time, and stepped away from the window. Since I don't want to lie to them, I have to be going. Tiffany and her parents are joining Rose, me and our parents for lunch, and that means we have to leave. With almost everyone gone that was not in Manticore, and most of the Manticores spending the days with their families in Hogsmeade, the third annual Manticore Snow War was held in Hogsmeade, with the teams fighting a running battle across the hillside near the Shrieking Shack. The linked teams would have had easy victories over the unlinked younger Manticores and Phoenix, except that James and Chimera set out to help the unlinked Manticores. Watching the people behind Mercy's hastily built snow fort rolling a snowball and then casting a spell on it was fun, but the results when the snowball hit a target were far more amusing. The linked teams soon got over the shock of having the snow on the ground attack them, and started bombing the camp, the way James and Tiffany had done the teams the year before. Handgelled Whip, Ed Snow out of his eyes and looked at his attacker in surprise. Wolfpack, on skis and broomsticks, had come from the back of the Shrieking Shack to launch their attack, and that changed the fight entirely. All of Manticore closed ranks to defend their own. The battle that raged after that ended only with nightfall. Manticore had far more people, but Wolfpack had decades of experience in warfare and fighting. Moreover, When Manticore managed to get some of their people around the back of the Shrieking Shack, they found that Wolfpack had hidden reserves busily building their own snow fort. Several Weasleys, both of Tiffany's parents, and more than a dozen other parents had sided with Wolfpack. Manticore finally carried the day, mostly from sheer youthful exuberance and energy. Few of the adults had been doing the constant training and PT of Manticore, and all of them were years older. As the sun was going down, James and Adam sent the teams forward in a mass rush, attacking from the west. So that the setting sun was squarely in the defenders' eyes, while having two teams aloft, dropping snow on the defenders. The sheer numbers, added to the slowed reactions of the tired adults, allowed the teams to breach the fort. Much as Wolfpack had done earlier. Wolfpack, being in better shape, was willing to keep fighting, mostly because they thought a bit of night fighting practice would do Manticore good. But the rest of the adults decided that dinner and something hot to drink sounded far more interesting. With the loss of half of their forces, and their defensive position ruined, Wolfpack conceded the field. While swearing to return for vengeance next year. The night after the Snowball War, Chimera bundled up warmly, and kept Rose company as she went to the forest to talk to the centaurs. They were in the same clearing they had been in the first time, although there were 6 of them now. Rose and Melissa moved forward to greet Rune, the centaur that had been teaching Melissa how to heal the non-humans. While James set up a couple of folding camp chairs, he looked at the centaurs. I apologize for not having seats for y'all, but Hogwarts is lacking in non-human comforts. One of the centaurs looked at James. We do not sit as you know it, but the courtesy is appreciated. James shrugged. Courtesy is a small thing, between people that may have to depend on each other. The stars tell us that a time of great turmoil approaches, said the centaur, but great will be the need, before we get involved. Rose was talking quietly to the centaur that had spoken to them last year, an older male named Mace. You asked me to come to you this night. Is it still your wish for me to look down the paths of what could be? It is, Seer, he said quietly, for the stars are unclear. A cusp approaches, and the stars tell us that things may go several ways depending on the actions of many people and races. Before we decide what to do, we would have more knowledge. Rose nodded. Dead and slipped into the paths of the centaurs in the clearing with them. James, Hangeld and Adam were keeping an eye out, watching the forest as the girls talked quietly with the centaurs. Rune was is cussing the healer's gift with Melissa, and one of the centaurs was asking Tiffany about the pyromancy. James looked into the clearing, and watched the two races intermingle. Tell me, he asked the centaur standing nearby, how did our races grow apart? The histories tell me that at one time, humans and the Fey folk were friendly. What happened to that unity? The centaur looked at James. Many things happened, some of it through pride, some through arrogance, but mostly, it was different viewpoints about the world. Most of the peoples that humans call the Fey, centaurs, dryads, nymphs and the like move through the world without disturbing it. Humans tend to look at the world, and wonder how they can change it to better suit themselves. Not all the human folk are like that, said a new voice. Some few of us would live in harmony with Mother Earth. James and the other chimeras had spun at the sound of another human voice, although the centaurs did not seem surprised. Thendel, the centaur that was talking to James looked out at the edge of the clearing. So you have said, but the majority of your folk do not. James had his wand out, as did Adam and Emma, but the man who stood at the edge of the clearing was not making any movement. He was a shorter man, stocky and had the tan of a man who spent most of his hours outdoors. He was dressed in leather clothes and looking at James. So you are Rolling Thunder's apprentice. I am Terrence. Rolling Thunder has asked me to train you in the shaman ways while you are here. He smiled wryly. I was chosen for 2 reasons. First, Rolling Thunder trusts me, and second, I am one of the few shamans on this side of the ocean that doesn't think you should not be trained anymore. James looked at him. Why wouldn't I be trained? I have not broken any of the rules. Terrence moved up closer to the group of chimeras. But whatever we teach you, your soul-bonded also learns, and many of the more conservative think that she knows too much of our ways already. Rose had stopped looking at the centaur's paths when Terrence had made his presence known, and now she looked at James. He is not a threat to us, brother mine, so I'm going to let you deal with him. while I deal with the centaurs. Why do I have the feeling that your task will be easier, sister mine? Rose grinned, and turned her attention back to the centaurs. James offered Terence a seat, and was refused. No discourtesy meant, but I do not like chairs. Terence slipped a leather bag off his shoulders, and pulled a leather pad from it. He laid the pad down, and sat on it. So, tell me what you have done with your training. Adam and the other moved away, giving them privacy, and Terence looked up. Miss Potter, since you will be learning these things as well, I would rather teach you directly. Please join us. Tiffany came back, and sat next to James. James was looking at Terence. Would you be the new presence in the forest that Nightrunner has told me about? Terence smiled. I am, and with your permission and Nightrunner's, I would like to meet your friend. It has been many years since a wolf was in this part of the world. James reached F, or the now familiar touch of Nightrunner, and slipped into his thoughts. He came back a few minutes later, and looked at Terence. Nightrunner doesn't mind. James and Tiffany were questioned thorough. HLY about what they were doing with the shaman skills, and how they were training on their own. Emma looked around, watching Rose deep in conversation with the centaur, James and Tiffany talking to Terence, and Melissa talking to Rune. I absolutely hate standing around. Hangeld smiled at her. It could be worse, you know. We could be standing around in a winter rain. Lisa and Adam were still keeping watch, and one of the centaurs came over to them with 2 mugs that steamed in the chill night air. We thought you might like something warm while you wait for the seer to finish speaking to the elder. Adam and Lisa gratefully accepted, and sipped the warm tea. The centaur waited, and they made small talk while they finished the tea. Across the clearing, they could see Hangeld and Emma doing the same thing with another centaur. A couple of hours later, Terence got up and put his pad away. I have an idea of where you two are at in your training now. I will see you again, soon. He slipped into the forest, and was quickly lost to sight. James and Tiffany sat for a few minutes longer, in silent talk, and then rose to join the others. The other chimeras had already learned that asking James about the shaman magic was an exercise in futility, so there were no questions about that. Emma did ask if James trusted Terence, and James shrugged. Rolling Thunder gave him a scroll to give to me, and writes that he trusts him. If Rolling Thunder is willing to hold his honor, I am going to trust him. Rose spoke with the centaur elder for another hour or so, and when they were done, the 2 of them would say was that the elder was unwilling to commit his people to anything with the information that Rose had been able to give him, and that Rose would be returning the following year. Christmas morning, James gathered the manticores in the hall again, as he had the previous year. This year, the manticores received a nice watch, which was almost unaltered by Chimera. The only thing they did to them was make it so that all of them told exactly the same time, for synchronization purposes. James stood up in front of them after they received their gifts. He looked out at them and spoke quietly. You all have accepted this mission of ours, and the possible consequences of it. I thank you for it, and so does Tiffany. We know why most of you are going, and we don't have the words to tell you what it means to us. James looked at Melissa, and as he had arranged earlier, Melissa opened her empathy, broadcasting to the manticores. Love, respect, admiration, pride, all the things that James and Tiffany felt in Manticore, about Manticore flowed over the crowd. Even the fear for and worry about them was there, but it was muted, a single note in the background. Melissa held it for just a second, long enough to be sure that everyone felt it, and then stopped. James smiled at the crowd, and then he and Tiffany saluted them all. Fortunately, we have something better than words. Now, your families await you in Hogsmeade. After the holidays, the time passed quickly. Manticore was planning their first live mission, and one that was very dangerous at that. It's no wonder that few pranks were played, and few of the manticores got into trouble. Richard March was an exception. He had gone to a dance put on by his girlfriend's school, and while he was there another boy jumped on him. The other boy was drunk, and Richard handled him easily, which should have ended the matter. The boy had brothers though, and by the time the story got to them, they heard that Richard had beaten him to a pulp. After attacking him from behind, all 4 of them confronted Richard. Surrounded by superior numbers and having his girlfriend to protect, Richard overreacted. A few seconds after they surrounded him. Richard and Kathy were in the midst of 3 groaning, bloody bodies, and 1 limp, unmoving figure. While the one was only unconscious, the fight attracted the attention of the staff, who called the police. Kathy's parents showed up, and that's when all hell broke loose. Richard had been given a portkey to get him back to Hogwarts. Those people didn't matter, as EY could be dealt with the way wizards had always dealt with muggles that saw something that they shouldn't. The local TV station, in search of a story for a slow news night, had been broadcasting back to the studio, and got a very good, if slightly off-center picture of Richard looking at his watch and then disappearing. They had found a good story for the night. We'll also meet the ministry team, all the people that will be offered Manticore slots this year, and settle a few dangling problems before the mission. Before I go though, I have to say a few things to those of you that review. First, to those of you that have me on author watch. Second, to those of you that have added this story to favorites. Last, but not least, to Taintless, who has added Immortality to AC2 community. To all of you, I apologize again for the delay in the last couple of months, and Green Eyes tells me to tell you that she will attempt to keep me in one piece until I finish this. You have my thanks, both for reading my offering, and for being so kind to it. Requiem for a Dream, my longest running reviewer, bless you, and I hope I continue to hear from you. Yes, Rose and Melissa will be a couple, and we will see how it affects them. Manticore, and the rest of the world. Elfie 19. Yes, Tiffany has a names for James, but she's a more private type of girl, and uses it over the soul bond. Fudge would be out of the ministry in any normal world. But I despise him, and I have plans for him. Stephanie will be a Manticore, but she's not playing. She has never been allowed to have an opinion of her own, that may be interesting when she finds out that not everything is as my father says. Ellie Kandara, my most prolific reviewer recently. Smile, I am sorry about the long wait there, but my beta went away for most of the summer. And when she returned, I had both hands in casts. Can you say rock climbing accident? That's all over now, and I can go back to updating as normal for me. May thy road be ever smooth, and the wind ever at thy back. Love, Raven. Bobaddons and curses. Bobaddons and curses. Richard March reappeared at the front gate of Hogwarts. Since the Winged Flame charity couldn't make a port key that would work on the grounds of Hogwarts, they had arranged for Hagrid to meet him there, and Hagrid was already opening the gates. Hello Richard, Hagrid said as he opened the gates. Did you have a good time? Richard grinned wryly as he stepped through the gates. I saw Kathy, defended her honor against a muggle, got in yet another fight, and ended the night by disappearing in front of a bunch of muggles, including some police and a television crew. I guess you could say it was an interesting night at least. Hagrid stared at him for a minute. It sounds like it, he agreed. And explaining it all to Professor Dumbledore and James is likely to be just as interesting. Richard winced. Isn't it, though? He started toward the castle after Hagrid shut and locked the gates. He sighed, and raised his ring. Chimera 1, this is Sphinx 2. James froze as he heard Richard's call. He looked at Tiffany, and just for a minute, considered ignoring the call. Tiffany frowned at him, even as she sat up and began buttoning her blouse. I could hate him very easily right now, he sent, even as he raised his ring to respond. Sphinx 2, this is Chimera 1. Richard winced again at the frustration in James's voice. This was not going to be fun. I might have found a slight flaw in the timed portkey you gave me. For example, what if the person with it were being filmed by muggles, or talking to the police at the time it went off? James and Tiffany stared at each other as they listened to Richard's story. Tiffany began straightening James's robes as James thought about it. Sphinx 2, Ravenclaw 1 is waiting to escort you to your house. Get him to take you to the headmaster's office instead, we'll join you there. Tiffany was already on her ring. Joaquin. Jarek, but James didn't bother with a ring. Rose, wake up, he sent, reaching with the emotional bond that was the base of the twin bond. All right already, I am awake. What's the matter? Rose was not happy to be awoken at a very late hour. James relayed the story, and then got to the point. I need you to owl father tonight, telling him we have this under control, and while you're at it, owl mom and have her check on the feathers. They might be having second thoughts at this point. Anything else, brother mine? Not unless you have a time turner Tiffany and I can use. Rose considered the desire, frustration, and other emotions James was holding in check, and smiled to herself. You'll have plenty of time for that later, say after the war. She sent in an arch tone. Rose giggled to herself as she got out of bed to start writing notes. James's next call was to Professor Dumbledore. Hogwarts 1, this is Chimera 1. Professor Dumbledore looked at his ring. He knew James and Tiffany were up, waiting for Richard to return, but he hadn't realized it was that late. He considered the time and sighed. It was just about the right time for Richard to have gotten back, called James, and for James to be calling him. Meant that something had happened that James thought he should know about. Chimera 1, this is Hogwarts 1. Should I assume that something has happened? Roger that. Hogwarts 1. Sphinx 2. Ravenclaw 1. Phoenix 2 and I are all en route your location. We'll explain when we get there. Richard and Professor Flitwick were the first to arrive, and Professor Dumbledore kept it light, asking about Kathy and the feathers until the gargoyle announced the other three. After everyone was settled, Richard told his story again. James and Jarek asked him a FAW questions while Professor Dumbledore relaxed slightly. He had a bit more information than the others had, and was not worried about this, unless it affected Manticore somehow. James was coming to the same conclusion. I think we can keep Manticore out of this. The winged flame set it up, and while we, as the winged flame, will have to reconsider the use of timed portkeys, that is not a Manticore thing. James shrugged. It was the best option for keeping Richard from doing underage magic though. Jarek agreed with a warning. I think that may depend on if the television crew was broadcasting live, or merely recording the story for later. If the Aurors have to obliviate several hundred people, they may look into this more than if it is only the people on the actual site. Jarek thought about that for a minute and then shrugged. Since we lack data on that right now, we'll just have to wait and see. I think James shook that concern off as he relaxed. That is part of a study Melissa, Emily and April are doing. They can explain it easily. Jarek looked dubious, but before he could say anything, a new voice interrupted their talk. Pardon me, Headmaster, are you? The voice trailed off as the head in the fire saw all the people staring at him. Right, I see you are aware of tonight's events. Would you mind terribly if I were to flow into talk for a bit? Not at all, Professor Dumbledore said calmly. Just give me a few minutes to take down the wards on the fireplace. James looked at Jarek. Who was that, and what do you know about him? Jarek smiled faintly. His name is Marstal Zeleny. He's the head of the Obliviators and one of Father's oldest friends. He's fair, honest and very much a by-the-book person. James considered that and frowned. That could be good or bad. If we didn't do anything wrong, he'll probably leave us alone. If we did do something wrong, he'll feel required to do something, and that could be bad. Before anyone could say anything more, the fire flared and a man stumbled out of the flow network. They examined him quietly as he dusted the soot off. Marstal Zeleny was a short man, barely over 1.5 meters. Thin and wiry, he used short quick movements that suggested a great deal of nervous energy. As he cleaned the soot from his hair, you could see the streaks of gray at his temples. He finished dusting himself off, and quickly examined all the people in front of him. When he was finished, he turned to Professor Dumbledore. Hello, Professor, it has been far too long. Marstal flushed guiltily and turned to Jarek. Hello, Jarek, how are your parents? Jarek smiled. Fine, as of our last letter, although Father was saying you never come around anymore. The Auror made an excuse without meeting Jarek's eyes. Jarek merely nodded, but James saw his eyes narrow slightly. James and Tiffany were both watching him, as James asked Rose, is he trouble? Not tonight, but in some of the futures he can be either an ally or an enemy. Rose said, as she followed James's path to his meeting with Marstal Zeleny, and following the Auror's path forward from there. Few people knew that Rose could not fall out the path of someone that she'd never met, unless their path crossed the path of someone Rose could follow, and that was just the way James wanted it. Marstal Zeleny turned to James and Tiffany. You two I know of. From the papers at least. Tiffany Potter and James, he thought for a second. Evans, I believe. They nodded, and James shook his hand, noting the firm grip and the searching gaze. He turned to Tiffany. "Tell me, Miss Potter, do you really grow 5 meters tall and spit green fire?" His tone was amused, but his sharp eyes watched Tiffany closely as he waited for her answer. "Neither, I'm afraid. I can use the pyromancy, but I can't spit it, and the whole growth thing is a wild story made up by a student to sell to a reporter. Pity, that is. It could be a useful talent if you could do either." He looked at Richard, and then turned to Professor Dumbledore. "We have business, Professor, if you're done with the students." Professor Dumbledore smiled faintly. "Actually, Mr. Evans and Miss Potter are responsible for tonight, and I thought they should have a chance to have their say. Mr. Clearwater is here at their request." Marstell's eyes had swept the group again as the headmaster spoke. And now he sat down facing Richard. "Why don't we start with your version of the events? Start with how you got off the grounds, and go from there." Richard smiled, looking towards London as if he could see Kathy. "I was off the grounds because I'm in love, and very lucky." He told Zeleny about Kathy, and how the winged flame had helped the two of them get permission to attend each other's dances and other school events. The head obliviator nodded, as he looked back at Richard. "They were not expecting you to be the center of attention." Richard grinned and said, "Neither was I, actually." He went over the events that had led up to the fight with the ex-boyfriend and the attack by his brothers after that. Obliviator Zeleny asked a couple of questions as he looked at a scroll he pulled from his robes. When he was done, he sat in silent thought for a minute, and then looked at Richard. "Your story matches with everything I learned at the scene, although I would like to know how you defeated 4 people so quickly." The Auror kept his face blank as Richard and Jarek both looked to James for instructions, not the headmaster. He filed that away, and examined them again. He noted the rings they all wore, even Tiffany, and decided that they must be a Manticore thing. Good. That would make finding all the Manticores very easy when he wanted to find them. "How much trouble is Mr. March going to be in?" the headmaster inquired calmly. "Unless something turns up that he didn't tell us, none. He didn't use any magic himself, acted like a muggle, and wouldn't be a problem except for that portkey. We will be sending a strongly worded letter to the winged flame, discouraging the use of any more of their timed portkeys," Marstall said, still picturing the younger people walking out. Professor Dumbledore smiled faintly. "I don't believe you'll have that problem anymore. Mr. Evans rarely makes the same mistake twice." He noted that fact down, and looked at the pieces of the puzzle that he had. There were too many pieces missing right now, he decided. He looked at what he did have and decided he could justify a few carefully worded inquiries based on what he did have. Very careful inquiries, because if Jarek was involved, Adrian Clearwater might be involved as well, and Zeleny had no illusions about his ability to hide anything from Adrian for long. Of course, he could just drop by for a visit and ask his friend outright. He finally sent off a routine request for information on Richard March and the winged flame, normal in a case like this. If that turned up anything, he'd decide then what he was going to do. Marstall Zeleny left his office just about dawn, as the very group he was thinking about was gathering for their morning exercise. Had he seen the groups doing their physical training routines, he'd have had many more questions. Hangeld was nearly as tall as his father, and nobody believed he'd stop at his current height of 2¼ meters. His strength was phenomenal, as every Manticore knew, but the women said that his best features were his eyes. Deep brown and expressive, they showed his feelings as clearly as any sign could have. Hangeld's partner, Emma Weasley, was hard to miss. She had inherited the bushy thick hair of her mother Hermione Granger, and the startling red color of her father Ron Weasley. Put together and worn waist length, it was a banner advertising her presence like a perfect sunset. The only thing that was brighter than her hair was her smile. Emma smiled at everyone, believing that strangers were just friends waiting to be found. James looked to their left, and there was Adam and Lisa. James smiled at the contrast. Lisa Malfoy was quiet, somber and reserved. Pale-skinned even after summer training, she appeared even paler. Next to Adam, of whom it was said that he could tan during a British winter. James didn't quite believe that, but it was true that Adam was the first to tan each summer and the last to lose that tan. Lisa was quiet around people she didn't know, and since Adam was always soft-spoken and unfailingly polite, most people outside of Manticore considered them the nice pair of chimeras. Manticore knew better. Adam and Lisa pulled a great many pranks, although their pranks were not the flash and flare of the twins, or the booming explosions of Emma and Hangeld's prank accidents, but equally annoying. One of their best so far was the consonant confusion cookie. Eating this cookie would cause every third consonant in your speech to change. You might try to say, "Good morning, Professor." But what the listeners would hear would be, "Good jornas, Fofester," or something similar. Chimera finished stretching, and James led them in the exercises of the day as he looked at the last pair of chimeras. Melissa Xavier and Rose Evans were quite similar in many ways. Both of them understood people better than any other chimera, and they were, because of their respective talents, very reserved. Rose could see the future of anyone she met, and Melissa could feel his or her emotions. Those two talents tended to make people nervous about being around the two of them. Most of their close friends were in chimera, and all of their friends were manticores, who understood the restraints they lived by. Neither of them would use the power they had for personal reasons. Physically, they were similar as well, being of medium height with long dark hair and the lithe bodies of trained athletes. It was that thought that derailed James's train of thought. He looked at chimera, actually looked at them, not at what his mind and memory told him he would see. James flushed red as he noticed that the ladies of chimera were growing up and out. All of them had curves that had nothing to do with physical training. How did I miss this? He wondered. Possibly because the only curves you ever see are mine, came Tiffany's amused thought. Or maybe it's because you don't want to think of your sister growing up and thinking about doing the things we do. Please, just stop right there. You are so right that I don't want to think about that at all. James shivered and looked at chimera again. With his awareness of their growing maturity came a new worry. James looked at chimera and thought. Tiffany was no help here, and James turned to Rose. Rose, he said, what are the chances that someone will try to break up chimera? Rose blinked, until she caught his thinking. She blushed, and looked at her friends. A few minutes later, as they lined up for the short, fast run that would end point for the day, she finally answered him. Lisa and Hangeld are safe. You know how most wizards feel about the Malfoys and non-humans. Adam is too quiet and ordinary to inspire. The kind of crush that causes people to try and break up a couple. Emma is so wrapped up in Hangeld that she wouldn't even notice the attempt, and I have this lunatic brother that keeps me safe. Plus, like Adam, I just am not going to have the kind of looks that make men turn and look again. James started to say something, but Rose cut him off. It's true, okay. I know it, in ways you can't begin to understand. The problem we're going to have is Melissa. She is going to have the kind of beauty that makes people stare, and once we're out of Hogwarts, nobody is going to know or think that she reads minds. And some of them are going to hit on her. James frowned as he brought chimera to a stop at the end of the run. He looked at Rose, and touched her with their bond. She looked at him. I am not worried about after school, he said gently, because by then, she's going to be too attached to be separated by someone else, isn't she? Rose's face flamed as she started the cooling down stretching. Yes, Manticore went on planning the Jauntlands mission. Since they had so much time to plan the mission, James excused the 5th and 7th year students from planning so they could put more time into the owls and newts. March passed quickly, and all too soon, it was the 1st of April, and time to meet the Beauxbatons Quidditch team. They were going to be for the rest of the year, mingling with the students from Hogwarts, and in view of that, Professor Dumbledore had everyone outside that morning. The Hogwarts Quidditch season had been truly spectacular this year, with 4 or more linked people on 3 of the teams. Almost all of the matches had gone over 3 hours. Between the experience of the twins, Adam's strategies, and their whole team being linked, Gryffindor was at the top of the standings, closely followed by Ravenclaw, who had pulled off a marvelous combined sneak feint to beat Slytherin. Hufflepuff was at the bottom of the standing, not because they had a bad team, but because the advantages of the Lynx and Starblades were simply too great to be beaten, although Hufflepuff had come close in their match against Ravenclaw. They had actually scored more points against Slytherin than Ravenclaw had, and only the Slytherin capture of the snitch had given the Slytherin team the victory. Emma Weasley grinned as she looked around. The Minister of Magic was here, along with a few other ministry officials, and she was looking forward to them finding out something that Professor Dumbledore and the Hufflepuffs had found out only this morning. Gryffindor was said to play Beauxbatons for the inter-school title, but as the Hufflepuffs had found out just before breakfast this morning, just 20 minutes after the headmaster had, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw and Slytherin had all declined to play. It had taken him nearly 2 hours to convince the others, but in the end, they had agreed. James and Tiffany had told Professor Dumbledore this morning, and he, in turn had told the Hufflepuffs. Emma looked over where a wide-eyed Hufflepuff team stood near the headmaster. They were going to be introduced as the Hogwarts champions, and that would be the first anyone outside of Manticore heard about it. Emma was happily anticipating that little bombshell. Jarek Clearwater had gotten Mei Ling off to the side while they waited. A little bird has informed me that you might have access to a great deal of ready money. Mei Ling frowned at Jarek, but agreed that she might have a few galleons put away. And, Jarek said thoughtfully, you have been to Hogwarts before. And could be considered an alumni. Mei Ling stared at Jarek, wondering where this was going. It has been 300 years or so, but yes, I could be considered an alumni. Jarek smiled slyly. Another little bird informs me that the Firebolt Broomstick Company is going to unveil their latest, greatest broomstick on Monday. If someone were to purchase 7 of them, donating them to the Hogwarts Quidditch team. He allowed his voice to trail off as comprehension dawned in Mei Ling's eyes. Mei Ling thought about it for a minute. Your little bird still doesn't like to lose, does he? Even when he's not actually playing in the match. Jarek grinned. It was a female bird that mentioned this to me. Apparently, they simply don't have the time to get Starblades before the match. And the new Firebolt Inferno is supposed to be the very best short of a Starblade. Mei Ling nodded. I thought something was strange about this. James is far too loyal to offer to buy another company's broomsticks. Rose is far more pragmatic about that type of stuff. Tell the little flower that the owl will be on its way today. Jarek looked around. Just out of curiosity, how did you get so much money? Mei Ling looked away. You would be surprised, she said bitterly, at what you can save, when you have 1,000 years to do it, and you're too young to buy anything of importance. Mei Ling left with that comment, rejoining the crowd waiting for their visitors. Jarek stared after her, wondering again what it would be like to be a child forever. Emma's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of thunder. Since almost everyone knew how the students from Beauxbatons had arrived for the Tri-Wizards tournament during Harry's day, they started watching the sky. They were not disappointed, as Deborah Valentine was the first to spot a rapidly growing speck in the sky. It grew quickly and soon everyone could see it. It was a tornado, a spinning twirling cylinder 150 meters high. With a dark mass in the middle, it settled in front of the crowd, raising a breeze that smelled of foreign shores and started to shrink. As the mass was revealed, it became apparent that it was a small cottage. The last of the tornado disappeared and the front door opened. James looked at Rose, and she just rolled her eyes. She had known James too long not to know exactly what he was thinking right now. When they went to Beauxbatons next year, they would have to make a dramatic entrance that topped arriving in a tornado. She turned her attention back to the people now coming out of the cottage. 9 people had come out of the cottage, and they started toward the headmaster and the ministry officials. The woman in front was tall and slender, with short blonde hair and gray eyes that swept the crowd. She stopped in front of Professor Dumbledore and held out her hand. Professor Dumbledore, she said in a voice tinged with a French accent, I am Headmistress Lamore. Professor Dumbledore greeted her, and then introduced her to Minister Fudge. Minister Fudge, seeing the 2 photographers that Professor Dumbledore had allowed to be here, began making a speech. His speech was platitudes and really quite boring, even for a politician. James and Tiffany looked at each other, and concentrated. A few minutes later, a flock of birds flew out of the Forbidden Forest and started toward the group on the lawn. Minister Fudge saw them coming and cut his remarks short, scurrying inside before the flock ever got close to him. James and Tiffany released the birds with their thanks, and followed the crowd in. The arrival of the Beauxbatons had been timed so that they would be just in time for lunch, and the houses settled into their seats. The Beauxbatons were sitting at the Hufflepuff table, and Professor Dumbledore stood up at the head table. Honored guests, fellow instructors and students, today we welcome the Beauxbatons Quidditch team to Hogwarts in the start of What might be an annual competition between schools from around the world? Allow me to introduce the Beauxbatons team, said Professor Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore had been less than surprised to hear that Gryffindor would not be representing Hogwarts this year, but he had thought that it would be because James was worried about the reporters that would be talking to all the players. That James would be trying to start more branches of Manticore was not something he'd thought of. James was a control freak, and the idea that he'd let a group of Manticores work someplace that he couldn't watch over them was not an idea that the headmaster had thought of. He had been surprised to hear that Hufflepuff would be the Hogwarts team though. He pushed those thoughts away as he introduced the visiting team. Sitting to my right is Headmistress Lamore. Everyone had seen her of course, but she stood up nodding at the students. She sat down as Professor Dumbledore turned to a man that most of the staff had already recognized. The Quidditch instructor for Beauxbatons is none other than Oliver Wood, once the captain for Gryffindor's team. Oliver Wood had not lost any of the personal charm that he'd had in Harry's first couple of years. It had matured into a quiet handsomeness that had a few of the older female students looking twice. Lucy Misthold is the team captain and plays the Seeker. A short slim blonde girl with delicate features stood up from the Hufflepuff table. Richard Lee is their keeper. The short stocky boy that stood up was clearly of an Asian descent. Mike Apple and Trey Cale are the beaters. Mike Apple was a tall dark-haired boy with wide shoulders he was still growing into, and Trey Cale was a shorter red-haired girl with a very solid look and a hint of mischief in her brown eyes. The chasers for Beauxbatons are Maria and Miguel Sanchez and Arthur Pendragon. James and Rose ignored the two brown-haired people that stood up, searching for their cousin. Which cousin, or how closely related he was they didn't know, but the Pendragon clan was too closely intermarried for him not to be a relation of some sort. Arthur Pendragon was a tall blonde boy with dark green eyes. As he stood up, he radiated haughty disdain until his eyes met Rose's. An electric thrill shot through Rose, and was echoed a second later as he looked at James. From the look of surprise that flickered across his face, he'd felt it as well. He hid it well though, just taking a closer look at them before sitting down, and turning his head to say something to Miguel sitting next to him. "What was that?" asked Tiffany. "Mom once said that we'd know if we met another Pendragon. I think now I understand why she was so certain we would know," James told her. "And if the Hufflepuff team will stand up, I'll introduce them to the guests from Beauxbatons." Minister Fudge's head had come up as he heard the headmaster name the team that would be playing, and there was a puzzled frown on his face. Mandy Mayfair, team captain and keeper. Mandy was a serious-looking 7th-year girl with light brown hair and eyes. Xavier Montgomery is the Seeker. Xavier was a small 4th-year boy with a ready smile and sharp eyes that never stopped moving. The chasers are Elias Whittaker, Jerry Marshall and Emily Whittaker. Elias was a big dark-haired 5th-year, who would have seen me larger in any school that didn't have Hagrid and Handgeld to compare him to. Jerry was a slightly built tall redhead in his 5th year. Emily no relation to her teammate. Whittaker was an average-looking girl, brown-haired and brown-eyed, whom everyone forgot about until they saw her fly. She'd been on the Hufflepuff team since her 2nd year. Now in her 6th year, she was widely acknowledged to be the finest flyer in Hogwarts. And a big piece of their team. Finally, the Hufflepuff beaters are Colin Lupin and Carrie Fudge. Colin Lupin, 3rd cousin, once removed to Remus Lupin, was a quiet boy with determined eyes and curly black hair. James grinned as Carrie blushed to find himself the target of so many eyes. Carrie Fudge had tried out for and won the beater slot just 3 months earlier. When the 5th year that was in the position quit, deciding that studying for the Owls was more important to him. Carrie had come to James and Rose for some tips, and they had not only given him those tips, but had spent a good many hours showing him and Colin as much as they could on the pitch. While the two of them were not as good as the twins yet, James thought they had the potential to be better. The only thing that kept the twins in front right now was their greater experience and twin bond. In Hufflepuff's game against Gryffindor, the beaters had flown an inspired game, with James and Rose being pushed harder than anyone had done since they came to Hogwarts. James had landed after the game and had left the rest of Chimera celebrating their victory to cross to Colin and Carrie. "Are both of you coming back to the team next year?" At their confused nods, James had grinned. "Rose, we're going to have to pay more attention to our practices." While the Minister of Magic finished the speech he'd started outside, the 7th-year Gryffindor prefect slid down the table until he was close to James. After Minister Fudge finished his remarks and Professor Dumbledore started the meal, he looked at James. "Gryffindor House is a little surprised to find out they are not representing Hogwarts in this match," he said mildly. James shrugged. "I bet they are, but it doesn't fit my current plans," he stated bluntly. "And just what am I supposed to tell them? That you don't want to play, or that you have better things to do?" He raised his hands at James's look. "Yes, I know you actually do have something better to do. But they don't, and unless you're going to let me tell them what you are doing, I have to think of something to tell Gryffindor." Lisa looked down the table at him. "Just tell them that if we humiliate them this year, we might not be invited to play next year, when we can defeat more schools." James was looking at Lisa flatly. "You had better hope that there are no American teams there next year. Because I've already told you I won't help." Lisa cut him off in annoyance. "Look, you great bloody prat, this isn't about countries, it's about schools. We're not asking why you to help a European country beat the US, we're asking you to help Hogwarts beat the North American School of Wizardry or the Salem Institute." James considered that for a minute, and went back to eating. "By the way, your description of me is wrong," he said mildly. "I am not bleeding, so I can't be bloody." Lisa stared at him for a second and went back to her food. A minute later, James and Tiffany jerked and put their hands below the table. When they brought them back, there was a spot of blood on them. They looked at it for a second, and then James looked at Lisa. "Right, now, your description of me is correct. I am bleeding, so I am bloody. Since I am the one that does not want y'all lying, I will overlook the fact that you just stuck a fork in my leg. However, you made Tiffany bleed, and for that, you're going to pay." Lisa looked up, startled. "I didn't touch the soul bond. I forgot that injuring one of you is injuring both of you now." She looked at Tiffany. "Sorry about getting you caught up in this." Tiffany waved it off. "You just startled me a bit. I would suggest that you get out of here though, as James is trying to decide between robe removal and the naked truth to use on you." Lisa looked at James, who was eating slowly and turning two familiar-looking discs over in one hand. He put the discs away and took out an old Muggle coin he carried everywhere. Since Rose had a matching one, Chimera figured that it was one of the myriad little twin things that they hadn't explained yet. He flipped the coin, looked at it and smiled. Heads. He grinned at Lisa, and went back to eating. Lisa stared at him for a minute, shrugged, and continued her meal. Emma had listened to the entire thing, and now looked at Lisa. "Lisa, why aren't you leaving?" Lisa glanced at her, but didn't stop eating. "Why bother? All that does is make it more fun for James. He's like a cat, the more he can play with you, that happier he is. Besides, I have better things to do than look over my shoulder until he gets me." Rose giggled, and her comment set all of Chimera to snickering. "Gee brother mine, you've been compared to a Saint Bernard, Wolverines, and now cats. Have you ever considered why that might be? You are showering regularly, aren't you?" James looked at his smiling friends and grinned back. "Actually, sister mine, Tiffany and I haven't showered since we found a private bathtub big enough for two. Would you like more details?" Chimera stared at Tiffany and James. Tiffany had her head down and was blushing fiercely. "Well," she said defensively, "it's much easier to wash his back than mine. And he has the best hands." Stop right there. No one was quite sure which of Chimera's ladies said that, but the next line was Emma. "That is just TMI, thank you. Tiff." Fanny looked at Emma as if she'd lost her mind. "You need to pull your mind out of the gutter. All I was going to say is that he has the best hands for shampooing hair ever." After lunch was over, Minnie Stir Fudge was waiting for Professor Dumbledore. "Albus, why is the Hufflepuff team playing? They're at the bottom of the school standings." The headmaster sighed. Turning to Headmistress Lamore, he spoke. "Would you excuse us for a minute? I'll explain everything to you in a few minutes." Headmistress Lamore nodded, watching Professor Dumbledore. "I hope you have a good explanation," she said calmly. She walked a few paces away, leaving the two men alone. Professor Dumbledore turned back to Minister Fudge. I believe the Hufflepuff team is playing because the other teams declined the honor. Why? I was not told. But it was their choice. Minister Fudge frowned. Order them to play, Albus, at least the team at the top, the Gryffindors. Professor Dumbledore leaned closer, playing on the minister's prejudices. Lisa Malfoy is the captain of that team. Before Minister Fudge could say anything, Professor Dumbledore continued. I would think you'd enjoy seeing Carrie play. He is one of the beaters for Hufflepuff. And the Gryffindor beaters say he's very good. Minister Fudge's face ran through a series of emotions. Do you think they have a chance to win, Albus? Of course they do. In fact, I would say they have an excellent chance. Minister Fudge thought for a few minutes, torn between having his blood play, and fear that Hogwarts, and by extension, his office, would lose. Finally, he nodded slowly and looked at Albus. Fair enough. But, if Hogwarts loses this year, because you have less than the best team playing, when the invitations go out next year, Hogwarts will decline to attend, due to lack of interest. He turned and walked down the hall, leaving the headmaster staring after him. Professor Dumbledore waited a minute, and then called James. Chimera 1, this is Hogwarts 1. Hogwarts 1, Chimera 1 here. Are you ready for your meeting? Roger that, Hogwarts 1. ETA your office. Roger that, Hogwarts 1. 30 minutes. Professor Dumbledore turned, and walked over to Headmistress Lamore. If you would come with me, I'll explain what is going on. Headmistress Lamore walked silently for a minute, and then spoke to Professor Dumbledore. I assume you have a good reason for not having your best players facing us. My pardons, Madame Lamore. The change was only made this morning, and I will explain everything in my office. They walked in silence to the gargoyle, and Professor Dumbledore made his visitor comfortable before sitting in his chair. You're about to meet a remarkable bunch of students who have something to tell you, and to ask you. When they are done talking to you, I think you will understand why the change was made. Headmistress Lamore studied her counterpart with a speculative eye. Would this have anything to do with the strange groups of students in each house? The next few minutes were settling in an introductions as most of Chimera found seats. James remained on his feet. He looked at the guest. I'll tell you straight up. I didn't want to do this, he said bluntly. He took a deep breath and looked at Rose. Are you sure about this? Not yet, brother mine, but by the time you are done, we will be. Just tell her about the prophecy for now. Melissa and I will let you know which story to tell her at the end. Rose said, distracted slightly as she meshed with Melissa and they started examining the headmistress with their talents. James nodded, and looked at the headmistress. 800 years ago, Elric and Cassandra Evans spoke a prophecy, and the time of their prophecy is here. James went over the prophecy. As he'd done so many times before. Line by line, he explained what they knew and what they thought. They demonstrated the link and the abilities of their group for her. That is why we dropped out of the match. James said, we can destroy any unlinked team, and when you add the Starblades to it, your team would have been outmatched from the start. We might have ended this tradition before it ever started. Headmistress Lamore rolled the scroll James had given her and thought for a minute. That explains why you dropped out, but why did? Her voice trailed off. You have more links than just this one. It was not a question, but a statement. James looked at Rose. Well, which story do I tell her? Rose grinned at him. Truthfully, which story would you tell her if I wasn't here? James raised an eyebrow. Are you asking me how much I would tell her based on my feelings? How much I would tell a total stranger, whom I barely know, and who will be out of my reach and control in barely 3 months? He shook his head. Sister mine, I'd erase her mind first. Rose blinked, and then smiled. It's a good thing you have Melissa and I then, because she's going to be a good ally for us. James nodded and turned back to the waiting headmistress. Yes, we have more links. Allow me to introduce you to Manticore. James told her about Manticore, both the cover story and their true purpose. When he was done, Headmistress Lamore looked at James thoughtfully. She had an idea about why she'd been told about this, but she wanted to hear it from James. What do you want from Bobaddons and I? Nothing, really, James said, looking at the ceiling. I have to assume that all the schools are going to be targets in the opening days of the war. I know that Hogwarts and T. North American School of Wizardry will be, James paused, and looked at Rose. They stared at each other for a minute, and James looked back at their guest again. And now that Rose has met someone from Beauxbatons, we know that your school will be a target early on as well. Headmistress Lamore felt a chill. The thought of dark wizards attacking her school was bad enough, but they had defenses in place for that. Muggle-armed wizards, though, were an entirely different matter. As far as she knew, no one had defenses for that sort of an occurrence. She listened to James. I want you to allow us to form a chapter of Manticore in Beauxbatons, and to allow a group of students to be trained to defend your school. How many people would be trained depends on how big your school is and other tactical considerations. But it will be at least a team of 7, preferably 2 teams. The headmistress thought about that. What about the Manticores that are not actually training to defend the school? James grinned, and passed her a parchment. The Fraternal Order of Manticore was created as a cover, but it actually works. If they follow the guidelines laid down here, you'll find that the scores of the students will improve. James reached back without looking, and Rose placed a thick roll of parchment in his hand. This details everything you need to know to start a chapter of Manticore, and how to contact us discreetly. Look it over, and if you have any questions or concerns, one of us will always be available to talk to you. James looked at his watch. Right now though, we are due on the pitch, to help Hufflepuff train. Chimera said their goodbyes and left. Headmistress Lamore looked at the papers in her hands, and then up at Professor Dumbledore. Obviously you believe that rather intense young man, Professor. Tell me something though, will I still believe him in 6 months, after I'm away from his influence? Professor Dumbledore looked at the portraits on the wall. If he is right, and you allow this, your school will be protected when the war begins, saving untold lives. If you don't do it, and he's right, what will happen? And if he's wrong? The two school HEADs chatted about other things for a few minutes, and then Headmistress Lamore made her way back to the little house where the Beauxbatons people would be staying during their time at Hogwarts. She put the roll of material away to read tonight. Right now, she'd heard many remarkable things about Hogwarts from Oliver, and she wanted to see some of them. Out on the Quidditch pitch, Adam was going over the Hufflepuff plays, making suggestions and adaptations to them. Chimera was in the air, offering advice and tips to their counterparts. As they worked, James got a call over his ring. Chimera 1, this is Hydra 1. He stopped, and had Colin join Rose and Carrie. Hydra 1, this is Chimera 1, go ahead. A 4th-year Slytherin of your acquaintance has informed me that Slytherin doesn't agree with letting Hufflepuff defend the school, and they're going to put together a team to take their place. James smirked. Lisa had anticipated this, and Chimera was ready. Hydra 1, tell the new Slytherin team that Professor Dumbledore has stated that any team wishing to replace Hufflepuff must first beat them in a match. They also have to issue their challenge by Friday. James could almost hear Sonia's smile. Roger that, Chimera 1. Would you like me to spread the word? If you would, please. Have fun with it. Chimera 1 out. James signaled a rally to the others, and the 2 teams landed by Adam, who was still writing plays and suggestions. When everyone was gathered around, James looked at the Hufflepuffs. The teams that declined to play did so in the honest belief that you were good enough to win. Some of the Slytherins disagree with us though, and are going to try and challenge your right to play. The Hufflepuff captain, Mandy Mayfair, muttered something under her breath, and then looked at James with a glare. They can't do this. I won't let them. Murmurs of agreements came from the other players. Lisa grinned at them. I'm so glad you feel that way, since I've already made plans for this event. Lisa explained the headmaster's rules. James looked around. I think I'm going to try and shift the odds in your favor. Right now, I'm going to leave Adam, Emma and Hangeld here with you. James turned and looked at the rest of Chimera. Rose, you and Melissa go talk to the Ravenclaws, and see if they are going to challenge Hufflepuff. Lisa, if you and Tiffany would do the same in Gryffindor, I would appreciate it. He looked at the 4 he was sending off. If you can convince them not to issue any challenges, that would be great, but if they insist, we'll deal with that later. James looked at the Hufflepuffs and grinned. Probably by letting y'all whoop the stuffings out of them. James turned back to Chimera as Carrie explained that whoop the stuffings was one of those Americanisms. And it meant to defeat the opponent. James stared over the pitch for a minute. Rose, when you're done with that, I'd like to know what you and Melissa think about our visitors. Lisa, if you would get with Jarek, I'd like a background report on our visitors as soon as possible, please. I believe you might have forgotten to mention your desire to branch out to the rest of Manticore, Lisa said slyly. Watching James sighed, and his eyes went absent as he thought. We're not really branching out. I don't have the people to protect every place that is going to need protection. So I want to train some of those places to defend themselves. James looked at Rose, and they stood locked in silent communication for several minutes. James finally shook his head and frowned as he turned back to Lisa. Ever since Rose told me that both Hogwarts and the North American School of Wizardry were going to be targets early in the war, I've been wondering about the other schools. Now that Rose has met the Bobadens people, we can add Bobadens to the list of early targets. James's face went still, and his eyes were cold as he tried to think like the enemy. Attempting to put himself in the patient child's mind, and figure out what or why the enemy would do something. All I can think of is that hitting the schools would show that even the wizard world's strongest places are not safe. While removing a large number of wizards and witches that might oppose him if the war goes very long, as well as the trainers for anybody he leaves alive. James shook his head, and bit his lip thinking. If he leaves anyone at all alive. James shook off the depression trying to overwhelm him and looked around as he mounted his broomstick. Right now, I think you all have things to do. Why aren't you doing them? Emma looked at James curiously. What are you going to be doing while the rest of us are working? James grinned at her. Work, Emma, work. Unless you want to go over all of the day's information coming out of the giant lands. Emma thought about the reports Jarek was always assembling and shook her head. Rose grinned at James and said, that's okay. Most of that stuff is just boring to everybody but you, and we trust you to pass along anything we need to know. James smiled at Rose and ruffled her hair. Maybe so, he said, but somebody has to do it, and since I love you, I try to keep you from getting bored. Rose smiled back. You love me, do you? Then you won't mind sharing a few Snickers, right? I've run out. James stared at Rose and sighed dramatically. You blackmailer. Using my feelings for you to extort candy from me. He reached into his robes and pulled out 2 of the Snickers bars the twins were addicted to. See me later for more. This is all I have with me right now. Rose took them and smiled at James, hugging him while saying something in Lakota that made him blush and hug her back. Tiffany was smiling at both of them. And Chimera was letting them have their minute until James pulled away. What are y'all doing standing around? I thought you had places to go and things to do. He started to lift off and paused, hovering about 3 meters off the ground. Geez, Adam, he said aloud, put some clothes on, will you? Adam started to say he was wearing clothes, but even as he opened his mouth, his robes faded away, and he was standing there in the tartan boxers that had so embarrassed Tiffany in their first year. James grinned and looked at Lisa. You got my lady, now I've gotten your man. Are we even? Lee Saw was admiring Adam's muscles even as she tried to find the disc that had to be on Adam's robes somewhere. The robes were still there, and she was running her hands over the robes, feeling for the disc. She didn't think about what she was doing, or how it looked until she heard the laughter coming from most of the Hufflepuff team and Chimera. I'm sorry about that, Adam, I never thought he'd target you. She finally found the disc and pulled it off his robes, only to see her robes start to disappear. She tossed the disc into the grass and looked at Adam, who was blushing. Lisa, your man is quite muscular. Are all the men in Manticore like that? And if so, are any of them not taken? Mandy broke out giggling as she waited for Lisa's response. Adam turned an even darker shade of red. Please, Ace, tell me that Hufflepuff didn't see that. Lisa's head whipped around. Who's lusting over Adam? Melissa and Rose broke out laughing as they started to walk away. Oh, I'm sorry, you were standing too close. The lust is yours. Lisa turned bright red and Adam showed wisdom far beyond his years and didn't even smile as Lisa hurried away. Wednesday, James was called to the front of the school just after classes were over. When he got there he stopped, staring at the magical creature standing there. Jarek grinned at him. I know you like animals, and I thought you might want to see this one. James didn't answer as he stared at the Pegasus standing there. It was a beautiful animal, with the delicate features of an Arabian and a rich sorrel coat. The wings were truly impressive, stretchy. Just over 9 meters wingtip to wingtip. The wings were white, with an opalescent sheen that made them gleam in the sun. James reached with the totem skills and was entranced. The man that had been riding the Pegasus was offloading 2 boxes, and finished as Professor Dumbledore arrived. He looked up and spoke. Buenas noches, señor. Usted es el líder de esta escuela. Professor Dumbledore agr. Ed that he was indeed the headmaster of the school. The man nodded and handed him a slip of paper. Si usted firmaría aquí, yo le puedo dar su entrega. Professor Dumbledore signed and looked at the 2 boxes. The man mounted the Pegasus and spoke to Professor Dumbledore again. Señor, si usted necesita un algo grande entregado, la llamada en el servicio de entrega a domicilio brillante de las. Buenas noches, señor. Y tiene un día bueno. He started to go, until he noticed James, who was nose to nose with the Pegasus and totally oblivious to anything but the animal standing in front of him. Perdón, el niño, usted tiene que mover. He obtenido un trabajo para hacer. Jarek moved up and took James by the arm. James, they have to go. James frowned, but stepped back. The man turned the Pegasus and they started off. In a few steps the winged horse was at a gallop and then the wings snapped out and it was aloft, a picture of beauty and grace. James took a step after it, his mind still with the animal. Professor Dumbledore was looking at the boxes, and the note that had come with them. He looked at James. Do you know anything about this, Mr. Evans? James was still with the Pegasus. It's a Pegasus, a very rare magical beast long thought to be extinct until a small colony of them was found living deep in the Brazilian rainforest, estimated to be among the smartest of the non-sentient magical beasts. It is highly valued for its ability to fly long distances without tiring, and its ability to take off and land on almost any terrain. They are also the fastest of all the flying magical beasts. That's nice to know, the professor said dryly, but I was talking about the delivery, not the method of delivery. Professor Dumbledore looked again at the note that had come with the boxes. These gifts are for the first Hogwarts team, in the hopes that the Hufflepuff team can start a new tradition of victory for themselves. James listened and grinned. Not my doing, Professor. If I had done it, they would have Starblades, just like everyone else, provided that second box is what I think it is. Professor Dumbledore, came a quiet voice at his side, I think that if you were to check carefully, you might find that one Mei Ling Li, a student in Hufflepuff some time ago, bought those things for her former house. Professor Dumbledore looked at Mei Ling and her soft smile. And, if I were to check, would her paperwork be perfect as well? Mei Ling smiled wider, reminded of how Jarek had figured out there was something strange about Mei Ling. I think you might find it to be very good, yes. I see, he said as he looked around. Does anyone know where the Hufflepuff team is right now? Jarek knew, which surprised nobody who knew him. They're in Manticore Hall right now, going over things with Adam. Professor Dumbledore started inside and the boxes followed him, as did everybody else that had witnessed the delivery. In Manticore Hall, Professor Dumbledore stopped, surprised at the changes since he had been here last. All of the tables were pushed up close to the front of the room, and the rest of the room was taken up with bookshelves that stretched from floor to ceiling, with barely room to walk between them. Professor Dumbledore turned to James. How long is it going to be before you have more books than the school library? James grinned. We're not, but only because we're running out of room. He looked at the ceiling. Unless of course we can take over those 3 rooms down the hall, and use them for books I don't want everybody knowing we have. He frowned. That is becoming a problem anyway. Between the visitors in here, and some people who want to be manticores, it's getting hard to hide the doorway to the lab. Professor Dumbledore looked at James. People that want to be manticores. James nodded, rubbing his eyes. Someone found our charter, and there are a couple of dozen people that can be manticores under it, but T. Hat Rose and or Melissa turned down is not good for us for one reason or another. The headmaster thought about that. Allow me to give these gifts to the Hufflepuff team, and think about your problem. We will discuss it. The Hufflepuff team was at Chimera's table, listening to Adam explain a play. Mr. Brooks, May I have a minute of your audience's time? Adam looked up, taking in the professor, the boxes and the crowd behind him. By all means, Professor. Professor Dumbledore moved to the comfortable chair reserved for him during his rare visits to the hall. An alumni of Hufflepuff has some things to help the Hufflepuffs achieve victory. They have been given to the first Hogwarts team, which is you right now. Should Slytherin win their challenge, that may change, so take care of them. Professor Dumbledore looked around. Mr. Hagrid, would you open the boxes, please? Rumbled Handgeld. He reached down and took the corner of the lid in one hand and stepped on the box with one foot. He pulled, and the lid came up, accompanied by the sound of screeching nails. He set that one aside and did the same to the other box. When both of them were open, Adam moved up and pulled out a sack from the first box. He read the tag on the bag. This is for the Seeker. In short order, all of the players were admiring a new uniform in Hogwarts colors, complete with all the supplies needed to maintain the various bits for each position. Adam moved to the second box and took out the top item. It was a broomstick, and whispers ran through the crowd as they tried to figure out what kind of a broomstick it was. It was wrapped in black velvet, and Adam smirked as he handed it to a player. Soon, all 7 of them had a velvet-wrapped broomstick, and Mandy looked at Carrie. You open yours first, Carrie. Mandy was a Hufflepuff, but she was also fairly smart. She had noticed over the last couple of years that Manticore had everything they wanted, and this largesse coming so soon after. A Manticore joined her team made her think that Manticore was behind it. If they were going to support one of their own like this, the least she could do is let Carrie be the first to see the new broomstick. Carrie took a deep breath and pulled the drawstring from his broomstick. The velvet fell away and somebody gasped. It's a Firebolt Inferno. The first broom with a 2-wood handle. Lying before Carrie was a vision in red and black. The handle was made of 2 different woods, fused together with magic. The Firebolt Company had combined redwood with black oak, creating a broomstick with the flexibility of the redwood, but the strength and durability of oak. Individually trimmed and shaped twigs of hazel and yew finished each broomstick, and soon all the Hufflepuffs were admiring identical broomsticks. Adam looked at the giddy team and sighed. I know that talking about plays can't compete with those, but we do have the pitch in 20 minutes. Can we at least go try those things out? Mandy grinned, grabbing her bag and broomstick. You heard him. Team, we fly in 20 minutes. Last one in the air is a Slytherin. Sonia Gebbs looked at Mandy. Hey, I resemble that remark. None of the Hufflepuffs heard her, as they disappeared out the door nearly as fast as if they'd flown. James stood behind Mei Ling. If you happen to talk to Mei Ling Lee, please tell her she can call on me for a favor anytime. Mei Ling sighed. There is only one favor she wants, and that may be beyond anyone's doing. James looked at Mei Ling sadly, and was about to say something when he froze. Across the hall, Tiffany's head came up, and the two of them locked eyes for a minute. Mei Ling, come with me. Mei Ling jerked, and was right on James's heels. He didn't often give orders like that. James, Mei Ling, and the rest of Chimera were soon in an unused classroom, and Emily and April joined them very soon thereafter. They were still there at dinner, and at bedtime. Professor Dumbledore sat up late into the night, waiting for them to come out, but he went to bed unsatisfied. The next morning he was on his way to breakfast when he got a call on his ring. Hogwarts 1, this is Chimera 1. Chimera 1, go ahead. Hogwarts 1, I am asking if you would release Chimera, Mei Ling and Emily from classes today. Professor Dumbledore frowned. Why should I do that, Mr. Evans? You have missed enough days as it is. The next thing James said surprised Professor Dumbledore in a way he didn't think he could be surprised anymore. We need the time to break Mei Ling's curse. The End of Innocence. Chapter 30 Siblings. Professor Dumbledore watched Chimera working with interest. This was the first time he'd seen them working together and the change in them was remarkable. Handgeld and Emma were brewing a potion from a formula James had gotten from April, while Adam was practicing a spell under Lisa's exacting eye. Melissa was examining Mei Ling with her healing talent and Tiffany was concentrating, bringing her pyromancy up. Ready to use. The green flames flickering in her eyes were definitely unusual, at least for anyone else. Emily was in a corner, recording the entire proceeding and James and Rose were drawing designs and symbols on a sheet of paper and arguing silently over them. James stopped and absently took 3 of the Snickers bars from under his robes. He tossed one at Tiffany without even looking in her direction and handed one to Rose. He opened his, and was about to take a bite when he took exception to something Rose drew, leaving the candy bar hanging from his mouth like a giant cigar. He took the quill from Rose and drew a variation. He set the quill down, and the twins locked eyes for a minute. They finished their argument, apparently in James's favor since his drawing stayed, and kept going. Professor Dumbledore turned as the only person that was not working on breaking Mei Ling's curse came up. April Erskine was an elderly witch who specialized in links and bonds. Like the twin link and the soul bond, she'd been working with Manticore since Melissa admitted she didn't know enough yet, and had owled her family for help. Absolutely fascinating, Professor. They're drawing on the link again, using facets of each other to enhance their own skills and talents, and they don't even know it. Professor Dumbledore nodded, watching the silently working group with a quiet intensity. What are they going to do? He wasn't sure what they had in mind yet, but he was sure that in order to break a curse 2,000 years old, it would be powerful. April consulted the notes she'd taken during the night. Mei Ling's curse is tied to Mei Ling through her mother, and will only stop when she achieves a particular goal, in her case, saving a set number of lives. Breaking the curse is going to require several steps. First, James is going to use the Manticore clan leader powers to formally disown Mei Ling's mother. We think that might put enough of a strain on the curse that Tiffany can use her pyromancy to weaken it. Melissa will be watching the curse with her talent, and when it's weakened enough, Adam is going to cast the strongest curse breaker spell they could find, and hold it until Melissa says stop or the curse is gone. Professor Dumbledore thought about the plan, until he had a thought. Wait, James hasn't accepted the clan leader powers yet. April looked at the headmaster. Yes, he has. He did it last night. He said that his fears about power would not stand in the way of helping a friend. James and Rose finished their discussion, and Rose started drawing diagrams on the floor. James came over to the professor and April. Sir, I'm going to have to ask you if you would participate. In order to do a full outcasting, I need a blood relative, the clan leader, and a clan elder. James grinned sheepishly. Manticore doesn't have many people that qualify as elders, and you are the best choice. Professor Dumbledore smiled faintly. What will I need to do? James pointed at Rose. Since I am going to be calling on some of the spirits for assistance, Rose is drawing wards, designed to keep out any spirits that we don't want interfering. Inside those circles, several of us are going to have places to stand. All you have to do is stand in your place and answer all questions addressed to the wise 1. James looked at the headmaster. Do you need Mei Ling to remind you about what her mother did? He looked at James, casting the aura reading spell with the ease of long practice. He frowned as he read James's aura. Yes, the clan leader powers were there, and sharp, bursting with more power than any one person could hold, kept in check only by the shunts and blocks James had set up. A second's thought, and James would have access to more power than 40 atoms would. He wouldn't live more than a few seconds after trying to use that power, but Professor Dumbledore didn't even try to fool himself that James wouldn't those powers under the right circumstances. Rose finished drawing the circles on the floor, and James started preparing himself to lead the circle. Emma came over with the potion and gave it to Mei Ling. Professor Dumbledore turned to ask April what the potion was, but she'd anticipated his question. Mei Ling has to be conscious to help outcast her mother, but there is going to be some pain involved for her. The potion should deaden the pain to a tolerable level. Professor Dumbledore frowned, alerted by something in April's voice. How much pain is Miss Sun Tzu going to experience? April sighed heavily. That's why Melissa is going to be monitoring the whole thing, and can stop the ritual at any time. The curse is tied to Mei Ling's soul, and something like this has never been tried. If the pain is going to cause injury to Mei Ling, Melissa is supposed to stop, no matter how close they are to finishing the ritual. James finished checking the diagrams Rose had drawn and smiled at her. Your normal perfection. Thank you. He looked around. You all know what you're going to do. Mei Ling, Melissa, would you take your places, please? Mei Ling stood in the center of the smallest circle with Melissa. The second circle was in case of a power overflow. It would contain any spillage from the first circle. James directed Rose and Professor Dumbledore to share the third circle with him. Adam was in the next circle with a thin channel from him to Mei Ling. The fourth and last circle had a place at each of the cardinal compass points for Emma, Hangeld, Lisa, and Tiffany to stand. They would face out, warding the people inside the circles against magical intrusions. When everyone was in place, James began closing the circles with magic, starting with the smallest and working his way out. When he was done with that, he looked around. This is your last chance to back out. Nobody moved, and he smiled. We are gathered here to call the outcasting on Muley Sun Tzu. With the formal words of the invocation, the circles began glowing softly, a light blue that would grow deeper as the ritual proceeded. James looked at Mei Ling. You who are bound by blood and grievous hurt to this person. Do you agree to the outcasting? The tie of blood is ended. Mei Ling was impassive, but 2,000 years of living under this curse had left bitterness plain in her voice. James looked at Professor Dumbledore. Wise one, is the crime sufficient to warrant this outcasting? Professor Dumbledore nodded slowly. The person's crime is too great for redemption. James looked back at Mei Ling. As leader of this clan, I find that this person's actions are such that no atonement is possible. I reject this person. The circles were glowing a deep blue by now, casting strange shadows across the room, and adding an eerie touch to the outcasting. James spoke the formal final words. Muley Sun Tzu is not of our clan. The blue glow grew bright for a second, and Mei Ling stiffened and bit her lip. As the glow faded away entirely, Melissa was already using her talent to examine Mei Ling. It was not enough. There is still nothing we can do to the curse yet. James nodded. Y had anticipated this problem last night, and James had another trick to try. He spoke in Lakota, calling on a spirit to assist him. Then he looked at Mei Ling. Muley's blood is now purged, in place, my own merged. As Sister Mei Ling will be to me, her honor and mine one to be. Mei Ling's circle shimmered and began glowing a rich amber color, hiding Mei Ling from everyone not in the circle with her. A voice spoke to her, deep in the silence of her mind. The voice was serious and somber, rich with overtones Mei Ling didn't understand. Your clan leader wished to be thy brother in blood and love. Do you accept this offer? Mei Ling took a second to think about that and then spoke a single word. Yes. For just a second, nothing happened, and then James, Rose and Mei Ling all began glowing that amber color. The light grew, shading into white and becoming so bright that everyone else had to cover their eyes. Abruptly, the white light was gone. Before the three of them could do or say anything, Melissa was talking. Melissa was looking at Mei Ling again. That's done it. The frame of the curse is fraying away. She highlighted the curse, and in several places, the curse was unraveling. James frowned though, as he watched the fraying curse because it was knitting itself back together almost as fast as it was coming apart. It still wasn't enough. He'd been hoping to avoid this step, as it was almost certain to be painful for Mei Ling. Tiffany, you're up. Take your instructions from Melissa. Melissa had one hand just above Mei Ling's skin as she concentrated on her physical condition. Start slowly, and be ready to stop if I say so. Tiffany pushed a trickle of the pyromancy out, aiming at one of the unraveling spots in the curse. Mao Ling hissed as the green fire touched the curse and then was silent. Tiffany waited a second and began filling the area with the fire. Mei Ling ground her teeth and looked at Melissa. Melissa was biting her lip, and Mei Ling put every hop she had of breaking the curse in a silent plea not to stop the ritual. This bit of pain was nothing compared to some of the things she'd endured over the centuries, and she would accept far more to be free. She stared at Melissa, begging with her eyes. Tiffany was unaware of the byplay as she filled the hole and started pushing toward another. James and Rose frowned, looking at each other as they caught an echo of Mei Ling's pain. It must be because we're leading the ritual, because Tiffany feels it also. James said, and Rose nodded. We really should try some of these spells out before we use them on other people. Agreed Rose, and they went back to concentrating on the ceremony. Mei Ling had her eyes closed, as the pain grew, sweeping through her system. Melissa started to say something, and then thought about Mei Ling's plea. She bit her lip, and touched Mei Ling with the healing talent, trying to take some of the pain from her. Tiffany continued filling the curse with her green fire, until she'd connected all the holes. Mei Ling had her eyes screwed shut and was biting her tongue to keep from making noise as the pain grew. Only centuries of enduring the things she couldn't stop kept her from crying out. Melissa was monitoring her, watching as the green fire filled the curse. "Now, Adam," she said, as the pyromancy touched all the broken areas of the curse. Adam raised his wand and waved it through the slash and circle that was the motion of this spell, saying, "Existo pessimire." A white beam flashed out of Adam's wand and struck the pyromancy-filled curse. Mei Ling screamed as her body filled with pain, and James, Rose and Tiffany nearly joined her when the echo of pain became real pain. The white light fought with the dull brown of the curse as the green of Tiffany's pyromancy swept into any space open to it. The swirling mass of color lasted barely 3 seconds, and then it was gone in a blinding flash. The wards around the first circle gave out under so much magic, and the blinding light expanded to fill the second circle. For an instant, everyone in the room had to close their eyes, and when they opened them, Mei Ling and Melissa were lying on the ground. And neither of them was moving. James and Rose were taking the circles down as fast as they dared, working from the outside in, and by the time they got to Melissa and Mei Ling, they still hadn't moved. Chimera could feel Melissa in the link of course, but she didn't answer anyone. Rose was the first to reach Melissa, and she cradled her head in her lap as she sent Emma for the first aid kit. James reached down and touched her on the shoulder. "Relax, flower child, I'm prepared for something happening." James made a call on his ring. "Phoenix 1, bring 2 medics in." He had bar. Ely finished speaking when Mercy and 2 of the Phoenix medics were entering the room. Mercy took a quick look and directed them to start working on Melissa and Mei Ling. She looked at James. Did it work? James was watching as they worked on the 2 girls, worry plain in his face. "I don't know. I hope so, because I'm not putting Mei Ling through that again." Melissa was the first to respond to the treatment, and she sat up, looking over at Mei Ling. "How is she?" Rose blinked at the question. "Of course, we couldn't touch her with her voice trailed away. "I can see her in the paths," she said. Chimera shared a sudden exultation, and turned as Mei Ling stirred. James bent over, looking at Mei Ling, thinking something looked wrong, but he was too interested in what he had to say. "Happy birthday, Mei Ling. You've only been aging about 5 minutes or so, but I think you were 11 long enough." James watched Mei Ling with a smile, although something kept nagging at him. Mei Ling blinked, and went pale as she absorbed what he meant. She looked at Melissa for confirmation, and then did the last thing James would have ever guessed. Mei Ling burst into tears. James stared at Tiffany. "Did I say something wrong?" he asked in confusion. Tiffany was wiping her eyes as well, and so was Emma and Rose. "No, you said the perfect thing. It's a girl thing." James rolled his eyes. "I get any closer to being a girl, I'm going to start bleeding every month." Tiffany put an arm around him as she watched Melissa and Rose hold Mei Ling. "Not really," she disagreed. "I'm not really a girl any more than you are strictly a boy because of the soul bond." James thought about that for a minute. "We're never going to truly understand other people, are we?" Tiffany hugged him a little closer. "No, but it doesn't matter. We have Rose and Melissa to explain anything we need to know." Before they could continue their conversation, Mei Ling stood up and crossed to James. Falling back into the formal ways of her childhood, Mei Ling bowed to James. "This was your doing, and I am in your debt." She held the bow as she waited for James's response. James crossed to her, raising her head with his hand and staring into her green eyes. He froze, staring at those eyes, just like the ones he saw in the mirror every morning, and a pit grew in his stomach. "Rose, what color are Mei Ling's eyes?" He sent that question over the twin bond, the link no one else could use, not even Tiffany, so it was all he could do not to scream as he got 2 answers back. "My eyes are brown." "Why?" "She's got brown eyes." "Why?" Rose blinked and paled as she heard Mei Ling in her head, in a place that had been only her and James until now. Mei Ling realized what she'd just done, and stared at James. "What is going on?" she asked aloud, trying not to think about how she was beginning to feel the shock of the twins as they realized something big had changed. James was going over what he'd done in the ritual and suddenly hissed. I think I should have phrased the final vow a little differently. I asked to be your brother in blood and love. Rose was following his thoughts, and she had one of her own, one that made her groan. She looked at James, and spoke slowly, as if he was a not too bright child. James, you called on a spirit for help, didn't you? James looked at her. Of course, I don't have nearly the power to sever clan ties without help. Rose nodded. I thought so. Now, for the grand prize, which spirit did you call on? James blinked, frowning at Rose. Coyote, of course, he's my fav. Oh right. He trailed off as he finally realized what Rose had already figured out. Oh shit. Mei Ling was looking a bit wild as she faced James. He's what, James? Somehow your description of this spirit is lacking. James sighed. Coyote is a lot like me. He's also known as the prankster spirit. He took us literally when I asked to be your brother, and now you have the Evans eyes in our twin bond. Mei Ling thought about that for a minute. You mean you asked the trickster god to help you break my curse? She seemed to vibrate for a second, and then her hand lashed out in a perfect palm strike to James's solar plexus. While he tried to breathe, Mei Ling took half a step backwards and introduced her heel to James's cheek. James looked up at the furious Mei Ling from the ground as Melissa tried to calm her. Is that your temper, or mine? Mei Ling glared at him, only to be brought up short as Rose stood before her. James stood up, caught by the emotions Rose was feeling, and the three of him examined each other for several minutes. Only Tiffany knew about the thoughts that made them all start smiling. I have a sister family, another sister. Tiffany was the one with an irreverent thought this time. James, what are your folks going to say about becoming parents again at their age? James and Rose were busy for the next hour or so, showing Mei Ling how to use the link she'd gotten so unexpectedly. Professor Dumbledore stood off to the side, watching the three of them, forgotten by everyone he thought. At least until Emily asked him to step over to the side so she could ask him about his impressions of the ritual. And what it was like from his point of view. The headmaster had never been a part of one of Emily's research projects before, and he was mildly surprised to find out that Emily treated him just the same as she did anyone else that she wanted to interview. Give it up, oldest little sister. You aren't on the right channel to speak to the rest of Chimera. Mei Ling blinked as she thought about James's name for her. Why not? You made both links from the same spell, so I should be able to use either link. James looked at Rose, and they both looked at Mei Ling for a minute. Not really. Get with us later, and we'll explain the differences. Mei Ling frowned but held her peace as they entered the hall. She started toward the Ravenclaw table and turned back to James. James. Yes. Mei Ling grinned suddenly, her new eyes flashing brightly. Do you think anyone will notice? After dinner, Professor Dumbledore called for James. In his office, James greeted Fawkes and sat down. He waited patiently as Professor Dumbledore sat down and chose a lemon drop. The professor looked at James. I have given a great deal of thought to our discussion about Manticore Hall. And those students that do qualify for Manticore, but that you can't use in the prophecy-related matters. If you create another hidden area, and allow numerous others in there, sooner or later one of them is going to see you using the area, or is going to notice the missing area, as Emily is doing now. James grinned as he thought about Emily Kitchen walking around all of Hogwarts with a tape measure trying to find the last two founders' rooms. She hadn't figured out where they were yet, but she was determined to try. She had found Helga Hufflepuff's room, and now spent at least an hour every day wandering the halls. Measuring and checking. He thought about it for a minute, trying to figure out what they were going to do about keeping Manticore's true purpose from the rest of the school. What we really need, he said wistfully, is a room or series of rooms that nobody knows about. Professor Dumbledore looked at James, lowered his voice. I might have a way to help you with that. I would like for all 8 of you to meet me in front of the Great Hall just after curfew. James stared at the professor, and was about to ask what he wanted Manticore for when the headmaster asked about the other Manticores. It wasn't until he was on his way back to Gryffindor Tower that James realized his question had been rather neatly deflected. Late that night, just before curfew, Chimera gathered in the Gryffindor common room. Prefect Logan Marchand, this year's 7th-year prefect, was there studying for the Owls. He looked up and grinned at them. Off on a midnight raid, are you? Do I dare hope it's an extravagant prank? Rose smiled at him. Not this time, we've got an appointment with Professor Dumbledore. All of the Gryffindor prefects knew about Manticore, as they were told when they became prefects. It was helpful to have the prefects covering for them while they were doing things most students shouldn't be doing. That's too bad, he said with a sigh. I could use a bit of stress relief right now. James and Tiffany looked at each other and smiled. They'd had an idea a while back, but it never seemed to be the right time for it. Tiffany grinned at the older boy. Stress relief is it. Are you willing to lose a day of studying for your relief? Prefect Marchand blinked and thought about it. Not a whole day, no. How about half a day? James nodded. Done. Sometime this month. Right now, we have an appointment to keep. Chimera went out and down to the Great Hall. Professor Dumbledore was already there, and he looked at each of them for the longest time without saying a word. When he did speak, he was uncommonly serious. Come with me. He led them toward a little used part of the tower, speaking as he walked. Long ago, as you know, Hogwarts was required to train a certain number of wizards in the ways of magical warfare. Doing so required a place to practice spells and charms designed to level castles and do enormous damage. The professor stopped by a small door. Adam thought about the castle layout. This leads to a small courtyard, but nobody has ever been able to get the door open, and the courtyard can't be found from outside the castle. Professor Dumbledore smiled. You cannot open, because only the current headmaster of Hogwarts can open the door. He reached out and touched the door. A blue glow started at his touch, and expanded to cover the door. After a few seconds it faded away and he opened the door. He led them into the courtyard and they all looked around. It was about 50 meters wide, and completely bare except or a small building in the center of the cobblestones. Professor Dumbledore led them to the front of the building. This was where we trained the war wizards all those centuries ago. The building is larger than it looks. He pointed at the door. Whoever enters that door first will be the gatekeeper of the tower, with final say about who enters and who does not. James stared at the building while he thought about what the headmaster had said. What is the hitch, Professor? It sounds perfect, but somehow, I don't think it will be that easy. Professor Dumbledore sighed. The gatekeeper must pass a test of integrity and honor. Whoever walks through that door does so in the full knowledge that at the end of the test, they will be the protector of the tower, or they will be dead. Chimera turned to stare at the door again, which was suddenly looking ominous. The headmaster continued to speak. The gatekeeper can allow anyone to enter, but those that they allow to enter have access to everything in the tower except the Archmage's floor. The gatekeeper must give a different permission for that. They must be absolutely unbribable and incorruptible to ensure that weak people didn't try to become the gatekeeper. The test was made deadly, and everyone knew it. James sighed. This tower would be great, but I won't risk any of my people for it. He looked at the building again, and started to turn away. I won't ask anyone to risk their life here. Lisa was staring at the tower, ignoring what the people around her was saying. Here was something she could do for Manticore. You don't have to ask. I volunteer. Before the rest of Chimera figured out what she meant to do, Lisa stepped up to the door and reached for the handle. As she touched it, she disappeared, and the rest of Chimera dropped where they stood. Professor Dumbledore frowned. This was not good. Professor Dumbledore bent to check on Hagrid, who was closest to him. He breathed a sigh of relief to find him unconscious. He began checking on the other chimeras. He was just checking on Melissa when a motion flashed in the corner of his eye. He looked up to see Mei Ling shooting through the door on her starblade. Mei Ling pulled up and dropped next to Rose. What happened? Are they okay? Should I call Mercy? Professor Dumbledore stood up. I don't believe that will be necessary. I believe they will be fine. Lisa comes out of the gatekeeper's test. Mei Ling looked up from her place between James and Rose. What is the gatekeeper's test? That is a long story, the headmaster said, and it goes like this. Professor Dumbledore told Mei Ling the story of the tower as they watched over Chimera. Professor, are you saying that Lisa could die in there? That is possible, yes, but I do not think it is likely. Or I would never have brought them here. I would not want one of the others to take the test, but Lisa is suited perfectly for this test. Mei Ling nodded, thinking about it. She is the mental wizard. With unmatched honor according to the prophecy. Before Professor Dumbledore could answer her, the various people lying on the ground began stirring, and Mei Ling's attention was captured by James and Rose. "Are you okay?" she asked Rose, eliciting winces from all the chimera that were moving. Rose put one finger over Mei Ling's lips. "We will be, if you don't say anything aloud. We have headaches the size of the moon." As the 7 of them rested and Melissa began trying to soothe as much of their pain away as she could, the door to the little building opened and Lisa staggered out. She fell to her knees and wept, her body racked with shuddering sobs. Adam was the first one there and he wrapped his arms around her. She clung to him and looked up at him. She looked up and the anguish in her eyes struck like a blow. "I had to," she said, still lost in whatever had happened beyond the door. "I had to leave you all there." Adam cradled her gently. "Shish," he murmured, "it's going to be fine." He looked at the headmaster, and anger was plain in his face. "Did you know about this as well, sir? Test? I would have warned you. I assume the applicants would be told about the test by the Archmage of the tower." Lisa let go of Adam, and dried her eyes. She took a deep breath and looked around. "Mei Ling, what are you doing here?" Mei Ling rolled her eyes. "Where would you expect me to be? I was peacefully sleeping, and having the strangest dream about James and Rose walking around, and then I am struck with more pain than I have ever felt." Mei Ling's eyes grew shadowed for a minute, but she pushed the memory away. "When I recover, I can't touch these two at all." She indicated James and Rose. Lisa nodded, and turned to face the building. "I am the gatekeeper, and I command you to open." As Lisa finished speaking, the building began to glow a reddish yellow, like hot coals. The building began to grow, expanding upward and outward as they watched it. Up it grew, until it was as tall as any other tower in Hogwarts, and out, until it nearly filled the courtyard. When it finally stopped, the tower was the same octagon shape, and 40 meters across. Where the Glade door had been was a large metal double door. Above the door was a carved shelf, where 4 fierce gargoyles looked down at anyone approaching the door. Around the edge of the shelf, something was carved in Latin. Lisa looked at it, and translated, "If peace you would have, be prepared then, for war." James stepped closer to the door, looking at the shelf and gargoyles. As he came within 3 meters of the door, 2 of the gargoyles shifted and changed. They dropped down between James and the tower. James jumped back, and pulled his wand. The rest of Chimera spread out behind him, pulling their wands. "You may not enter here," hissed one of them, whose eyes glowed the same reddish yellow the tower had. James stooped, transfixed. "I need not pass. Tell me, are you truly living gargoyles, or is this a spell to make the stone live?" The gargoyles looked at him, and both of them had glowing eyes now. "Ask the wizards that bound us here," said the one that had spoken before in a low, gravelly voice filled with bitterness. "Ask the ones that came and took us from our home these 1500 years ago, binding us to keep all beings out of the Tower of War, saving only those marked by the gatekeeper." Chimera flinched at the anger in James. "Why were you bound?" The gargoyle looked at him. "The war wizards needed guardians that didn't eat or sleep, who could not be bribed, and who would live forever. They came, those long years ago, and took us from the rocky cliffs that we called home. We were easy targets then, being a new family group, and less than 60 years old. We were brought to the original location of the tower, bound to it, and that is how matters have stood for a millennium and a half." "I see," James said quietly, and turned to Lisa. "Lisa, would you be kind enough to do whatever it is that you have to do, to allow me entry?" "Yes, if you will stand still for a minute, and let me touch that link you have with all the manticores." James looked at her sharply. "How did you know about that?" Professor Dumbledore was standing quietly off to the side. He had long ago learned that merely standing still and listening was a good way to be ignored or forgotten. And that you could learn the most interesting things that way. This link, he was sure, was one of those things. Lisa sighed, and rubbed her eyes. "James," she said in the voice adults would use with not too bright children. "Emily and April have been investigating the links for nearly 2 years now. How long did you think you were going to keep it hidden?" James sighed. "Longer than this, I was hoping. Who else knows about it?" Adam answered for her. "Emily, April, All of us, and all of the team leaders, that I know of. James dropped his head. Wonderful. It was supposed to be a secret. Mei Ling had been following the conversation. If you are talking about that link that connects you with a dying manticore, everyone knows about it. We just haven't said anything because you seem to want to keep it quiet. All of Chimera turned to look at Mei Ling. She shrugged, and then smiled faintly. Emily found it, and it's something new on a project of hers. Melissa, who worked with Emily quite often, was the first to figure out what Mei Ling meant. She documented it in her notes, didn't she? And since we never told her that the manticores couldn't read her notes, Melissa let her voice trail off, allowing the others to think about it. James sighed, and shook his head. There are times I could strangle that girl. Since everyone knows about the link. Not everyone, Mr. Evans. And would you mind filling me in on this link? Professor Dumbledore was certain that when he joined Manticore, nothing had been said about a link to a dying manticore, and he did not like the sound of it. Chimera jumped, and turned to look at the headmaster, having forgotten that he was there. James looked at him, and groaned. This is not my night, he said quietly. Sir, it is a long story, and, since I doubt you are going to like it any more than Tiffany or Rose did, I'd rather finish this thing we are doing now. James had a vague hope that by the time they were done, the professor would have forgotten about it. Professor Dumbledore hesitated, and then nodded. I think we will be having a long talk, Mr. Evans. I know you won't lie to me, but apparently, I have not been asking the right questions either. James winced, and turned back to Lisa. Gatekeeper, if you would, please. Lisa took out her wand, and cast a variant of the aura reading spell. James glowed, linchpin of dozens of links and oaths. To the other sight that medics used to look inside people, James was a mass of swirling color. He seemed to radiate spikes of color, leading off in many directions. The pure white of the soul bond, thicker than all the rest, closely followed by the twin link, running to Rose and Mei Ling, green as spring grass and nearly as thick as the soul bond. Only slightly smaller was the burnished gold of Chimera's link. The clan lines, and the oaths that bound every manticore, were thin, smaller than Lisa's little finger, but they seemed larger, with the sheer number of spikes running everywhere. Lisa sorted them out patiently while the rest of Chimera watched. Here was the link she wanted, thin as a hair, and a disturbing dark red, like dried blood. Lisa isolated that one, and cast another spell. One none of the watchers could understand. As she did, James, the tower and the final moments link all glowed that reddish yellow for a minute, and then the effect faded. As it faded away, the gargoyles jumped back onto their perch. You may pass. James looked at them, even as they started to change. Wait, I would know one thing before you go. How do I break that slavery? James stared at the gargoyle. I do not agree with what was done to you, and I would free you to go on with your life. The gargoyle stared at James, and the monstrous face was too foreign for anyone there to read. But the reddish glint was back in the being's eyes. If you are serious, climb to the top floor of the tower. That is the Archmage's floor, and somewhere on it is his personal library. The ritual and the spells they used to bind us are there. A good mage should be able to undo those spells. James nodded, even as the gargoyle faded to gray stone. He studied the door as he raised the manticore ring to call for help. Phoenix 1, Phoenix 2, this is Chimera 1. He repeated the call until he got groggy responses from Mercy and Jarek. Good morning. I have a mission for Phoenix. We have new quarters, and I am activating the sudden departure. Jarek's voice was still sleep-logged. How do you expect us to depart Hogwarts? James grinned. When you get your people to the main hall, Mei Ling will meet you and she can start explaining. Right now, you need to start waking Phoenix. I want every prophecy-specific thing out of the hall and into the tower by dawn. James just grinned again and ignored Jarek's startled, what tower? He looked at Mei Ling. Would you mind escorting Phoenix here? After you have a couple of them to guide the rest, go get dressed, it's going to be a long night. Mei Ling blinked, still not quite used to hearing voices in her head. At least, not voices that should be there, said a whisper. She ignored the voice, as she had been doing for nearly 1200 years. And started toward the main hall. James turned to Chimera. Okay people, here's what we're going to do. Adam, you and Lisa will stay on the ground floor. The rest of us are going to break into teams and search this place quickly. I want to know what's in here so we can find out where to put the things we're bringing in. Adam, you and Lisa will control Phoenix until we're done. Make them stack the stuff down here, and in the meantime, I want a rough map of the tower. Each team will tell you what they are finding, and you can draw it out. James looked around. Any questions? Rose sighed and held out a hand. We have a deal, brother mine. I want my overtime pay. James stared at her. That doesn't apply to the prophecy mission, only to personal stuff. Rose shook her head. Wrong. This doing it in the middle of the night, and in one night at that, is your personal paranoia speaking, and that means this is overtime. James rolled his eyes. Fine, you win, he said, and pulled one of the candy bars they twins seemed to have an endless supply of from his robes. Here's one, I'll pay the rest after we're done. Rose smiled and turned to Melissa. Come on, we'll go to the right from the door. Melissa didn't move, staring at James. She held out her hand. I want overtime also. James did a double take. What? You heard me, said Melissa calmly, if Rose gets overtime. And I have to work just as hard with her, I want overtime. When everyone had won, they started inside, only to break out laughing at Rose's comment. Oh, James, she said over the Chimera link, so everyone could hear her. Mei Ling says she'll want hers as well. James's expression was faintly martyred as he followed the other chimeras into their new home. This is really not my night. Chimera went through the tower quickly, just seeing what was in it rather than searching it. James just wanted to be sure that there wasn't anything harmful lying around before the manticores came in. The first 2 floors were classrooms of various sizes, and the 3rd floor was classrooms for more active studies. There was a fencing salle, 2 dueling rooms, and 2 more rooms that could be used for nearly anything. The 4th floor was one large room, a meeting hall it appeared. Adam was still on the 1st floor, and he had a request. Someone pace off the walls. I think this tower is larger on the inside than on the outside, but I need a pace count. Hangeld and Emma did so, as the other 2 teams continued up the stairs. The 5th and 6th floors were quarters, possibly for the wizards that had taught here. The 7th and 8th floors were ritual rooms and magical labs, with heavily warded walls and thick doors. The 9th floor was a series of storerooms, filled with boxes and crates. And other things less easy to classify. The 10th floor was a library, and James groaned as he saw it. Great. This time, y'all are going to take a turn making sure Emily eats once in a while. He went through the library quickly, and everyone knew that James was far more interested in the top floor. James, I've got Phoenix here, are you ready for them? Mei Ling's mental voice was loud, as if she thought she'd have to shout to be heard over long distances. Yes, we are, said Rose, as James started up the stairs to the next floor. Have them take the books to the 10th floor, and turn the first room on the 5th floor into the armory. Jarek will know how to set the wards. Rose and James were discussing possibilities in their own private language over their link, and it came as quite the shock when Mei Ling interjected a comment. James stopped on the stairs, startled. Comprehend? He asked Mei Ling. Shouldn't I? Responded an equally startled Mei Ling. James and Rose thought about it. No one else had ever understood what they were saying, but then, no one else could touch the link they shared until now. They shrugged and continued with what they were doing. Miley and April would simply add this to the data they were amassing on the links and Manticore. Mei Ling, have Emily join us on the 10th floor, would you? Mei Ling agreed, and Chimera soon heard feet on the tower stairs. Emily came into the library and stopped. She looked around carefully and smiled. I am so glad Jarek and I decided to join Manticore. I get to see so many new books with you. James was back from the 11th floor, and he grinned at Emily. I have a job for you. I need you to find a book, and one spell in that book. Emily looked around, estimating the number of books in this room. What's the name of the book? She asked. I don't know. Emily looked at James again. Do you know what it's about, who it's by, what color it is, anything? James grinned, struggling not to laugh at the expression on Emily's face. I know 2 things about it. You may have noticed 4 gargoyles above the door to the tower. They are alive, bound there in slavery, and I am going to free them. The book you want is going to have the ritual that bound them, and how to unbind them. He raised one hand. I can say that the book is not in this library. It's above us. Emily looked at James, finally noticing the smile curving his lips. You knew what I was thinking, she accused him, a charge James didn't deny. She thought about it for a minute. So I have to search an unknown number of books for a ritual binding that I won't know is right until I read it. Is that what you're saying, Yank? James nodded slowly. Yes, I believe that covers it. Emily closed her eyes. Give me strength, she muttered under her breath, and then looked at James again. You are aware that I have owls this year, are you not? James tilted his head and looked surprised. What is this? Do I hear Emily saying a simple research job is beyond her? He sighed, and turned toward Emma, winking at her. Emma, would you get Harry, please? I'm sure he can do this. Emily bristled, glaring at James. Harry, my brother has no respect for any book more than a decade old, and doesn't know how to treat them. James interrupted her. Then you'll do it. Of course I will, and I suppose you want it done by dawn. James shrugged. Actually, I don't know how long it is going to take yet. Follow me and we'll find out. James led Chimera and Emily to the 11th floor. This floor was a short hallway with 5 doors leading off the hall. Each door had a symbol on it, but that was all. James looked around at the others. Does anyone recognize any of these? None of the chimeras did, and James turned to Lisa. I don't suppose being the gatekeeper helps you out with this, does it? Lisa shook her head. Wonderful, said James, but before he could say anything else, Emily spoke. James, she said, staring at one door. Do you mind if I get started in the library? James stared at her. You can read these symbols. Emily shook her head. I can only read that one, on that door. It's an older regional variant of Old High Latin. James rubbed his eyes. How is it, he asked, that you know that one symbol there, but none of the others? Emily was already moving toward the door she had indicated. I know the word, sign, or symbol for library, book, and scroll in every language I could look up. That does not mean I can read all those languages. She opened the door and went inside, leaving Chimera staring bemusedly after her. James shook his head. I'm going to remind you all of this, the next time you accuse me of having a one-track mind. He turned to the next door and opened it. The room beyond the door was an office, with a private bathroom and a small orrery attached to it. Emma suggested that they give this room to Jarek, since he spent so much time reading the things owls brought him, and James agreed. The next room was a bedroom, and since it had a connecting door to the office, James decided to make it into an office for Chimera. They went back into the hall where Angeld reached for the last door. Before he could open it, a ghost came through the door. In life, he had been a short man with very little hair, and he was smiling at them. Thank Merlin. It's about time someone came. Who has assumed the mantle and responsibility of Archmage of the Tower of War? Chimera stared at the ghost, and Angeld backed up. Rose stepped forward. I'm sorry, sir, she said politely, but no one has assumed the position. We are merely using the tower for an educational society. The ghost looked at her for several minutes, and then looked at each of the chimeras in turn. Hogwash, he said finally, to be polite. I was there when we hid the towers from time, and I know what conditions were set on the tower being reopened. And yet, you are but children, despite those two's apparent age, and your size. He indicated James, Tiffany, and Angeld. I think we have things to talk about. Shall we adjourn to the library, where we can sit? They went into the library, where Emily was already hard at work. She glanced up as they came in, and went back to her books. James, she said absently, still reading whatever she had in her hand, can I use this as my research center? There is some fascinating material here. The ghost looked affronted. Miss, this is the personal library of the Archmage of the Tower, not a research center for students. Emily didn't even look up. As far as I know, there has not been an Archmage in this tower for over 1,000 years. James is the closest thing we have to an Archmage, and if he says I can use it, nobody else is going to say I cannot. The ghost frowned at her. But Rose intervened. Excuse me, but who are you? I thought I knew all the ghosts in Hogwarts by sight at least. The ghost turned back to Chimera. I am the Archmage of the Tower of War. When you assume the position of Archmage of one of the towers, you erase your name and all ties with the rest of the world, so that you might better serve your tower. He looked at the group. Which of you is James? I am James Evans. James introduced the group, including Emily, who didn't even notice. You mentioned some conditions, when you said that the tower was hidden from time. What did you mean by that? The ghost sighed. That is a long story. Once there were 25 towers, each dedicated to a different facet of magic and learning. In the days after the end of the last Goblin War, it was decided that they were no longer needed, as wizards began to spread out and disperse into smaller communities. He scratched his head. The archmages of all the towers met, and we were considering abandoning the towers altogether. Before we could agree on that, one of our archmages, the leader of the Tower of Healing, had a vision. He saw that one day, some of the towers would be needed again. We listened to him, and decided to hide the towers from time, so that they would not be affected by the passage of time. The ghost smiled thinly. 2 things made the great spell possible. First, the archmage of any tower has a great deal of power to draw on, and second, we were not changing time. We shrank the towers to the size you found it in, and... He frowned. I don't know how to say it. We turned the towers 90 degrees from everywhere. There was a pause as the young people tried to imagine pushing something at right angles to every direction at once. The ghost watched, amused. Don't bother trying to imagine it, I've been trying. For years, and even now all it gets me is a headache. He looked toward Emily. Anyway, we hid 22 of the towers that way, leaving only 3 still operating. The Tower of Healing. Melissa choked and coughed. Chimera looked at her, and Lisa leaned forward. Melissa, you wouldn't know where that tower is, would you? Melissa smiled, and turned toward the ghost. Which other towers did you leave in use? Hangeld frowned. Mother talked about a tower once, he said softly, a place where anyone could come and learn, no matter what their race. Centaurs studied with house elves, and even those of giant blood were allowed to study anything they wanted. The ghost nodded. That was the idea of the Tower of All, had magic, and its uses were there for anyone with the skill and the desire to learn. They were in France last I knew. The ghost looked up, surprised. Of course they can. It's a simple spell, once you learn how to do it. He looked around at the stunned faces around him. Has the knowledge of transporting buildings been lost then? It was not common, but you used to see a tower or other building flying in the sky often. James sighed, and slumped back. Oh, that spell. No, it has not been lost, merely banned because of Muggle planes and radar. I was hoping you had something different. The ghost looked at him, confused. What have Muggles to do with us? If they cause problems, just erase their memories, or kill them. Chimera stared at the ghost, appalled. He had suggested killing the mug. Glees in the same tone one of them would use about a fly or other pest that was annoying you. Melissa shook her head. You just can't go around killing Muggles like that. Why not? It is not as if they don't breed like rabbits. One of the archmages even suggested that one day, they would number in the billions. He snorted. Such foolishness. Everyone knows that the planet can't support more than a few million people. Maybe 300 or 400 million at most, and even that many would take serious rules about the number of children you could have, how much you could eat, and a host of other rules. Chimera looked at each other, wondering how to tell the ghost that Muggles numbered in the billions, and that his colleague had been right, when Emily took the matter out of their hands. Actually, she said, still leaving through a book, that's not quite true. With Muggle technology, they are supporting billions of people now. The ghost stared at her, and then turned back to the group. Is that true? Are there truly billions of people on the planet? James nodded. Yes, there are. I am from America, and there are 240 million people in my country alone. The ghost frowned. I am not familiar with America. Is that in Africa? James and Rose stared at the ghost while the rest of Chimera choked down laughter. Rose thought about it. When did you seal the tower? In 1489. Why? Rose nodded. A few years later, a man named Christopher Columbus would find a new continent, while looking for a western route to India. It is called America. The ghost blinked, thinking about that. He finally shook his head, saying, we can discuss the history of the world later. I have a question now. Since you were able to open the tower, That means that all the conditions of the spell have been met. Tell me, who is the enemy that will threaten 2 continents within 10 years? The goblins perhaps. They have been silent for many years. Or have the Valinets finally risen? James looked up at the last question as his paranoia stirred. The who? I didn't recognize that last group. The ghost looked at him. The Valinets are a clan, who believe they are the direct descent. NTS of the first people to ever do magic. They also believe that they should rule all the wizards because of that blood. They tried to take over in 941, and were only stopped after 4 years of brutal fighting. Some of them got away though, more than 100 of them. They swore they would return one day, to rule what was rightfully theirs. I wonder if the patient child is one of those people, mused James thoughtfully. It would fit the patient bit very well. Rose looked at the ghost, and at James. Do we tell him about Manticore? James thought about it for a minute, and told her, no. Let's leave it at the educational story for now. Somehow, I don't trust him. He was glad, too glad to see anybody show up. Rose and Melissa stayed with the ghost to talk and use their talents on him, while the rest of Chimera left to help move the prophecy-related things into the tower. By 0500 the next morning, everything was in the tower, and all the manticores were warned about the ghost. James kept most of the manticores away from the Archmage's floor for the next few days while they set up the tower. Jarek and William Moore interviewed the ghost, and came away from the interrogation with one very important fact. Whoever accepted the mantle of the Archmage could not leave the tower, ever. James grinned thinly when he heard that. I knew he was too happy to see people. He warned everyone about the ghost, and started allowing everyone up there. The ghost tried to ask a few people if they were the new Archmage, but after James used the polter grip prank on him, and Raiden to leave him pinned to a wall for all eternity, the ghost stopped doing that. Manticore Hall was turned into a study hall, and 10 days after the original Manticores moved into the tower, Mies and Chimera began interviewing the people whose academic standings qualified them for Manticore, but who had not passed Rose and Melissa's tests. Some of them couldn't keep a secret, some were gentle people, and incapable of the violence that would be part of a Manticore's life, but whatever the reason, they had not been accepted for the prophecy. They were still good students though, and with the guidance of the theories being tested, they were about to become better. That almost all of Ravenclaw was eligible surprised no one, but that almost half of Hufflepuff was shocked many. Only a quarter of the Gryffindors and Slytherins were eligible, a fact that had Professor Snape waxing sarcastic in his house one night. Professor McGonagall could point out that her house had a large number of Manticore in the first group, and that they were even with Hufflepuff in numbers. 1 week before the end of the month, James set up a contest for Manticore. The rules were simple. Any Manticore, couple, team, or group could enter, and they had to pull a prank that encompassed at least a third of the people in the school. The prank had to go off on Saturday, starting at noon, and all the FFECTS of the pranks had to be gone by 0100 in the morning. The prank also had to be signed by the people taking credit for it. James and Rose would judge the pranks based on originality, effort, and how funny it was. James and Rose were not eligible, nor was Chimera as a team, since James and Rose were judging the contest. They warned Professor Dumbledore, who was invited to join the fun, but the rest of the staff was left in the dark. With his promise to the prefect out of the way, James concentrated on setting up the new tower. Armed with the rituals that had created the wards on the tower, which Emily had found in the Archmage's library, they removed the wards from the lowest 4 floors, allowing anyone to enter there. The first floor was converted into lounging areas, with chairs and couches, and the fiction that had been collecting in Manticore's library. If anyone noticed that the areas had quite a few shadowy nooks, with large chairs, or just a single small couch, they didn't say anything. The second floor was left alone for the most part, although each team picked a room for their own, a place they could decorate as they chose. The Manticores that were not in teams yet decorated a few of the rooms as well. James noted with a grin that the room claimed by Raven, Stephanie Spence and their friends acquired very good wards in the middle of the night, and made a note to keep an eye on that bunch. Dirk Clave had some common sense, but the rest of that group was among the more extreme Manticores. The third floor had its wards strengthened, and was used for dueling cracked ice and a new form of torture James brought in. The 25 machines he brought in from some bloody place were called bow flexes, but after James started requiring that every manticore spend at least 3 sessions each week with them, many of the manticores were convinced they were Muggle torture devices. Each session only had to be 30 minutes long, but James had gotten a list of exercises from Professor Evans. And that was, in the words of one of the younger manticores, just bloody wrong. The 4th floor was turned into the general meeting room, a new manticore hall. One side was Chimera's, complete with Rose's windowsill. Professor Dumbledore had moved it for her, at Melissa's request, complete with her favorite cushions. All the teams had tables here, large enough for the team to plan on. And each manticore had a chair of their own, marked with their personal symbol. James had followed through on a whimsical comment he'd made once, and had flags made for the teams. Those flags hung over each team's table and were a black field with the team's symbol in the center. The linked teams had 3 personal emblems to a side, while Phoenix had a row of personal symbols bordering the outside edge. Chimera's flag was the same as the linked teams, with 4 personal marks down each side. At the front of the room, the Manticore flag hung over the podium. Behind the stand were maps of the world, both as wizards knew it, and as the Muggles knew it. There were chalkboards and places to pin things for the briefings, along with all the other things the speaker would need. There were also tables for the manticores not in teams yet, and a new table, with the symbols of the Wolfpack trainers, as well as chairs for Professor Dumbledore and April Erskine. The floors that had been quarters for the instructors were converted to a variety of uses, mostly rooms for the Muggle weapons and labs for experiments. Emma and Hangeld had their own private potions lab, and they rated to use the person that had painted their door with glowing warning signs in their next experiment, if they ever caught them. Friday afternoon, James was sitting in Manticore Hall, working on the final changes for his prank. While he couldn't enter the contest, there was nothing to say that he couldn't have a bit of fun. He finished it and looked around the nearly empty room, idly wondering where everyone was. They were less than a dozen people on the 4th floor, and most of them were chimeras. He could feel Chimera and Mei Ling quite easily, of course, and that brought to mind some thing that he'd noted during Mei Ling's classes in Tai Chi. He entered the light meditation state that she had taught them. As he meditated, he could feel Chimera and Mei Ling strongly, like beacons in his mind. He knew where each of them were, and what they were doing. Under them, he could dimly feel another group, harder to reach. He relaxed, sinking deeper into the trance state, and he found himself opening to that group. James was seeing only with his mind's eyes now, and he could feel very Manticore bound to him within the clan, and with the final moments link. Blackness surrounded him, relieved on by the lights of the Manticores. Some of them were stronger, some were dimmer, but all of them pulsed with multi-hued lights. "It's very pretty, James, but it is dinner time, and I'm hungry." James considered the light in front of him, the touch of Tiffany's mind. Like all of the Manticores, her light was multiple colors. The pure white that was her essence, overlaid with dozens of colors. The soul bond was a brilliant gold, and the links were the blue of a summer sky. The emerald green must be her pyromancy, he decided, and the pale red that washed over the whole of her being was the love they shared. He looked around at all the Manticores one more time, and began easing out of trance. "You are as beautiful here as you are in the flesh," he thought as he opened his eyes, "and since I like your flesh, I can't let you starve, now can I?" Tiffany was sitting in his lap, and kissed him as he looked at her. "No, you can't. Come on, the rest of them are waiting for us." The Beau X-Baton's Quidditch team was eating at the Gryffindor table again, as they ate with a different house each day, but Chimera hadn't paid them much attention. They had been too busy with school and the tower to worry about the visitors. They were surprised then, when Arthur Pendragon sat down across from James. James and Rose looked at him, and felt that tingling shock again. They looked at each other, and went back to eating. Arthur Pendragon ate and studied the twins with a slight frown. Finally, when it became obvious that they would simply ignore him, he cleared his throat, and said, "Your YF Finders have the best team in this school, supposedly. Why aren't you playing against us?" James flared at the demand, because that is what it was. Arthur's tone expressed his complete assurance that he would get an answer. And one that he liked. James thought about what he wanted to say, and then let the flash of anger he'd felt at the aristocratic tone answer for him. We're rather busy right now. And playing Quidditch is not in our current plans. James continued eating, barely pausing to speak, and was aware of the quickly hidden anger in Arthur's face at his bored answer. Arthur stared steadily at him as he responded. I think you are simply scared to be beaten in front of your school. Tiffany touched his leg under the table, stilling the automatic response James wanted to make. He allowed his anger to calm before he replied. I think your parents forgot to teach you manners. Since when do guests insult their hosts, without cause? Arthur smiled suddenly, and nodded. He looked around, and lowered his voice. That's why I don't know you, you're Americans. Which line of the Pendragon clan are you from, anyway? James barely glanced at him. We're not in the Pendragon clan, here or America, or anywhere else. Arthur raised an eyebrow, and then sighed. I felt the recognition, and so did you. Don't try to lie about it. James didn't even try to hide the anger he felt this time, as he stared at Arthur. But his voice remained low and conversational. You call me a liar again, and I'll break your face and wand. We are not in any branch, line, or part of the Pendragon clan. Arthur had not flinched when James threatened him, but he was wary now. Tell me you didn't feel the recognition, he challenged. Arthur looked at Rose, but she was talking to Melissa in low tones. In fact, all of the manticores sitting around the bottom of the Gryffindor table were suddenly deep in conversation with someone, and Arthur was suddenly an island of silence in that talk. James was watching him out of the corner of his eye, and recognized the flare of anger in Arthur's eyes quite easily. He'd felt it enough in himself after all. He was wondering what Arthur would do with that anger when he found out. I think, said Arthur, in a voice that carried to the table on each side of Gryffindor, that you're simply cowards, scared to admit you can't beat a real team. Silence spread through the room, as people were told what Arthur had said and they waited for James's response. James had started to flare up, but Tiffany and Rose, sitting on each side of him, had reached for him as soon as they felt his anger rise. And they calmed him enough for him to think about his response. That response came not from James however, but Lisa, as James spoke to her over the link. She stood in the silence that had fallen across the hall and spoke to the staff table. Professor Potter, I believe the Quidditch pitch is open Sunday morning, is it not? After a moment's thought, Harry agreed that the pitch was open then. Lisa nodded, and asked, may Chimera reserve it then, along with the services of a referee? I think that could be arranged, said Harry mildly, although he had a faint smile on his face. He was proud of the domination of the Gryffindor team and had been very disappointed to find out that they would not be playing the Beauxbatons team. This would be fun to watch. Lisa nodded and thanked him. She looked at Arthur and spoke coldly. You, sir, have come to this school as a guest and have been treated with nothing but respect. You have chosen to act the prat, and repay courtesy with insults. You have chosen to insult our courage and our skills. We will answer those insults on the pitch. Sunday morning, our team will meet your team on the pitch. If we win that match, you will apologize to our team publicly, as you insulted us. After that, you will not speak to any of our team again. Lacey Misthold, the captain of the Beauxbatons team, stood up, casting an annoyed glance at Arthur. She answered Lisa, we will meet you on the pitch, but I want you to know that the insult was his, not the team's thoughts toward you. Lisa nodded. So noted. Do you care if there are spectators? Lacey thought about it and shrugged. We are going to watch the Hufflepuff team play, so I suppose it's only fair that they get to watch us play. Lisa nodded again, and looked at Professor Potter again. Would you make sure the pitch is ready, please? Professor Potter nodded and bent to speak to Madam Potter, sitting next to him. She grinned at whatever he said, and looked at Tiffany, smiling. Ginny Weasley had been a fair seeker, and a better chaser. She was more than willing to watch her daughter play the Beauxbatons team. Lisa was looking at Arthur before she sat down. Her voice was no longer pitched to carry around the room as she spoke to him again. Sunday morning, you are going to learn a valuable lesson. She sat down and began to eat her dinner. Adam took up where Lisa had left off. You should never start a fight. Emma was next. Until you know what your enemy is capable of. Angel didn't even look at him. Fortunately, learning this lesson is not going to cost you much. Melissa chimed in, or even hurt you much. James and Rose looked at him. Because we want you there to be humiliated by the Hufflepuffs. They got up and left, taking the rest of Chimera with them. Arthur's anger had faded under the verbal assault, as he watched people he hadn't even been aware of answer his insults without speaking to each other. He watched them leave, and looked around. The Manticores were studiously ignoring him, and he finished his meal in silence. Professor Dumbledore and Headmistress Lamore had watched the byplay, and now Professor Dumbledore turned to her. At least we have a good nurse. Mr. Pendragon will be able to play next week against Hufflepuff. The Beauxbatons headmistress looked startled. You don't think they would try to hurt him, do you? Professor Dumbledore shook his head. Not deliberately, but Mr. Evans will be hunting for Mr. Pendragon during the match. Had Mr. Pendragon only insulted James, he might have gotten away with it, but he chose to insult James. His soul bonded, his sister, and all his friends. James Evans will be looking for him during the match. In Gryffindor Tower, James was planning that very thing. Lisa looked at him. I thought you didn't want to take a chance at not being invited to play next year. James smiled thinly. I don't, which means we have the hardest game we've ever played coming up in 2 days. We have to win, without getting more than 50 points in front of them, and without making it obvious that we're holding back. The others stared at him. You do realize, Emma said, that if their seeker catches the snitch, and we're holding back that much, we're going to lose. James was pacing back and forth as he thought about the match. I have faith in Tiffany, he said absently, earning a smile from her. And in our team. Chimera went to work, planning their strategy for Sunday. Saturday dawned bright and clear, a beautiful day for Quidditch, and the breakfast talk was all about the game being played today. The Hufflepuff team would play the thrown-together team of Slytherins for the right to play Beauxbatons the following week. Chimera and the other Quidditch play. From Ravenclaw and Slytherin were confident that Hufflepuff was going to win, but most of the students were not so sure. After all, Hufflepuff was at the bottom of the standings, and that meant they couldn't be all that good, didn't it? Sonia called James on the ring. Chimera won. You should hear the talk at the table this morning. The Goyle brothers started it, and now everyone is telling Arthur about your fights. And the mystery of the gerunds. James grinned at the thought of the gerunds. They had apparently dropped off the face of the earth after graduating. Since very few people knew what had actually happened to them. And James and Tiffany simply smiled every time the subject came up. Most of the students almost believed the rumors that the soul-bonded had hunted them down the summer and done unspeakable things to them involving spoons, then hidden the bodies. The truth was far more prosaic than that. The gerunds had finished school, and started looking for jobs, as most people did. They were offered a position making very good money, but shrouded in secrecy. They finally decided to take the job, and signed an oath to keep the job secret. Only after they were bound by the oath did they find out where they were going. They had accepted a job testing the uses of magic and magical items under extreme weather conditions, and would spend the next 3 years doing so. In Antarctica, keep using it until it doesn't work anymore, and then go on to another. I'll keep track of the ones you use here, and we'll change them before next week. I don't want the boba. Tons knowing all your tactics before the match with them. Chimera went to their seats as Denise Crosby started her pregame announcing. Good morning, everyone. It's a fine day for Quidditch, and we should have an interesting match today. Quote, she looked at her notes, and murmured something to Emily Kitchen, who was sitting next to her. Today we're going to find out who will play the Beauxbatons team next week. The Hufflepuff team is the odds-on favorite to win. The first time in 25 years they have been favored to win a Quidditch match against Slytherin House. That comment drew a black look from Professor Snape, who had been irritable all week. Most of that was because he'd watched both teams practice, and he was certain that his house was about to be humiliated again. Denise hadn't even seen the look, and she continued. They had been favored to win this match before, but the addition of the Infernos and weeks of intense coaching by the Gryffindor team have boosted those odds even higher. She paused for a second, listening to something Emily had to say, and then continued. Normally, I would be telling you about the teams right now, but I can't tell you anything about the Slytherin team. The regular Slytherin team joined the Ravenclaw and Gryffindor teams in declining to play against Beauxbatons, and this Slytherin team is a hastily thrown together team with no experience on the pitch. The Hufflepuff team, on the other hand, has 2 years of experience together, with the exception of Carrie Fudge, who replaces Dan Jacks, a 5th-year student more worried about owls than Quidditch. She took a sip of her tea, wondering why anyone would get up this early to play a game, and continued. The Hufflepuff team has yet to win a game this year, but they did stay within 50 points of Slytherin and Ravenclaw, and they managed to score more points against Gryffindor than Slytherin did, a remarkable feat given the disadvantages they play under. Denise grinned then. That may change next year. Between the donation of the Infernos by an alumni and the coaching of Adam Brooks, who creates the plays for the Gryffindor team, we may be surprised by this team next year. She stopped, looking at the changing room, trying to see if they were ready yet. Today, those disadvantages are gone, and the word from the Gryffindor team is that Hufflepuff is eminently capable of defending Hogwarts against Beauxbatons. She was tapped by Emily, who pointed toward the north changing rooms. And here they are, the Hufflepuff team of Mayfair, Whittaker, Marshall, Whittaker, Lupin, Fudge, and Montgomery. A cheer rose from the stands as the Hufflepuff team flew once around the pitch, and then took their places for the start of the match. Here comes the Slytherin team of Martinova, Danders, Majors, Kittle, Crabbe, and Zanderson. Professor Potter was judging this match, and he spoke to both teams for a minute, and then released the quaffle. The quaffle is up, and Hufflepuff takes control. It's Whittaker to Marshall and a beautiful hit by Carrie Fudge on Danders. Danders is out of control. No, he's got it back, but Hufflepuff has scored the first points of the game. The Hufflepuff chasers had taken advantage of the distraction by Carrie to score, and they were euphoric. The next 2 hours and 19 minutes were an eternity for the Slytherin team. Hufflepuff had honed their skills against teams with 4 or more linked players, and against any normal team, they could more than hold their own. Against a pick-up team like this one, they dominated the match completely. Professor Snape left the stands when the score reached 200-40. His expression did not bode well for the Slytherin team when he got his hands on them. When the snitch finally made its appearance, Zanderson dove for it, even though catching it wouldn't help his team at all. At this point, all he wanted was to end the game. Xavier Montgomery thought about letting him have it, but his competitive streak pushed him into a dive after the snitch. Denise saw them diving out of the high positions they had held most of the game. There go the Seekers. They're diving at the center of the pitch. I don't see the snitch. No, wait, there it is. It's just above the ground, not 6 inches off the pitch, and Montgomery is passing Zanderson, and it's going to be a race. She cleared her throat, getting hoarse from the shouting, and continued. Zanderson tries to check the smaller Montgomery, and Montgomery loses a few feet avoiding the blow. He's coming back, pushing his broomstick, and they are side by side. Oh, Zanderson tries to check Montgomery again, but Montgomery is ready for him, and a quick dip leaves Zanderson out of position. He's going to have to make up the distance he lost now. Montgomery could see the snitch, but he didn't dare slow down to grab it with Zanderson ready to bump him from behind. They were only a meter or so off the ground, and he'd ever be able to recover before slamming into the pitch. Since he was certain that would hurt, and he didn't want to test the theory personally, he had to catch the snitch without slowing down. He made his decision in a split second, and crossed his feet under his broomstick, taking a firm grip with one hand. Montgomery has a little space, but he can't slow down. I think he's going to overshoot the snitch. Oh, Montgomery has turned over, he's reaching, and yes, Montgomery has the snitch, making a spectacular one-handed catch from an inverted position. Hufflepuff has taken the match. In front of the entire school, Xavier Montgomery, the seeker that had never caught the snitch, made his first catch streaking along barely a meter off the ground, and doing it one-handed. That alone would have elevated him into Hufflepuff fame. But he was also flying upside down when he did it. Listening to the crowd cheering, Headmistress Lamore turned to look at Professor Dumbledore. This is your worst team. Suddenly, I am glad we are not playing the best team. Professor Dumbledore smiled faintly. You are playing the best team, tomorrow. He thought about the mayhem that would take place this AF. Turnuna's Manticore had their prank contest, and smiled wider. His eyes were twinkling madly as he clarified that statement. That is, you will play them if any of them are alive tomorrow. He rolled out of bed and was getting dressed even as he used the Chimera link to prod people awake. He was still trying to get into his shirt as he went to the window to check the weather. He looked at the sky and groaned. It was a dark morning, with a solid mass of clouds that had rolled in overnight, and from the looks of it, the wind would be knocking along at a good clip as well. He was talking strategies as he got his equipment out, until James sounded over the link. He stopped, startled, and looked around. Adam and Hangeld were staring crossly at him. James, said Adam in a very quiet voice, I realize you want us to win. And that you are a morning person. I can deal with that. However, yours is not the first voice I want to hear in my head when I wake up. You've no doubt already said hello to your lady. So give us time to say good morning to ours, or Hangeld and I will drop you in the lake while you sleep every night until you get the idea. James stared at Adam, while Tiffany RMED him that Lisa and Emma were just as upset. James sighed in mock disappointment. I suppose, if you really need to, even thought you just saw them last night. Hangeld looked at James, and a slow smile crossed his face. James, if you're going to lecture us about our relationships, you might want to wear a turtleneck sweater while you're doing it. James blinked, wondering what that had to do. He figured it out, and spun. Looking in the mirror. That's a good love. Did the vampire that bit you get away? Asked the mirror. In separate rooms, James and Tiffany blushed a dark red as tea. Hay stared at the rather large love bite on James's neck. James turned back to his grinning roommates. I think, he said, attempting to muster his dignity, that a turtleneck sounds like a good idea today. At breakfast, Rose brought out a scroll, passing it to James. Here's your copy of the pranks from yesterday, vamp victim. James flushed slightly, and was about to say something when Rose distracted him. I think the whole sheep thing. James interrupted her, that was good, but the icicle sheets. Area 51 showed, singing Egyptians. They continued to argue about the pranks from the previous day until they got to the changing rooms. Chimera had a routine in the changing rooms that never changed. They changed and then everyone crowded into one room, where they would discuss who they were playing and what they planned to do that day. Along the way, they would slide into a deeper acceptance of the link, where Adam's strategy, James's stubborn will, Emma's fearlessness, all the thin GS that made each of them who they were merged into a single gestalt. This gestalt was the real secret to their Quidditch success, because with it, they were nearly as close as James and Rose, or James and Tiffany. Only Rose held anything back, and after the disastrous results the only time she'd used the site to play Quidditch, none of the other chimeras really wanted her to try it again. They discussed what they'd seen of the Bobattons, and made guesses at how they would play. The chasers were well mounted, and so was Lacey Misthold, the Seeker. In fact, she had a Starblade. James had grinned when he heard that. He'd looked at Tiffany and told her, now you get to see if you're really a good Seeker, or just better mounted. That comment had led to a pillow fight, then to a wrestling match after a pillow broke open. And then to the love bite on James's neck. Therefore, the whole thing was his fault, which any woman could have told you anyway. Raven. The signal to start came, and they flew around the pitch, staying as close as the links would let them. They pulled up, waiting for the Bobattons team, and they were not long in coming. They lined up, and Lacey Misthold, the Bobattons captain, faced off with Lisa. She grinned at Lisa. Why couldn't we have done this yesterday? Lisa smiled back. The Hufflepuffs had the pitch yesterday morning, and playing in the afternoon might have been bad. Just imagine turning into a sheep up here. Lacey giggled at the thought of the sheep that had been chasing people around the castle, begging to be counted. No, that would not have been good. Professor Flitwick was the referee, as usual when Gryffindor played. If the captains are done chatting, can we start the match now? The two girls grinned at him, wished each other good luck, and said they were ready. The quaffle was released and the Bobattons started down the pitch toward Hangeld. James arrowed toward a bludger, and hit it at Arthur, who dodged it easily, only to have to break formation with his fellow players as Rose's bludger nearly hit him from the other side. Hangeld deflected the first shot, and Lisa Malfoy retrieved the quaffle, tossing it to Melissa as the Gryffindors started back down the pitch. James and Rose were concentrating on Arthur, knocking the bludgers at him every time they had them, and only occasionally sending them at other people, mostly when they didn't have a shot at Arthur. The Beauxbatons team was very good, but the Gryffindors knew within about 20 minutes that they were better. In fact, they were hard-pressed to stay within 50 points of the Beauxbatons team without making it obvious that they were holding back, and even at that, some of the more avid Quidditch fans knew something was wrong. Professor Dumbledore knew it as well, and called James on the Manticore ring. "Mr. Evans, playing less than your best is a type of lie. I suggest that you stop." James frowned, thinking about it. Finally, he sighed and looked at the rest of the team. "Change of plans, Chimera. Tiffany, try to find that snitch quickly, please. Lisa, I think the Beauxbatons need a dilemma to solve, and Rose and I will continue. Let's play Quidditch." Rose batted a bludger at the Beauxbatons, chasers only to watch Mike Apple knock it away. "James, we need to be careful with Arthur, he's not doing too well, and if we hit him again, he might just fall off his broomstick." James grinned mirthlessly. "Good, that's what I want. I'm staying as close as I can. I want to rescue him, just to add insult to injury, and if you could catch his broomstick, that would be just perfect." Quote, James and Rose had already hit Arthur or his broomstick a dozen times, and now he was just following his teammates around the pitch, trying to stay on his broomstick and watching the Gryffindor beaters. James batted another bludger his way and Arthur was dodging it long before it got to him, only to be blindsided as Rose sent a bludger into the twigs of his broomstick from the side and below him. Arthur fell off, just as Rose had predicted, but hadn't fallen 20 meters before James and Melissa were there to hold him until Rose brought his broomstick back. They set him on it and Melissa healed the minor injuries he'd gotten playing target for the Evans twins. Melissa and Rose left, but James paused long enough to catch Arthur's eye. "If you ever insult my friends like that again, Mr. Pendragon, I'll make the rest of your life as miserable as the last hour has been. Do we understand each other?" Arthur looked at James, rubbing the bruises. Melissa had not healed in her quick healing and looked at James warily. "If you're not a Pendragon," he said wryly, "you should be. You've got quite the temper, and a rather fierce loyalty." James nodded, and looked at the other end of the pitch, where Beauxbatons had scored. "That all being said, let's go play Quidditch, shall we?" For the rest of the game, the Gryffindors forgot grudges and insults, settling down to play Quidditch just to have fun. This was probably the least most important game they would ever play in front of other people, since James's message to Arthur had been delivered, and they began listening to Adam, trying out some of the more elaborate plays that they hadn't tried in real matches yet. The Beauxbatons team was quite good, and they actually scored quite often. But the link made pinpoint accuracy possible, and being able to tell a person that the quaffle was coming their way from across the pitch without yelling it out for everyone to hear was too large an advantage. Tiffany's capture of the snitch was surprisingly anticlimactic. She'd been up high most of the game, and looking down for the snitch, as most seekers did. She was taking a quick look at the sky, where the clouds were beginning to break up, when she saw the snitch, some 15 meters above her. With the match over, the two teams landed. Lacey found Lisa. "The next time Arthur insults one of you, just hex him, will you?" She looked around, and stepped closer. "You've played both of us, which team do you think is better?" Lisa thought about it for a minute. "I think next week's game will come down to who catches the snitch. Both of you are good, and it's going to be a good match." Lacey sighed. "I was afraid of that. I'm not that good of a seeker. The only reason I am the seeker is because I was better than the other person that tried out, and that's not saying much." She grinned at Lisa. The poor fellow was on a borrowed broomstick. She rolled her eyes. Lisa grinned and suggested they get together for lunch. She knew that this was one of the people that Rose and Melissa had passed judgment on, and she was going to see just what kind of a person Lacey was. Lacey and Lisa started walking away, and Lacey watched James sweep Rose, Mei Ling and Tiffany into a hug, celebrating the victory. "She's very good. Is she the daughter of Professor Potter?" Lacey asked. Lisa smiled at the visitor and answered the unspoken question as well. "Yes, She is, and yes, he is that Harry Potter. Lacey laughed, and linked arms with Lisa. He's a little obsessive, our professor. She looked around, making sure no one else could hear her. Of course, he's also cute enough to get away with it. The two girls disappeared into the castle, giggling. At lunch, Arthur delivered his apology in a clear voice, eliciting respect from Chimera. Monday night after classes, Jarek came to James with the files he'd amassed on the Beauxbatons visitors, and James spent the night reading them. The next day, after the classes of the day were over, he went to see Professor Dumbledore. They discussed the information Jarek had received from his father, and set up a meeting with the students that had passed all of the requirements. That list included Lacey Misthold, both of the Sanchez siblings, and Trey Cale. Professor Dumbledore looked at the list and then at James. Why isn't Mr. Pendragon on this list? He seems perfect for Manticore. Quote. James grinned. Besides the fact that he's got a hot temper, he's too intertwined with his clan, and wouldn't keep a secret from them. That means that we exclude him. Since I don't trust the Pendragons. Professor Dumbledore regarded James soberly for a minute. The Pendragon clan is too big, and too powerful to be ignored forever. Sooner or later, you're going to have to deal with them, Mr. Evans. James nodded. I know that, but when I do, it will be from a position of strength, where I hold all the cards, and it will be at a time of my choosing. Professor Dumbledore nodded again, and smiled. His eyes began to twinkle as he reached for a book on his desk. Speaking of advantages, were you aware that there is a book, he said, holding up the book in his hand, that records all the clans of the wizard world, much as the Book of Gold records the most powerful clans in an area. James closed his eyes and rubbed his temples, listening to Tiffany giggle in the back of his head. No, Professor, I was not aware of that. The headmaster opened the book. There is a new clan listed here, as the Moondancer clan. You wouldn't know anything about that clan, would you? James sighed and answered without opening his eyes, but his face was turning an interesting shade of red. That would be our clan, yes. Apparently, assuming the clan leader's R was enough to list the clan in that blasted book. I see, said Professor Dumbledore, the twinkling in his eyes belying the gravity of his tone, and may I inquire as to why our clan is named Moondancer? The headmaster already knew some things about the Lakota language, and he knew that a Moondancer was the tribal name for a unicorn. What he didn't know was why James had named the clan after one. Rose and Tiffany were radiating laughter as they listened to the two of them talk. James frowned, and looked at the ceiling. My tribal name is Moondancer, and names are important in shaman magic. I wanted to tie the clan to me as closely as possible, so I used my name to create the foundation of the clan. Professor Dumbledore watched James. After 4 years of talking to him, the headmaster knew when James was trying to avoid talking about something. James was dancing around something, but the headmaster wasn't sure what yet. I see, he said again. If names are meaningful in your tribe, how did you get your name? Rose and Tiffany were laughing helplessly by now, and James made a note in the back of his head to do something to them later. He thought about what the professor had asked, and sighed. Sir, I'm afraid I just won't tell you. Professor Dumbledore looked over his glasses at James. Mr. Evans, are you telling me, how did you put it, to go to hell? James winced, and tried to think of a more diplomatic way to put it. Finally, he shrugged. Yes sir, with all due respect, I am. The meeting between Chimera and the people James wanted from Beauxbatons took place in the headmaster's office. As the tower was still protected by the wards that prevented entry. James was planning to alter them so that people could enter the lowest 3 floors, but they hadn't had time to do the work yet. James had given the prophecy speech many times now, and went through it quickly. After he'd shown them everything, he stopped for questions. Trey raised her hand. Why aren't the rest of Beauxbatons people here? James sighed. For one reason or another, they're simply not suited for this. Mike Apple is a nice guy, but he faints at the sight of blood. He's not a good choice to defend your school. Richard Lee doesn't faint at the sight of blood, but Melissa thinks he would be damaged mentally if he had to do the things we're going to be asking you to do in the defense of your school. James looked at the 4 Beauxbatons. You 4 have the intelligence to use the skills we'll be teaching you, the courage to do so, and the mental stability to do so without going crazy. Lacey frowned. I don't think I could kill someone. Lisa looked at her. Lisa had spent a bit of time with her, and liked the older girl. Yes, you can, for the same reason I would. To defend your friends. Lacey bit her lip, thinking about it. James began laying out his plans. He wanted Beauxbatons to create their own chapter of Manticore, and next year, when the Quidditch matches were held at Beauxbatons, Chimera would meet the students from the other schools, and do any recruiting that seemed good for Manticore. Don't get me wrong, said James, looking at them, I'm not doing this because I want to. I really don't like the idea of people I can't control running around, but I simply don't have enough people to defend all the schools and carry the war to the patient child. This is the best way to defend the schools and the children in them. Trey Cale was reading the Manticore Charter. Why isn't Arthur here? He doesn't seem to have any problems, like Mike and Richard. James hesitated, thinking about his answer. For a reason I can't tell you yet, we cannot use any Pendragon, or person closely affiliated with that clan unless they would keep the project a secret from them. Arthur is too close to his father and his clan to even consider keeping a secret like this from them. That may change in the future, and if it does, he would be invited to join, but right now, he's a security risk. James went on to detail the help and assistance Manticore would give their newest chapter. Rather, the newest prophecy chapter. He looked frustrated. With the number of people that are in Manticore now, we really need a new name for the people that know about the prophecy. Lacey looked up from the papers she was reading. That's easy. Call them by that clan name, Moondancer, wasn't it? Everyone turned to stare at Rose and Tiffany, as they burst out laughing. Rose was laughing so hard she couldn't catch her breath, and James was hiding his face in his hands. What the spectators could see of his face was a deep red though. Lacey frowned at the three of them. Would you mind letting the rest of us in on this joke? I think we could all use a good laugh. Tiffany nodded, saying, I would love to. It's possibly the funniest thing I ever heard, but James extracted a promise that I wouldn't tell anyone without his permission. Rose nodded, as she recovered. I can't say anything either. As repayment of a serious favor. The group turned to look at James. What would it take to get you to tell that story? James started to say ice water in hell, and reconsidered. Wizards might be able to pull that feat off. The defeat of the patient child. Lisa sighed. We're not going to be hearing it anytime soon then. Maria Sanchez looked around. What is a moondancer anyway? I don't recognize the term. Tiffany grinned at her. No reason you should. It's an American Indian tribal name for a unicorn, and James's tribal name. Given to him after the incident with the unicorn and the lumberman, she didn't add. Emma Weasley stared at James for a minute and then giggled. Somehow, I have a hard time seeing James as a symbol of innocence and purity, she said, pointing at James and Tiffany, who were sharing a chair again. As usual, James's hands were running through Tiffany's hair, since he wasn't doing anything else with them. The rest of Chimera grinned at the idea of James as an innocent anything. Tiffany blushed, but didn't move. We really can't help it, you know. It's just a side effect of the soul bond. Professor Dumbledore agreed with them, but reminded them of the other side of the unicorn. The unicorn is also a defender of the weak and virtuous. They can be fearsome opponents to evil. Getting back to our discussion, James said pointedly, your people will have to follow the basic plan, subject to changes if needed. This summer, it would only be the four of you. Next year, you collect the people you want, and some more, that meet the charter, but that won't know about the prophecy. When you find a person for the prophecy manticores, you'll send his or her name to Jarek, and when we visit next year, Rose and Melissa will use their talents to check them out. Lacey looked up. So Beauxbatons will have the second oldest chapter of Manticore. Rose shook her head. Third, as the North American School of Wizardry has a chapter being run by Michael Evans, a cousin of ours. In the end, all 5 of the Beauxbatons were sworn into the clan, as Headmistress Lamore had been warned by Professor Dumbledore that the Manticores occasionally needed direct supervision. After they were sworn in, James turned to Emma with a smirk. You owe me. Emma shook her head. Yes, I know. Rose raised an eyebrow as she turned to look at Emma. Haven't you learned that betting with James is merely a good way to throw your money away? What did you bet with him about anyway? Emma waved at the newest Manticores, talking with Lisa and Tiffany. Them. I mean, we've had years to think about this. And we all had a week to think about it before we decided to join. They walk in here, and in just a couple of hours hear about the prophecy, muggle weapons, dark wizards and all the rest. I thought for sure that at least one of them would need to think about it overnight at least. James shook his head. Emma, fighters of any type have to be able to react quickly to changing situations. To think on their feet. If any of them had been the type to think it over, we wouldn't have needed them. Emma frowned at James. You could have simply told me that, you prat. Miguel Sanchez came over then. James, he said in the soft Spanish accent both the siblings had, how do we qualify for a ring? Is it a graduation gift? James grinned. No, it's a tool. He went on to explain. And then looked at all the Bobadans. When you form your chapter, pick a group of names, and stick with them. We used magical beasts and the other chapter is using birds of prey, mostly raptor types. You choose a group, like felines, and make your teams. After that, all you need is a personal symbol. He indicated the sheets that they held. The rules are in there, and after you have a team name and a symbol. We'll make the rings for you. After all the questions had been answered, the Bobadans people went to put their scrolls and books away. Chimera looked at each other, us. The link to discuss the meeting they had just finished and the implications. Professor Dumbledore watched them, and acting on a hunch, he cast the aura reading spell. He watched them for a minute, and released the spell. April Erskine had told him that as Chimera grew closer, they would be able to draw on each other's talents, and that was showing in their auras. It only happened where they air meshing, as the Evans twins called it, but it was plain to see then. Everyone had 2 or 3 colors that dominated their auras, but when Chimera meshed, they were almost equally all of the colors of the group. There were a few things that didn't change, like the vivid green flickers of Tiffany's pyromancy and the softer leaf green of Melissa's healing, but most of their colors would bleed over into all the auras. Thursday afternoon, Emily came to James with the binding that the wizards had used to enslave the gargoyles, and the ritual that would unbind them. James studied the ritual that night. And Friday after classes the gargoyles were released from 1500 years of slavery. The one that had spoken to James when they opened the tower came to him as the others prepared to leave. My family owes you a debt we may never be able to repay. If ever you have need of us, use this, and we will come. He handed James a scale from his side, and joined his family. In seconds, they were mere specks in the sky, flying north. James was looking at the scale curiously. What am I supposed to do with it? Rub it, eat it, or maybe burn it? Changing the wards on the tower was the last step in making it the new Manticore home. Anyone could enter the tower now, but anyone without a Manticore ring could only use the first 3 floors. The only thing wrong with the tower was the vault on the top floor. And until someone accepted the title of Archmage, they couldn't do anything about that. Since none of the Manticores wanted to spend the rest of their lives in the tower, the Archmage's ghost was left to wander around, occasionally asking a new face if they wanted to be the Archmage. On the last Saturday in April, Hufflepuff met Bobadans in one of the longest matches ever played at Hogwarts. The match started at 0900, and it was finally ended just before midnight when Xavier Montgomery captured the snitch. The final score was 440 to 350, making Lisa right. It had come down to the snitch. Chimera had watched the entire thing, although many less avid fans had left before the end of the match. They went down and congratulated the drooping Hufflepuff team, who were far more interested in finding a bed, now that the excitement was wearing off. They also congratulated the Bobadans on a fine match. Lacey sighed as she looked at Lisa wearily. Melissa was healing a few scrapes Lacey had taken during the match, and Lacey grinned wearily at Lisa. Next year, I want to play your team again. We got beaten both times, but at least your team did it faster. Lisa looked around and spoke softly in Lacey's ear. Just imagine what's going to happen to the teams from other schools next year, when 2 of your chasers and 1 of your beaters are mounted on Starblades. And linked. Lacey blinked, and then a smile spread across her face. That is going to make a difference, isn't it? The 2 friends grinned at each other, and then Lacey looked around. Adam, can I talk to you for a minute? The last days of school passed quickly. Gryffindor had taken the House Cup again, but only barely, as the defeat of Bobadans had ignited a new Fire of house pride among the Hufflepuffs, and they came in second, losing to Gryffindor by only 20 points. James was hopeful that this new energy would last until next year. One of the Gryffindor Manticores asked him if he wanted Hufflepuff to win the cup next year. James was in Manticore Tower, on the 4th floor, and there were a couple of dozen Manticores there, from every team and house. James shrugged. I hate to lose. Everyone knows that. Hufflepuff, though, deserves far more credit than most people give them. James got up from the seat he'd been sharing with Tiffany, and began to pace as he talked. Hufflepuff is far too often ignored. They are loyal, and by now, every person sitting here should know how important that trait is. They are also there, every time you need them. When this war ends, and the last shot has been fired, our Hufflepuffs will still be there, doing their jobs. Maybe they aren't as smart as Lisa is, or as ambitious as Sonia, or as brave as Emma. So what? Neither am I, or Tiffany, or any of us. James looked around at the people watching him. What they are, is dependable, first time, every time. That is a highly underrated quality. He pointed at the banners over each table. Some of the people in this tower joined us for glory, or for ambition, or just because they thought it might be fun. Only one group of people joined us because there was a job to do, and they could help. Without thought of glory or profit to themselves. And for that, if for no other reason, our Hufflepuffs deserve our respect. James looked at the people watching him and grinned sheepishly. Enough with the soapbox. You might want to think about it though. He turned to Tiffany. My lady, I feel like flying, and there is about an hour of daylight left. Would you care to dance? Tiffany was already on her feet and moving toward the door. The last Monday of the school year, they had a visitor. When James and Rose got out of their last class, they found Mary Evans in the lounge on the first floor of the tower. Within minutes, all of Chimera was there. Mary Evans had started mothering Angel and Lisa, both of whom had no mothers. Lisa had one, but the woman was not the best mother. Mary, whose mother had been the same kind of person, concerning only with social standing and wealth, had taken both of them under her wing. That hadn't lasted long, and now Mary mothered all the Chimeras and a few of the younger Manticores equally. James and Rose took her on a tour of the tower, since she had a Manticore ring. She raised an eyebrow to see the winged flame on a single large chair. I see James is as forward as ever, she said to Rose, while James blushed. That's a pity, I was hoping Tiffany would teach him discretion. The three of them settled into one of the smaller rooms for a chat. And Mary told them why she was here. She was supposed to evaluate Mei Ling, and see if she should be given the ice binding, so she could be told about the Draconian Codex. James and Rose looked at each other. Mary smiled to herself. I have heard about what happened, and that I apparently have a new daughter. She looked at both of them. After I am through with Mei Ling, we are going to have a talk about hedging things like this with your parents. James squirmed. Mom, how do you come right out and say, by the way, your twins are now triplets, and one of them is a 2,000-year-old Asian girl. Mary thought about that, and then grinned at James. You just did, or you could simply say, Mom, I have a minor problem I need some help with. Rose choked, and James glared at her. Even as he blushed. I did not say that very often. Mary was laughing quietly. No, just with the unicorn, the Naga, and the mountain pixies, all of whom caused some air damage before you told us about your little problem. She looked around. Where is Mei Ling? Rose closed her eyes. She's in the Ravenclaw room. Would you like her to join us? Mary was watching Rose. She'd been watching the twins use their bond since birth, and she recognized the signs better than anyone did. Please, ask her to join us. I take it, from what I'm seeing, that she is linked, like your twin bond. James nodded. Exactly like that, and Coyote changed her eyes as well. She's got the Evans eyes. James merely blushed and squirmed. Mary grinned at him, and then frowned. So why? Oh, you two got another sister because James likes to use the trickster spirit. How does Mei Ling feel about it? It was quite a shock at first, came a new voice from behind Mary, but I think I like it. Mei Ling came and sat down in a chair near Rose. I never had a sister, and it has been more than 2,000 years since I had a family at all. I am finding that the informality of an American Eily is helpful in forgetting some of the events of the past. Mei Ling's eyes were dark and shadowed for a minute. She shook off whatever memory she was thinking about with an effort, and smiled at Mary. James is very different from my brothers, except in his teasing. Mary smiled at Mei Ling. All brothers tease, it's a universal law. She examined Mei Ling for a minute, and then rose. Would you come with me, please? She requested. Mei Ling stared at her, then looked at James and Rose. They were quiet, but Rose smiled at her, and nodded. Mei Ling got up and followed Mary into a small classroom. James and Rose waited, knowing that their mother was evaluating Mei Ling, and would give them her decision when she came out. Nearly 2 hours later, the two of them came out, and Mary looked at James. She has been bound, and you may tell her everything. James nodded, and sighed. If y'all would wait for a few minutes, I may need you. He took Mei Ling off to a corner and cast a silencing spell around them. Mary frowned at the two. We all know what he's talking about, why didn't he just do it here? Tiffany, who had come in while the twins waited, blushed. The spell he used is not a normal silencing spell. This spell actually puts up 2 silencing spells, and if someone casts a finite incantium, it drops the first one, and warns the people inside the second. She blushed again. The only problem with it is that we can only get it to cover 2 people at a time. Mary looked at her, noting the blush. On a hunch she asked, have you actually tried, or has James already recorded it in the Evans spellbook? Tiffany blushed harder. He's already recorded it, she admitted. Mary kept a straight face, although her eyes were dancing with laughter. What name did he record it under? Tiffany was examining her hands intently. Lover's quiet privacy, she muttered. James and Mei Ling finished their talk before Mary could pursue that line of questioning, and James was smiling. She doesn't want to see it. Mei Ling shook her head. The destruction of Atlantis was barely 1,000 years before my time, and the legends were still commonplace then. How he can sleep with that thing in his room is beyond me. James smiled at Mei Ling as he and Tiffany started to leave. Fair warning, oldest little sister, I'm going to inspect the Unicorn team's weapons and gear right now, then I'm going to start on the unassigned manticores. Aren't you one of them? At the feast on the last day of school, Gryffindor received the House Cup, and Hufflepuff received another trophy, this one yet unnamed. They also received a plaque, which would stay in Hogwarts. The trophy would go to the tournament each year, and be taken home by the winning Quidditch team. The Beauxbatons team didn't have assigned seats for this meal, and Lacey had chosen to sit with Lisa and Adam. She warned James and Rose that Arthur had become obsessed with finding out what branch of the Pendragons they were, especially since he'd seen Mary. He had already sent off owls, with descriptions of the 3 of them, asking his family about them. James and Rose looked at each other and decided to tell their mother, who had been hiding from Pendragons and the press quite well for nearly 20 years. As the students left the next day, Manticore gathered in the tower, separating into the groups. With the exception of Mei Ling, who was under the same constraints as any other linked person, the unassigned Manticores were going to America for training as usual. They would be joined in a few days by the Beauxbatons people, and they would train as normal for the summer. The linked teams and Phoenix left to join the Rangers that would be their escort into the Jauntlands after seeing the unassigned Manticores off. The Manticores going into the Jauntlands spent the next 2 weeks learning Ranger tricks for movement in hostile areas and other methods of cover and concealment. They went over the route they would take again, this time with the Rangers that had been on the borders recently, who made one small change in their plan. One of the valleys that Manticore had planned to use was being occupied, the Giants were building a small village there. Moving the route took less than 4 hours, and then they went over it again, double-checking everything. 4 days before they had to be in the Valley of the Union. As the Giants called it, Manticore assembled their gear, and for the first time, other than for target practice, they received live ammunition. For this mission, since they had T-Def and hold a place for an extended period, each team was carrying an M240B machine gun. Capable of hitting a giant-sized target at 1,800 meters, it could also send rounds downrange at an incredible 900 rounds per minute, and came with a spare barrel, in case the first one got too hot. On the magical side, They all had a pouch full of little discs, which were made on the same lines as the pranks, but were far more useful. They had spells for invisibility, silence, camouflage, and securing prisoners. Some of them would make people glow in the dark, and some even exploded. Those had been one of the rare pranks that went completely wrong. When activated, they were supposed to become a galleon, and stick to the fingers of anyone that touched them. They became galleons, but when touched, they exploded forcefully, a fact that had caused James to spend a couple of days in a hospital when he was 10. James had demonstrated the power of those discs, and warned people about being careless with them. Not that he needed to after they saw one of the discs blow a hole through a 5 centimeter thick oak slab. James was very careful about anything that could be deadly, and was made with magic. The wizard world had very strict laws about what constituted dark wizardry, and James did not intend to spend a few years in prison for making anything that could be classified as dark magic. The day of the start of the mission, they portkeyed to Draknir, the last human town before the borders. Alexander and Martin had to go into the ranger station there to make sure that the section of the border that they wanted would not be watched as they took the manticores across the border. James and Tiffany went in also, to send off a few last-minute owls and see if they could order a few magic crystals cheaper here. After they were done with that, they walked down the street, waiting for Alexander and Martin to finish in the ranger station. Tiffany stopped in front of a small, second-hand store that had a number of books in the window. "James, isn't this that book Emily wanted?" James looked at the book. "A history of the borders and the people that guard them," he read, and nodded. "I think so. Let's go see what they want for it." They went inside, and James saw the bins of stuff in the back. He grinned and started looking through them as Tiffany went and leafed through the book. She picked it up and looked at James, smiling at her thoughts as he sorted thingies and doohickeys. "Teddy bear, we are on a time limit here," she reminded him. James sighed, and joined her at the counter, noticing the person behind it for the first time. "Nice hair," he said, "but way too tall." The tall blonde woman behind the counter looked up from her book and smiled at them. She studied them for a minute and frowned slightly. "I know you too, by description at least." James and Tiffany were used to this. As the only soul-bonded couple in 200 years, the gossip papers were always trying to print something about them, and they'd gotten a few pictures from students at Hogwarts before James had made it plain that he would be annoyed with the next person that sent the papers a picture. Since most people believed that annoying James would mean him and Tiffany doing things to you involving spoons and immense pain, the students had quit sending the papers pictures. There had still been enough pictures though, that most people were vaguely familiar with the soul-bonded's faces. James sighed. "You might have seen us in the paper. I'm James Evans, and this is Tiffany Potter." The girl behind the counter smiled. "You're the two soul-bonded people. Mr. Daring is going to be sorry he missed you." She smiled at their blank looks. "My name is Alexandra Tremaine, and I'm just watching the store for the owner, Mr. Daring." She smiled again. "I get to read all the books this way." Tiffany handed her the book they wanted, and smiled. "You would get along with Emily quite well." Alexandra looked at the book, and a gleam entered her eye. "That will be 14 sickles," she said. James looked at her, and at the book. He started to say something, but then he saw Alexander and Martin emerge from a building and start down the street. "I would love to argue that with you," he said regretfully, "but our friends are coming, and I don't have time." Alexandra looked over her shoulder and turned around with a sigh. "I love a good bargaining session, but since you're in a hurry, that will be 10 sickles." Tiffany thanked her and paid for the book. They stepped outside and joined Alexander and Martin. "James, did you notice how she checked your story first, and then gave us a fair price?" "I like her." James nodded. "So do I. We should come back here after the mission. We'll have some free time. And I wouldn't mind looking through the stuff in the shop anyway." Tiffany nodded, and looked around. "You know, we should think about recruiting around here. The borderers would make good manticores. If Sonia and Mary Gibbs are any indication." Back with the manticores, Alexander informed them that the window into the Jauntlands would open at 1000 and stay open for 45 minutes. That was plenty of time to cross the 2-kilometer distance, except that only the rangers would not be watching it. They would have to watch out for giants on the other side, and that would take a little longer. They mounted their broomsticks, and made their final preparations, as the time approached. At 10, the first wave of manticores, covered with invisibility spells, started across. Carefully checking everything out, they found a concealed rally point across the border and set up security, sending a message back to the rest of Manticore. James fed a clip into his M4 carbine and checked the safety again. He loosened his wand and looked up. Unicorn would be taking point for the first leg of their journey, and he gave permission to proceed. Unicorn lifted off, staying barely 4 meters off the ground, and Dragon and Hydra took the flank positions as the manticores lifted off, heading deeper into the Jauntlands. Sphinx was the last team to lift off, as they had the tail gunner position for today. Manticore crossed a small ridge and disappeared into the Jauntlands, completely unaware of the leather-clad figure that watched the entire thing through a spotting scope from a hilltop nearly a mile away. The heart of the world. The heart of the world. Manticore was moving deeper into the Jauntlands, using the terrain to mask their passing from inquisitive eyes. They flew as low as possible, following the point team, who was nearly 2 kilometers ahead of the main body. No giants were sighted, either of the unaligned tribes, or of the aligned clans, nth. EY finished the 100 kilometers that was the goal a little early. That night, Manticore bedded down in a grove of trees just below the crest of a hill. With the trees as cover, they could move around without being spotted. And by avoiding the crest of the hill, they prevented the easiest method of spotting people. Skylining yourself, or standing on the top of any terrain feature that allow your silhouette to be seen against the sky behind you is a common error among untrained people, and it had been one of the first things Wolfpack had taught them about moving. They set up a classic camp, called a lazy W, with each position slightly offset from the one to either side, forming a W shape, if viewed from above. This allowed every manticore to have a good field of fire, for both their wands and the Muggle arms, and forced them to depend on each other. In this pattern, you did not aim to your front, but to the side, using flanking fire to defend the position next to you, while their fire covered your position. The Muggles had long ago determined that most people fight harder, and take fewer chances when other people were at risk from their actions, and this lazy W took full advantage of that. The night passed without incident until about an hour before dawn. Only one team of manticores was up at a time, to allow the others to get as much rest as possible, and Deborah Vale. Entine's Dragon team were on watch at that time. Deborah came over and woke James, tapping him on the foot, and waiting for him to sit up before speaking. "We have a group of giants coming down the valley." James got up and grabbed his gear as he followed Deborah to the edge of Manticore's perimeter. He took a set of the NVDs from the guard on that side of the camp, and looked down at the valley. Night vision devices. US military speak for any lowlight enhancing thingies. Raven the mostly knowing. There was a group of giants there, going in the same direction Manticore would be going in about an hour. And James sent for the ranger on duty. When Martin Twofeathers arrived, James handed him the NVDs, silently blessing Jarek's father, Adrian Clearwater. Many of the Aurors that worked with Muggles had taken to using some of the Muggle devices, as wizards could not usually detect their use, and the Aurors had long known about NVDs. NVDs do have one problem, and that is the display, which is entirely in shades of green, allowing movements to be seen, but quite fuzzy about details. The Aurors had created a spell to change the display from green to full color. "What clan is that?" James asked Martin. Martin looked through the NVDs, and spoke quietly. "It is the Skydancers, including a clan leader, that tall female in front." He continued to watch the giants as James thought about that. James frowned as he thought about the map of the Jauntlands, comparing their current location with the clan territories. Their lands are far to the south and east of here. What are they doing here? Martin was still watching the group. "I'm not sure. They wouldn't bring a clan leader on a raid, but there are not enough of them for anything else." James was thinking about the giant customs that he'd been learning from Blacklegs and Professor Evans. Could it be an embassy, or delegation of some sort? Martin frowned as he thought about it. It could be, but it would have to be a very important one. Most groups of that nature are 10 to 15 giants, and there are 25 giants down there. We should look into this. Martin spoke with the years of habits trained into him on the border. James grinned at him, hearing the curiosity in his voice as he watched the giants. One mission at a time, Ranger. If you want to look into it in 4 days, I'll let you go. Martin sighed as he watched the giants. They seem to be heading our way, he said. We should send a team to follow them. We do not need to find out they have stopped for the day on our route. James hesitated, paranoia RRING with caution and fear for the team he would be sending out. You'll guide the team, he asked. At Martin's agreement, James sighed. Will Sonia and 2 of her team be enough? Martin nodded again, and James sent one of the dragons after Sonia. When she arrived, James showed her the giants, about to disappear out the end of the valley. Pay attention, he said, staring at Sonia sternly. Shadow only. If you are spotted, you will break contact instantly and regroup with us ASAP, is that understood? Yes, sir, Sonia said, as she watched the giants walking around a bend that hid them from sight. Hands, he said formally. I pass 3 of my kin. Keep them safe. Martin gave James a half bow. I accept your charge. As dear as my skin, I will keep your kin. James watched them until the why were out of sight and went looking for Alexander. Alexander woke when James nudged his foot, and James told him what he'd done. I have never sent a team off to do a real-world mission before, only the training missions. Is it always like this? James asked, staring off toward the last place he'd seen the small group. Alexander looked at him. Let's see. Worry for them, some fear, that you have sent them into something too big for them, and a touch of guilt, that you are not there to share their risks, and watch over them. Is that what you mean? He half asked, half stated. James looked at him. That's it exactly. Alexander sighed as he started to dress for the day. Yes, it will always be like that. All you can do now, is ask yourself a couple of questions. Did you train them to the best of your ability? Do you believe that they are capable of the mission you sent them on? At James's nod, Alexander shrugged. As long as you can answer those questions affirmatively, there is nothing you can do now, but trust your people. Quote, James was still staring after the team he'd sent out. I do trust my people, but right now, it doesn't help much. Alexander smiled thinly as he packed his gear with the ease of long practice. Good. If you ever stop worrying about your people, you need to step down, and let someone else lead. He sighed. Of course, by then, you won't give a damn, and you'll be a new problem for us. James stared at him for a minute, and then slipped away, going to find Tiffany. Tiffany had already packed their gear and had one of the Ranger Trail rations waiting for James. Eat, teddy bear, you're not going to help things by being a grouch. One of the side effects of the rapid aging of the soul bond was the energy burned by the couple. As even wizards knew, when you burned more energy, you had to eat more, to replace that energy. James saw the fact that Tiffany and he had to eat half again what anyone but Angel did as a weakness, and had convinced Melissa to keep this fact quiet. James took the trail ration, thinking about the preparations they'd made for this trip. One of the sticking points between Alexander and James had been about rations. Alexander had wanted to bring just enough rations for the mission, plus 1 day extra. James had wanted to bring an extra week's worth, just in case. They had finally compromised on 3 days extra rations. Yeah, Mies finished the first of the 2 fruit and grain bars and started the next while he thought. The mission was already underway, and the preparations that they'd made couldn't be changed now, but thinking about them kept James's mind off of Sonia and her team, out there somewhere in the dark. He finished the second grain bar and reached for the one he always ate last, a bar of dried meat, similar to jerky. And turned as his hand encountered Tiffany's hand, hiding the bar from him. I have not had my kiss this morning, and I want it while you still taste of honey. James smiled at her. You don't like my kisses anymore. I have to flavor them now. Tiffany snuggled close, raising her face for a kiss. You know better, but the taste of honey reminds me of the letter game. James's pulse jumped, as Tiffany brought up a pastime they indulged in when they had the time and privacy. Then, by all means, let's remind you. They spent a few minutes holding each other and kissing, as Melissa watched them with a frown. She'd tried to get them to try an experiment, and been turned down, one of the few times the soul bonded had rejected learning something new about their bond, but Melissa had been watching them for years now. And she was fairly certain that all the touching they did was in fact needed. Somehow strengthening and renewing the soul bond. She couldn't prove it of course, but James was a compulsive worrier. Fretting over every detail of everything the Manticores did. Added to that, he was an alpha personality, who had to be in charge. Put those two facts together, and then place Manticore in hostile territory, where any giant that saw them might attack them, and there is no way he should be willing to stop and cuddle with Tiffany, unless something was driving him to it. Melissa frowned, making another note in her notebook. She wasn't worried about the couple, but this could be a problem if they were forced to remain apart for long. She turned to her gear and began packing up, reaching out with the empathy that was the gift of the healer's talent. Until they started the spell at the heart of the world, Melissa's sole responsibility was to make sure that none of the Manticores were breaking under the strain of their first real-world mission. Rose had not foreseen any of them being unable to handle this, but Professor Evans had warned them that stress could not always been predicted. He'd been in Chimera's room in the tower, going over the last-minute details with them when the subject came up. Stress hits some of the strangest people at the strangest times. One person may do 20 missions and crack on the 21st, and others may be great in training, but when it comes down to pulling a trigger that will harm another, they just can't do it, and you'll never know until the moment comes. That is the single biggest problem we have, and it's why we have so many Rangers going with us. I can count on them, and if the worst happens, I have a solid core of fighters that have been blooded already. James looked at him. Surely you trust Chimera to do what needs to be done. Professor Evans had spent a minute examining the 8 people before him. You and Rose have done a couple of things that make me fairly certain that you will act, but I can't say that about the rest yet, and Melissa won't kill, because of her clan rules. The 8 of them looked at each other. Melissa sighed. I think the prophecy will make sure we do what is needed. Alexander had looked at her, smiling wryly. Pardon me if I prefer to put my trust in more material things and Ranger skills. You may or may not be protected by the prophecy until the start of the war, but the rest of us are not even mentioned and don't have that privilege. Melissa came out of the me. Maury as her ring vibrated with the wake-up call for Manticore, and she looked over at her companions. Melissa had to smile as both of them sat up simultaneously. Good morning, Rose, Mei Ling, she said in an overly bright voice. Smiling at her friends, Melissa was usually up early, while Rose and Mei Ling were less eager to start the day. They were not as bad as Lisa was about getting up, but they didn't like it much. 2 sets of green eyes turned her way, and regarded her blearily. Mei Ling turned to Rose. You had to pair us up with a morning person, didn't you? It was either her or James and Tiffany. And do you want to be next to them all night? Rose said as she sat up and began getting ready for the day. Mei Ling thought about that. Not really, no. James smiled in relief as Sonia's voice came back quickly. Chimera 1, this is Hydra 1, go ahead. Sonia was nearly 5 kilometers away, carefully following the group of giants that had passed through the valley just before dawn. And she was certain she knew where they were going. She had also been expecting James's call, as the Manticores should be moving out right about now, and James would be wanting to know what was going on. And when they would rejoin the rest of the Manticores. James was watching as Unicorn took the point and led the other teams out of the grove they had stopped in. If everything went well today, Manticore would be in the Valley of the Union by nightfall. Right now, he was far more worried about the 4 people that weren't here. Hydra 1, give me a sitrep please. Sitrep. Situation report. Raven. Roger that, Chimera 1. Sitrep follows. The giants have turned toward the new giant village in Valley 240, and are about to enter that valley. When they do, we will break off and rejoin the main body. ETA the valley, 10 minutes. She paused to observe the terrain around them, comparing it to the map. Scout 1 will rejoin you near Ridge 19, ASAP. James checked his map, marking the position of the small ridgeline they would be skirting in about 30 minutes. Roger that Hydra 1, CYA. CYA, cover your A. Not an official military acronym, it's still a common one. Raven, who is F? Asked learning far too much military lingo. Always, Chimera 1, Hydra 1 out. Manticore was moving a bit slower this morning as the fog in the valleys they were using was decreasing visibility. Hydra linked up with them. And Sonia sent her two back to join the rest of Hydra while she reported to James. James listened to her report and smiled. He tossed her 3 of the Snickers bars and told her, "Share those with your team for a job well done." Sonia grinned. "You mean I don't get to keep them all?" She threw James a salute as she flew off to rejoin her team. Martin was looking at James with a quiet smile. "Hey, I brought your kin back safely, don't I get one?" James looked at him, and tossed him one as well. Manticore made good time once the fog burned off for the day, until Unicorn reported a group of giants crossing their path. Manticore went to ground, hiding and waiting for the giants to pass, and lost an hour's fight time, which caused them to reach the Valley of the Union just after dark. Manticore set up a hasty perimeter while James, Mercy, Sonia, and Alexander surveyed the valley. Those decided where they would place each team, and came back. James briefed the team leaders on their places, and which teams he wanted where. Chimera and Phoenix didn't have positions yet, as their positions would be determined by the actual location of the heart of the world. A. Kupal, E of digging spells had the fighting positions of the teams that were digging and finished in no time at all. Commonly called foxholes, each position had cover and concealment for 2 people. With the addition of some invisibility spells, you could walk within 3 meters of one of the positions and not even know it was there. Manticore settled in for the night, getting the last bit of rest they would get until after the heart of the world was gone. The next morning, the team leaders, under Wolfpack's supervision, carefully set out the final layer of defense Manticore had brought along. The U.S. military had been using the Claymore mine for decades, and the addition of a bit of magic only increased its effectiveness. Slightly more than half a kilogram of C4 explosive in a slightly curved casing. It also had 750 steel pellets that was deadly out to 50 meters and capable of causing injury within 250 meters. Each of the 4 team leaders on the perimeter placed 6 of the mines. They had their defenses in place by 10, and James started sending a scout team out, half of one of the QRF teams. They would patrol around the valley out to about 10 kilometers, providing an early warning system. Everything was going well, until just after noon. James was walking around, inspecting the positions and talking to the Manticores when his ring sounded. "Chimera 1, this is Scout 1. James frowned as he answered the ring. "Scout 1, this Chimera 1, go ahead." This couldn't be good. The other chimeras began drifting up, waiting to hear what the scouts had to say. "Chimera 1, we have a visual on a group of giants, inbound to the valley. There are 2 clan leaders, 2 shamans, and 4 elemental mages, 1 for each element, and 12 others of lesser standing." Ariel Fairstone was leading this group of scouts, which James gave silent thanks for. Connor McLeod was a good team leader, but he was occasionally a little rash. He wouldn't attack the giants, but he might take his team in too close, trying to get a better look. There are 2 clans represented here, the Skydancers and the Stonebenders. ETA the Valley, 45 minutes. James thought about that for a minute. Scout 1, break away, and regroup. Chimera 1 out. James gathered the team leaders and told them what the scouts had seen. "Chimera and I will deal with this. And I want all of your people out of sight. I want to have hidden reserves until we find out what they are here for, and if they're violent." Manticore went to their positions, covering them with invisibility spells and settling into wait. James, Tiffany, and Sonia waited for Mercy and Alexander to get there, and James explained what he wanted to do, after filling Alexander in on the approaching giants. Alexander frowned. 2 clan leaders and shamans. With 4 mages. Something important is going on to have that many giants of those ranks coming. I wonder if they know that the heart of the world is coming somehow. James shrugged. "I don't know, but I do know how to find out." Alexander considered James's plan. "It's a little risky, but it might work, if they are curious enough." He thought about it some more. "On the other hand, with them coming here, the only other choices we have are to capture and hold them, or kill them outright, and either of those choices would result in the clan swearing blood feud. And that would be worse." "My thinking exactly," James said, "and we might need them in the times to come." James, Tiffany, Sonia, and Alexander crossed into the area covered by Sphinx and Hydra, and waited for the giants. Mercy was slightly further back, hidden in a small hollow until they determined if the giants would be hostile or not. It was not long before the giants could be heard, moving through the forest, and not long after that, the first giant stepped out of the woods. He paused to look around, and James took a good look at the first giant he'd ever seen up close. It was a male giant, standing just over 7.5 meters tall, and dressed in leather armor that closely resembled the ranger leathers. He was carrying a spear in one hand and had a sword strapped to his side. James was still trying to read the symbols and marking on his leathers when Sonia murmured in his ear. A border guard of the Stonebender clan, with 11 battles and 4 single combats to his name. He's young, unmated yet, and considered a mid-grade warrior. Sonia was a borderer, having grown up on the borders of the human and giant lands, and reading the markings on the leathers was as simple as reading a scroll to her. That her mother, father, and stepfather were all rangers didn't hurt either. The two groups surveyed each other for a minute, and then James and Sonia lifted off. Staying about 5 meters off the ground and moving forward until they were about 10 meters from the giants. James made sure that his hands were in plain sight, showing that he was not holding a weapon. And he spoke to the group, looking at the two giants in chain mail. "I would rest, and discuss matters with you. I am but passing through your lands, and would exchange songs with you." The giants watched James and Sonia, and the two giants in chain mail looked at each other. James watched them carefully, knowing that they would make the decisions here, and he blinked suddenly. James had seen that look 1,000 times or more. "Tiffany, is it my imagination, or do they have the look of people using the link speech?" Tiffany's answer came back, after she spoke to Alexander. "I agree, they do look like that. And Alexander thinks so as well." James waited patiently for the response. Unlike the giants that had joined Voldemort, the clans were intelligent, and they had customs dating back centuries. One of those customs was that they did not hurry often. In speaking to a giant of one of the clans, quick answers were considered an insult, showing the giant you were talking to that you did not think their words were worth thinking about. James took this time to examine the clan leaders more carefully. The female was a skydancer, and unmated, but promised according to her leathers. And she had 15 battles to her name, as well as 7 single combats. She stood a full 7 meters tall, with brown hair and eyes. The Stonebender leader was male, and closer to 8 meters tall, with a wide chest and muscles that pushed his leathers and chainmail out. He carried an iron-bound mace, in counterpoint to the female's sword. He had 12 battles and 5 single combats to his name. The male Stonebender spoke after he finished looking at the giantess. "Your request is fair. I would know why you are here, in our lands at this time." James waited, thinking about just how he wanted to phrase this. "Right, I'm not going to mention the pauses anymore. You can just imagine a 2 to 3 minute pause between each speaker. Raven the Hasty, I have meat and salt. Will you partake, and share songs?" The giants agreed, and James motioned the rest of his party forward. As he did so, he sent back a hand sign for Mercy to approach. The giants looked around when Mercy came out of the hollow, trying to see if there were any more humans about. Mercy laid out a cloth, and placed some meat on it. Taking out her wand, she cast the spell, and Gorgio, returning the meat to its original size. They had planned for this, just in case they did get to talk to any giants, and the meat had been shrunk for the same reason people shrunk their trunks, to make them easier to carry. She also placed a bowl of salt, large enough for the giants to use, filled nearly to the brim. Mercy bowed, first to the giants, and then to her party as giant custom dictated, before withdrawing as silently as she'd come. Alexander was watching the giants, and noticed the skydancer female looking at the patches on the Manticore uniforms. James and Tiffany were wearing the same patch of course, but everyone else the giants had seen so far was wearing a different patch. "Shall we sit and talk?" James said, waiting for the clan leaders to sit before his party sat down. He took a bit of salt and sprinkled it on the meat before him. "I share meat and salt." The giants did the same, and everyone at the cloth took a bite of the meat before them. James waited, knowing that the giants would speak first, as was their right. James was far less worried about this meeting now. Sharing meat and salt was another of the clan customs, and with the sharing, both sides had agreed not to harm The other sighed for a period of 6 hours after they finished talking. Of course, Manticore had to be here for 75 hours, but this was a start. I am Treebreaker, and my companion is Shadowstalker, the male giant finally said. Might I know how you are called? James nodded. I am called Moondancer, and my companions are Green Eyes, Blade and Hydra. The two giants looked at each other, and this time James and Tiffany were certain that they had a link of some sort. As they discussed it, Rose spoke to James. James, Eagle says that is the Skydancer. Female that he and Sonia tracked near Valley 240 a couple of days ago. Before James could answer her, Treebreaker spoke again. I know of you, Blade. The Riverwalker clan still sings of your actions. 6 months before the end of the Voldemort War, the Riverwalker clan had become the only clan of giants to join Voldemort, and they did it not for belief in anything Voldemort was saying but because he promised them the Magicrystal mines in Drakenoir. They had made their attempt to overrun Drakenoir, but Alexander, Martin and another ranger known as Sable had rallied the people of Drakenoir and held the town through 3 days of heavy fighting. Until reinforcements could arrive, the fighting had created several songs. Blade had faced a double hand of giants in single combat, and he was here to talk about it. Sable stood as he only woman to face 3 giants at once, and walk away from it. The 3 of them, along with 26 scared civilians, had held out against an entire clan for 77 hours, and given rise to a dozen songs in the process. The clan leaders asked Alexander a couple of questions about Drakenoir, and then looked at the others. We do not know, Shadowstalker said to Hydra, although your leathers name a fine lineage. Sonia bowed slightly. My parents have such names as to make me doubt I can grow into them. They looked at Tiffany and James next, and James had the feeling that the giants knew about their link as well. You have the look of Blade, but we know you not. James smiled slightly. I am of Blade's line, and all of us are his students in the ways of the Ranger, but my mate is only slightly related to him. Being of the lightning marked one's line. The giants looked at each other again, and James spoke to Rose. Sister mine, are Tiffany and I going crazy? Tell me you think they have a link as well. Rose's answer came quickly, even as James could feel her talking to Mei Ling. If you're going crazy, James, Mei Ling and I will meet you there because we both think they have a link also. I think it's a tight link as well, allowing speech, and I would love to know what kind of link it is. Shadowstalker was watching James, and he had the sudden thought that he was thinking the same thing about him, that he was thinking about her. She spoke, in a musical soprano that sounded deeper, simply because of the sheer size of the person it came from. Truly, the song that brings you here will be a long and glorious one. Will you share this tale with us, that we might say we were there, in the start of this song? Sorry, brother mine, came Rose's soft reply. You'll have to use your own judgment here. The spell and Sphinx's knot have the future paths so knotted that I cannot see anything at all. Melissa says that they are as honorable as any giant she's ever heard of. James sighed and looked at the giants. 3 years ago, Green Eyes and I met, and soul bonded. The 2 giants sat up straighter. You are truly Kuldrath. Kuldrath was a giant term, which translated roughly to, one person in 2 bodies, although it meant far more than that. James nodded. We are, and in that fact lies the seed of our song. James told them about the aging of the soul bond, and how the Book of Life seemed to offer hope. Here then, is the crux of the matter. Tonight at sunset, the final element we need for this spell will appear in this valley. The heart of the world is coming here. The 2 giants hissed in surprise. The Earthstone comes here. Great tidings this. James explained about the requirement that he and Tiffany be touching the heart of the world during the spell. I see, said Treebreaker. That does explain why you are here, and should you lay hands on the Earthstone and live, it will be a matter for song indeed. No one has ever touched the Earthstone and survived with their minds intact. James and Tiffany looked at each other. There had not been anything in the Book of Life about insanity, or danger in touching the heart of the world. James turned back to the giants. Such as that may be, we shall try it, for we have a task ahead of us that may take more years than the soul bond allows. That tale though, is for another time. We inquire what brings so many names to the valley. Treebreaker started talking. It has been many years since our clan started, and those years have been good. 2 years ago, the elders decided that it was time to spread out and mix the blood of the Skydancers with the Stonebenders. To facilitate this, a gathering was held of both clans, and the mages cast a spell, seeking those who would be best for the new clan. As we have done for centuries. Alexander looked up. The new village, south of here, is the first village of the new clan. Shadowstalker took up the story. It is, and we shall go there after we have been mated. 15 generations of Stonebenders have been mated here, in the Valley of the Union, and my beloved asked that we be mated here, before we left for the new lands. Since the Sitka did not seem to care, we came. Alexander and Sonia looked at each other, and then back at Shadowstalker. Pardon me, Sonia said thoughtfully, but I do not recognize that term. What is a Sitka? Shadowstalker frowned, and her pause was long even for those of the giant blood. It is a gift, and a spell. It is a curse, and a blessing. When a new clan is started, its very survival depends on good leaders. Without good leadership in those first few years, a clan can be destroyed in many ways. 8 elemental mages and 4 shamans get all the people of the new clan together, and cast a spell over them all. When they finish, each person of the clan must look at each other person. Shadowstalker looked at Treebreaker with a quiet smile. The ones that can best lead the clan in its early years will be connected, able to speak and know what the other wants. This way, the new clan leaders are not separated by misunderstandings or malice. Treebreaker reached out and placed his hand on Shadowstalker's shoulder. It is not always given that those chosen are compatible, but over the last 2 years, we have grown close, and I asked her to mate with me before we left for the new lands. He looked at the humans. We will, barring any unforeseen problems, have a nice village next year, and the beginnings of a good clan in 3 years. The group sat and talked a while longer, exchanging news. And then the giants excused themselves to go to the small grove of trees that was the site of the mating circle. James gathered Chimera, Alexander, Sonia, and Mercy for a long talk. I note, he said, that there was no mention of a peace between us. Ideas, anyone? Alexander frowned. That was odd. They didn't even mention it, as if they hadn't even considered it necessary. Alexander groaned. It has been too long since I attended a giant ritual. Yes, I forgot. James looked at Adam. I understand what you mean, when you have to stop and ask what something is. Adam was the only Muggle-born wizard in this group, and he quite often had to be filled in about some wizard thing he'd never heard of. James looked at Sonia. Would you mind reminding us about whatever we seem to forgotten? Sonia grinned. A bonding party may not cause violence. They may defend themselves, but they can't start it. James smiled. That's good for us, since I wasn't planning on starting anything while we were here. He looked at Sonia and grinned. I was going to tell everyone at the same time, and most of them should have figured it out already, but you are going to be in charge of Manticore while Chimera is busy. Sonia sighed. I knew it. Do I get a row, or do I get to make it up as I go? Yet more millspeak. Rules of engagement are the rules laid down by the chain of command for a group's actions before, during, and after combat regarding the treatment of OPFOR, civilians, and others. James sobered. We'll be discussing that before the heart of the world gets here. Tension rose in the Manticores as they waited. They trusted Rose and James, but the Book of Life was another story. If the heart of the world appeared at sundown tonight, then the rest of the book was probably true as well, but no one had the faintest idea yet if the Earthstone would appear or not. Everything was ready by 4 in the afternoon, and James was talking to the team leaders, setting the rule he wanted them to follow while he was busy. You all know your jobs. Sonia is in charge, and I expect all of you to back her up as needed. Jarek is running Phoenix, and Mercy and Mei Ling will be with us. Wolfpack will be in the perimeter somewhere, and you need to remind your people about the giants. We're their guests, and they can't start any trouble anyway, so y'all just leave them alone. If they talk to you, be polite. But don't tell them anything about Manticore. Refer them to Sonia. James looked at the sun when he was finished. It was just a finger's width above the horizon, and heart of the world should be showing up soon. James sank into the meditation that allowed him to touch the manticores he was linked to. He found a lot of tension, but surprisingly little fear. He Aim out of the meditation to find 3 sets of green eyes regarding him impishly. Rose. Checking on the children. Tiffany. Did you leave a number with the babysitter? Mei Ling. Is everything okay, Mommy? James stared at them as Alexander and Chimera laughed. Wolfpack 1. Did you ever get this much grief when you led? James's uncle grinned at him. No, but I never invaded the Jauntlands with my wife and sisters either. James stared at Rose. I seem to recall, he said thoughtfully, that I wasn't given a choice. I seem to recall mention of me being here in chains if necessary. Rose shrugged, unrepentant. We're doing all the work, brother mine. You just have to stand in front of the heart of the world, touching it. As Rose finished her statement, the sun slid below the horizon and the feel of the valley changed. Chimera, Phoenix, and Wolfpack watched in awe as a massive cylinder of rock appeared in the center of the valley. It was 10 meters high and 5 meters wide, a solely D block of some strange black stone with red streaks running nearly straight up and down the monolith. The heart of the world radiated magic as a bonfire radiates heat, and all across the valley, ever. Yon knew that the Earthstone had arrived, even the giants and Alexander. James stared at it for a minute, and then looked at Rose. Somehow, I don't think our part is going to be all that easy, he said. Sobered by the presence of something that had existed before any recorded history. Looking at the heart of the world, Rose had to agree. Phoenix began setting up their perimeter around the monolith as Chimera assembled for their task. James pulled Mercy and Mei Ling over to one side. Mercy, you know your job, and Mei Ling, take care of them for me. Mei Ling hugged James. You just make sure you take care of yourself. I have just gotten used to having a brother again. Hangeld and Emma were going to be the first 2 casters. They had to start casting at the same time James and Tiffany put their hands on the stone. Rose was going to synchronize them all, using the link. Hangeld and Emma took their positions while James and Tiffany stepped up within touching distance of the heart of the world. This close to the mystical rock, the magic it held was nearly a physical pressure on them, and they looked at each other. James turned, about to say something, but Rose merely held up a pair of handcuffs. James smiled slightly. Interesting hobby you have there, sister mine. Is there something you're not telling me? Rose blinked, and then carefully, deliberately, stuck her tongue out at James. Rose sobered, and looked at her brother, and then the rest of Chimera. Let's get started. The 5 of them meshed, allowing Rose to control the link. She started a countdown. On my mark, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. On the signal, James and Tiffany placed their hands on the warm stone as Hangeld and Emma began the chant that was their part of the ritual. As the soul bonded touched the Earthstone, Chimera froze. And only Rose's control of the link kept Emma from breaking her chant off as James and Tiffany disappeared from the links and from sight. A few seconds passed as Chimera realized that James and Tiffany were still there, but separate somehow, as if some force shielded them from touch or sight. Chimera watched the ritual for a while Mercy made dinner for the chimeras that were not casting. And then bullied them into bed. Over the next 3 days, each of them would spend 24 hours casting in 2-hour blocks, and Mercy was certain that they would need all the rest they could get. Out at the valley entrance, Sonia got the word that the ritual had started, and passed it to Manticore. She walked around the Manticore positions, double-checking everything. She had run Hydra since before the link, but suddenly being responsible for all of Manticore and what they did was vastly different. As she toured the foxholes, she saw a few of the giants come out of the grove. And she went to meet them. Treebreaker and Shadowstalker had the shamans and the mages with them, and they all wanted to see the Earthstone. Sonia escorted them to the center of the valley, and took her first look at the heart of the world. She frowned as she looked at it, looking around for Mercy. Where are James and Tiffany? I thought they were going to be touching the thing. Mercy looked at the stone. And then at Sonia. They are, or so Chimera tells me. When they touched it, they just disappeared, but Chimera says they're still right here, and since none of them are showing signs of link shock, I'll have to take their word for that. The next 24 hours passed slowly, but without incident. Mercy, Sonia and Mei Ling met as the first day of the ritual passed. Sonia looked at Mercy, seeing the signs of very little sleep. How is the ritual going? They're doing well so far, Mercy said, but the last day will be the problem. 4 hours is simply not enough time to recover completely. And they're beginning to show signs of fatigue. Each of the chimeras was casting for 2 hours, and then resting for 4 hours, while the other 2 pairs did their casting. Mercy continued, Emma and Hangeld aren't as strong as the others, and if they start having problems, we'll have to pull them out, which will only increase the strain on the others. If it gets too bad, we may have to use Mei Ling, pairing her with Rose so they can use their twin link to cast. Sonia went back to the manticores and turned them over to Daniel while she got some sleep. The rest of Manticore was sleeping in shifts, with one person in 4 up at all times. The 2 QRF teams were still running patrols, and as dawn broke on the second day, Sonia switched them out with the teams at the northern edge of the valley. To keep the mission from becoming too routine, Sonia was beginning to relax, about 10 in the morning of the second day, when her ring sounded. Hydra 1, this is Scout 1. We have a group of giants inbound your location. There are 26 of them, with unknown clan symbols, and they are heavily armed. Sonia swore to herself. I should have known better, she muttered. She got a verbal description of the clan symbols from the scout, and recalled them to camp. She went looking for Alexander with a puzzled frown on her face. She told him about the new giants, and described the clan markings. I don't know those markings, she said, unless they are the markings of Shadowstalker and Treebreaker's new clan. Alexander admitted he'd never seen these markings either, and the 2 borderers went to the grove where the giant were performing the ceremony. They asked to speak to Treebreaker, as his clan owned this area, and when he arrived, they told him about the new giants and the clan markings. Treebreaker thought for a few minutes, and shook his head. I know of no clan that uses or ever used those markings. They are strong markings, naming the clan the Firestarters. He frowned, looking at Sonia. That is not a clan I know. What are your intentions toward these people? I plan, Sonia said, to keep them out of this valley until all the rituals are done. Since they are not guests at our rituals, if I can do that without bloodshed, I will. Treebreaker looked at her, and if you cannot keep them out of the Valley of the Union without bloodshed. Treebreaker shook his head. I cannot. The ritual proceeds apace, and I must be there for all the rest of it. I will send you another in my place. Sonia nodded. Of course, I believe you are wise enough to send one who can observe without interfering. Treebreaker smiled faintly as he was politely asked to send a giant that would stay quiet and out of the way during the fighting. The 2 of them finished their agreement, and Treebreaker headed back to the grove. Sonia reached with the link. Daniel, I need you to go to the grove and meet a giant. I don't know which one, but bring him to me, and I'll find a place for him to observe from. She acknowledged his reply as she flew back to the valley entrance and looked around. QRF, I need you to join me at Point Alpha. Soonest. Son. Ya continued to examine the terrain as she waited for the QRF, which was currently Dragon and Griffin. When they arrived, she explained what she wanted them to do. When she was done and they had left, she felt a familiar presence. Sonia, I have the giant observer, said Daniel. Sonia turned to see Daniel being dwarfed by possibly the biggest giant Sonia had ever seen. She looked up and read the honors on his leathers. Sonia blinked, and read them again. This giant was a warleader, veteran of more than 50 battles, with more combat honors than Sonia had seen on any one person ever. She bowed to him. I am Hydra, of the Moondancer clan, and it would add luster to my name to know you. The giant stared at her for a minute. Shadowstalker said that you were young, but I did not know that Rangers were recruiting children these days. Sonia blinked, shocked by his insult, until she saw a familiar gleam in his eye. Her godfather often had the same look, when he was teasing her, or trying to get her upset about nothing. They had to, she said earnestly, since the older fighters are getting senile. Sonia went back to her position and spent the next few minutes reviewing her plans. She didn't want to start a fight if she could help it, but she also was not going to let a single manticore be hurt if she could help it. All she could do now was wait and see how the giants that were coming acted. She didn't have to wait long as the sounds of the giants walking through the forest soon heralded their approach. The first giant stepped out of the woods, and Sonia made her mind up on the spot. The giant already had his sword in his hands, and he was looking around. Sonia was glad her people were all under invisibility and silencing spells, because the posture and body language of this giant said he was looking for a fight. He started up the valley and Sonia raised her ring again. On my command, we're starting the song. Sonia was getting excited, and slipped into the borderer talk she had been raised with. May your songs be long. Sonia pointed her wand at the first giant, watching as more giants came out of the woods. An electric tension swept over the manticores, despite the fact that the giants couldn't see them, everyone crouched a little lower as team leaders used the links to assign targets to their teams. Sonia was waiting for most of the giants to be in range of the spells of Manticore, and took a second to sneak a look at her watch. She rather thought James might like to know that Manticore's first battle would start at 1600, on Midsummer's Day. She looked back at the giants, counting them. The scouts had said there were 26 of them, and there were that many in sight. Sonia sighted on the first giant, took a deep breath, and cast Manticore's first combat spell. Shouting it out, she was the only person not covered with a silencing spell, since her spell was the signal for the others to start fighting. Consto vita liquidus, she chanted, holding her wand on the first giant. Her spell stopped the flow of blood through the giant's neck, acting similarly to the chokehold. Sonia watched as the giant staggered, and released her spell as he started to fall. Around the giants, curses and hexes flew, as 24 manticores opened up from hiding. Stunning spells, impedimenta, and freezing charms crossed the space. The giants were caught flat-footed, and almost a third of them were down before they could react. Manticore was coordinating their attacks, and with every team responsible for a particular area, there was very little confusion about where anyone was supposed to be firing. The team leaders had designated 2 of their people to cast together, and with 2 or more people ganging up on one giant, they were falling quickly. Sonia watched her target fall, and looked around for another one, only to find that all the giants were down. Acting on a reflex drilled into her by years of training, she raised her ring. Team leaders, status report. She already knew that Hydra was fine, of course, and she smiled as the other 3 team leaders reported that their teams were unharmed as well. She looked at her watch and as surprised to find that only 4 minutes had passed. She looked at the giants again, and told the QRF teams to secure them. She went to check on her guest, dropping the invisibility spells on them both. A most impressive display, he rumbled, looking over at where the manticores were securing the captured giants with more rope than even a giant could break. Sonia, came the voice of Ron Stone. You and your friend may want to come over here and look at this. Sonia looked at the large giant. Before we do that, it would be easier if I knew your name. I am known as Longstrider, Hydra. May our songs be in harmony. The 2 of them walked over to where Ron stood over a giant. Look at these clan markings, Ron said, they're different than the others. I know this woman, said Longstrider in surprise. She is of the Stonebender clan, and is called Iceheart. Sonia frowned. Why is she here, with these others? That, I do not know. What are your intentions for the captured prizes? Asked Longstrider. Sonia thought about that for a minute. When a giant captured a giant, the usual thing was to either kill them outright, or ransom them back to their clan. Manticore didn't have the resources to keep the prisoners, but killing them while they lay helpless was out of the question entirely. As she thought about it, the female at their feet began to wake up. She struggled silently with her bonds, but the ropes held. Longstrider, would you ask your clanswoman what this is all about? Sonia switched the 2 QRF teams with the 2 teams at the far end of the valley, and made Sir Everyone went back to the interrupted security plan, with 1 person in 2 up. Longstrider was questioning the female in the giant language, and Sonia waited patiently, knowing it was not good by the malice in the female's voice. Longstrider finally turned to Sonia. This one is obsessed with Treebreaker, and with leading the new clan at his side. She left the clan after the Sitka, and in her wanderings, she found these beings. They offered her another path to power. She planned to stop the ceremony and killing Shadowstalker. They would have killed Treebreaker as well, unless he agreed to marry Iceheart and accept these others into the new clan. Sonia nodded thoughtfully, watching the female struggle with her bonds. This one, she said, indicating Iceheart, is not mine to deal with. She is of your clan. and offers violence to her clan leaders. By law she is Treebreaker's meat. Longstrider nodded and said he would send a couple of the giants to collect Iceheart. I am certain that Treebreaker and Shadowstalker will want to question her. Sonia watched as Longstrider returned with 2 giants, who took Iceheart away. Jarek had come down to Alpha Point while Longstrider was getting the giants and he went with them. Sonia looked at Longstrider. I would ask for a favor, and if we can come to acceptable terms, these beings will be yours, but only for ransoming back to their own. Longstrider looked at her. I will listen, but Treebreaker will make the decision. Sonia nodded, having expected no less. I will give you these beings for ransom, if you make sure that the so-ing of Manticore's first battle is spread far and wide. Sonia grinned. I would have everyone know that in our first battle, we captured all of the enemy, without even a lose or injury on our side. Longstrider scratched his chin, looking out at the giants. You asked for very little. Ransom could mean many things, including future favors. Sonia gestured at the giants lying there. These beings will not stop struggling. As long as they are in the hands of humans, but they know that you will ransom them properly, with minor loss of honor. I do not have the resources to guard them, but you do. I ask that all know of our feet is all. Longstrider looked down at her. And their equipment, is that for us as well? Sonia was about to say yes, when she saw the gleam in Longstrider's eyes. She stopped and thought. Longstrider nudged her memory a little. You have done everything you should, if you're not a war leader. I need a memento, something to mark this occasion. Sonia stood up. I know what I want, too. She crossed over to the first giant, and examined him. She looked at the nearly 3-meter length of his sword and nodded. It was a well-made sword, and would be a suitable trophy for Manticore. Longstrider stood beside her. Is that your trophy, or your people's? Sonia looked up puzzled. What do you mean? Longstrider bent down and unhooked a human-sized sword that the giant was using for a dagger. 3 times in your life will you be expected to take a trophy, war leader. After your first battle as war leader, after your first victory as war leader, and one other, which we will not speak of now. I believe you have met both of those conditions today. He handed Sonia the weapon he'd finished taking from the giant. Once, long ago, this was the weapon of the ranger called Cutter. Sonia cradled the sword in her arms, staring at it with a touch of awe. Patrick Cutter O'Neill was a ranger legend. He had been the finest fighter ever to walk the borders, having been defeated only in his 180th single combat, at the age of 62. I believe that would be a suitable trophy for you, Hydra. Few are the war leaders that have such opening songs. And most of them went on to have long songs. Sonia transfigured the giant's sheath into a baldric, and slipped the sword into it. She put the sword on, and looked at Longstrider. This sword will be Manticore's trophy. And I shall choose another. Longstrider looked at her. Why then do you put it on? Sonia blushed, looking at the ground. Cutter's sword does not deserve to be carried in a sack. Which is what the Phoenix team would do with it, if I gave it to them. They don't understand about swords. As Sonia finished speaking, she realized that the sword and baldric she had put on were GL. Owing a faint blue and shrinking to fit her tightly. She tried to drop it, but couldn't reach the buckle now. I believe, Longstrider said with a smile, that you might find it a little harder to put that sword down than it was to pick up. Quote. Sonia closed her eyes, having already figured out what she'd done. Please tell me that this is not one of the bloody keep me swords. Alexander and Martin had been searching nearby bodies. And Alexander looked up at Sonia's slightly louder comment. He came over and looked at the sword she was still trying to remove. Sonia got the sword and baldric off, and looked at it. The 2 borderers examined the sword, and Blade looked at Sonia. When we get back to Hogwarts, I'll start teaching you to use Savinon. Sonia closed her eyes. I don't want to know how to use it. I want to know how to get rid of it, she said, staring at Professor Evans. He shrugged. Your defeat by combat, the end of your song, or the destruction of Savinon are the only ways anyone has ever found to free someone from one of Fireworker's swords. Sonia sighed and rubbed her eyes, only to freeze at Blade's next comment. Since you cannot be challenged until you are an adult, I won't let you destroy that sword. And I don't think you're willing to end your song. You will be getting lessons in how to use it, because if you think I'm going to let you walk around with a Wii Pawn you don't know how to use for 2 years, you're completely insane. Sonia looked at her new sword, and sighed. It looked as though she was going to have a companion for a while at least. This was going to complicate her life no end. Borderers would understand about a sword, but somehow Sonia didn't think the rest of the wizard world would find it appropriate for a 15-year-old girl to be walking around with a sword over her shoulder. Longstrider gave Sonia a half bow. It is a fine weapon, Hydra. May your songs be long and glorious. He went to talk to Treebreaker about her plan for the prisoners. And Sonia levitated the giant sword that she had chosen for Manticore, starting toward the Phoenix positions. At Phoenix's position, she found Mei Ling and explained what she'd done. Mei Ling had been cursed for over 2,000 years and knew more about curses than anyone else. Mei Ling examined the sword for barely 15 minutes. I'm sorry, Sonia, she said sympathetically, but Professor Evans was correct. The only way you can get rid of this sword now are to lose in challenge, die, or destroy the sword. I will check again when we get back to Hogwarts, but there is nothing anyone can do right now. Sonia frowned but nodded, and headed over to the heart of the world to talk to Mercy. Mercy finished preparing for the next shift changeover and Sonia got a report on the chimeras casting the spell. Most of them had simply laid down on their sleeping bags, too tired to bother crawling inside, and Emma wasn't even on hers, having fallen asleep eating after her last shift. Mercy was worried. We may have to use Mei Ling and Rose if we lose too many of the chimeras. Emma is not going to make it the full 72 hours, and I don't think Angel or Lisa will either. We might have to pair Adam with Melissa and Rose with Mei Ling for the last part of tomorrow. Sonia sighed. Right, you're in charge, Mercy. We trust you to get them through this. Sonia was about to say something else when she was called back to Alpha Point. She returned to find Longstrider and the guards they'd brought waiting for her. Treebreaker says that we will take this beings off of your hands and spread the tale of Hydra and the Manticores far and wide. He does not believe that the price is fair though, and asks if you will accept this as the rest of our debt for these beings. Longstrider handed her a small pouch, made even smaller by his hands. Sonia opened the pouch and looked inside. She gasped, and drew out the jewel inside. It was a ruby, delicately carved in the shape of a half-opened briar rose. And it was exquisite. It was also the size of Sonia's fist. She stared at it for a minute, and tucked it carefully back in the bag. This will be more than acceptable, she said. She detailed the QRF to help the giants move the prisoners, and went back to Phoenix's position. Finding Mercy, she handed her the pouch. Hold on to this for Manticore, would you please? Mercy took it and slipped it into her cargo pocket without a word. They talked a few minutes more, and when Sonia was satisfied that the Manticores were as squared away as they could be, she turned Contro L over to Daniel Creevy and found her bed. Sonia got a couple of hours sleep and woke with Savinon cradled in her arms. She sighed and got up. Putting her gear back on, she told Daniel that she was awake again, and started eating. She looked up as someone approached. Jarek sat down beside her and she looked at him while she finished the bite in her mouth. Jarek was pale, and had a strange look in his eyes. Sonia swallowed and looked at him. I think you are troubled, she said quietly. Jarek looked back at the grove where the giants were. I have just spent 3 hours watching your friends question Iceheart, he said slowly, and looked at Sonia. The methods they use are very direct and not at all like ours. Jarek turned from his study of the grove. Of course. He watched her for a minute. You were truly surprised about that, he asked. Why? Sonia shrugged, looking out over Alpha Point. She tried to disrupt a bonding, and she betrayed her clan. The giant punishment for one is having your name stripped from you, and for the other the punishment is the end of her song. Sonia shrugged. Given those facts and the fact that the giants have far fewer rules about questioning prisoners, I guess I am surprised that her song continues. Jarek shook his head. Every time I think I have you borderers figured out, I run into something like this, and you become alien again, he complained. Sonia patted his hand. It could be worse, you know. Wait until you met a tribesman. She let go of his hand and picked up the last of her rations. Did you find out anything interesting? Jarek pulled out his notebook as Sonia picked up the last of her ration bars. I don't know how much of this you know, so bear with me while I fill in some background. He looked at his notes for a minute and then nodded. Iceheart desired both the clan leadership and Treebreaker. She failed to get both, and left the clan. In her wanderings, she found the Firestarter clan. Jarek looked up from his notes. According to Iceheart, the Firestarters are nameless ones, and humans who have no name among humans. Sonia frowned. To be nameless among the giants meant that you had committed a crime so bad that you were banished from the clan lands. Nameless humans were wizards that were running from the law in civilized lands, which meant there was an entire clan out there somewhere. T was made up of criminals from both sides of the border. Jarek cleared his throat and Sonia looked at him. His eyes were cold and worried at the same time. Also, according to her, the clan was Ted by Snakemen that were in the Jauntlands at the end of the Voldemort War. Sonia froze as she absorbed what Jarek had just said. Snakemen was the giant name for Death Eaters. She listened to Rrick continue with half her attention while she thought about this. They have been quietly building their numbers and a support base in the northern lands. This was going to be their first big mission since the Voldemort War. Sonia grinned savagely. And we made it fail. Good. Jarek coughed. Not yet, we haven't, he said quietly. Sonia looked at him, reading his face, and shivered as the ill of a sudden premonition ran down her spine. Spill the bad news, she demanded. Iceheart and the group we captured were an advance party. Their job was to disrupt the ceremony and keep the other giants here until the main body could get here. They could then overwhelm the party with numbers. Iceheart promised them that if they helped her get Treebreaker and the clan leadership, she would accept them into the new clan. Sonia no longer cared about Iceheart's obsession. How many giants are coming? She demanded hoarsely. Jarek checked his notes. Iceheart claims that 10 hands of giants and humans are coming, and should be here sometime tomorrow. Sonia's mind refused to accept what she was hearing for a minute. Are you telling me that we have nameless giants and Death Eaters coming here? A force 100 strong. Jarek nodded. Oh, shit, Sonia said, closing her eyes. Jarek smiled mirthlessly. My thoughts exactly. Sonia sat there, only vaguely aware of Hydra approaching, drawn by her emotions. Sonia had 36 combat-ready troops, but 12 of them had to cover the other end of the valley. She also had Phoenix, but they were not as well trained and they had to guard the heart of the world and the ceremony going on there. She did have 7 rangers and that was good, but even with them she had just 31 effective fighters, against 100 giants and Death Eaters. Sonia thought for just a second about disrupting the ritual, and bit her lip. She couldn't do that to James and Tiffany. Sonia looked up to find Hydra gathered around her. They could feel her emotional distress, and she looked at them. She opened the link and poured the story down it. Hydra blinked, and she felt their mingled shock, fear, worry as they heard what was coming. They looked at each other, thinking about it, and then they turned back to Sonia. It was her turn to blink as they shunted those emotions away and looked at her. What are we going to do? Sonia leaned on her team for a second, and then got up, treasuring their faith in her. Daniel, go get Blade. Anari, get me all the team leaders except Mercy. Aloud, she asked Jarek to find out if Treebreaker or Shadowstalker was free for a few minutes. When they had left on their errands, Sonia called Mercy. Phoenix 1, this is Hydra 1. Mercy's voice came back over the ring. Hydra 1, this is Phoenix 1. Is Chimera 3 able to use her sight? Sonia waited, praying that Rose wasn't too tired to help here. Hydra 1, negative. The heart of the world is scrambling all the magic in this part of the valley, including her sight. Sonia frowned, but thanked Mercy and dug out her map. She was very worried about the humans with the Firestarters. They were smaller and more agile, with a greater range of magic than the elemental magic of the giants, and if they were Death Eaters, or Death Eater trained, they would use the Unforgivables as quickly as they would any other curse. She frowned suddenly. Scout 1, this is Hydra 1. Hydra 1, this is Scout 1. Scout 1, be advised we have Op4 inbound this location. Op4 will be Firestarter giant with humans. Manticore is going to Omega status. You may lock and load your weapons. The Op4 is to be treated as hostile at this time. Michael Weasley, of the Griffin team, was Scout 1 right now, and he took a minute to answer. Roger that, Hydra 1. ETA of incoming Op4. Scout 1. ETA is unknown at this time. Best estimate is sometime between now and sundown tomorrow. Op4 will number approximately 100 troops. I say again, 100 enemy. Do not engage them, shadow and report only. Scout 1 was quiet long enough that Sonia was about to send her instructions again. Hydra 1. With all due respect to you, that last was the single most unnecessary order I've ever been given. Sonia blushed as she realized she'd just told a 3-person scout team not to attack 100 enemy troops. Scout 1. Be advised. That the humans may be Death Eaters or Death Eater trained. Michael's voice was wryly sarcastic. Hydra 1. Do you have any other good news for us? Scout 1 out. Sonia looked up as a giant approached. Shadowstalker looked at the manticores, reading the tension growing there. You wished to speak to me, she said simply. Sonia looked around. All the people she had asked for were here, and she took a deep breath before facing them. She gave all of them a synopsis of the situation and then looked at them, waiting for the shock to fade. When the group was silent, she faced them. It is my decision to hold our positions and defend the entire valley. I am aware that we could pull back and defend only the heart of the world, but there are two major problems with that. First, the valley is narrow enough that we would be giving the enemy the high ground, and I don't think we can stop an avalanche yet. Sonia waited while the other looked up at the steep valley walls. A couple of them pal. Ed as they thought about what could be done from there. We have the defenses in place already, and they are the best we could do. I see no reason to leave them now. Nobody said anything, although though about half of them would like to. This is what we're going to do. Sonia laid out the map with the team positions on it, and the humans crowded around. Sphinx and Hydra will stay where they are, the QRF will move up to here. And Unicorn and Pegasus will remain at the far end of the valley, both to protect our rear and to make sure that if things go south, we have some way to get out of here. Sonia ignored the looks that comment received. She had to plan for anything that could happen, not just what she wanted to have happen. Jarek, I want your snipers. Put them here and here. They may not fire below this angle here, as the positions are down there. Jarek looked at the map, estimating where Sonia wanted his people. He nodded. High on the hill above each of the teams already in place. They would have good fields of fire, and if things did go south as Sonia called it, they would have a good chance of getting away. Sonia finished her instructions and looked around at the quiet group. People, this is not a war game, nor will your people get back up if their song ends out here. The humans coming here tomorrow are Death Eaters, are trained by them. That means they could say the unforgivables as quickly as any other curse, and they don't mind killing. The giants coming with them are of the same type, and I would rather not lose any of you. Nobody we face tomorrow has the slightest inclination to fight fair. So stay alert people, and stay alive. Sonia sent them off to brief their teams, after asking Alexander to stay behind. She looked at him. Blade, if the Rangers would fill in these holes between Hydra and Sphinx, I would appreciate it. Professor Evans examined the map, and looked up at Sonia. What about going out on a hit and run? Sonia shook her head. Quote, I don't want them to know we're here until the claymores go off. Alexander Evans blinked, looking out at Alpha Point. He was the only person in Manticore that had ever seen a claymore used, and he was not looking forward to seeing it again. He looked at Sonia. Your song has a strong opening, he said, slipping into the borderer dialect. Too strong, perhaps. Sonia looked out at the ground that would be covered in blood. Tomorrow, of either her people, or the giants, or both, and shook her head slowly. I don't have to end all their songs, I just need to keep them out of the valley. I hope a big enough surprise will make them leave. Alexander nodded, and they examined the map for a minute. He tapped the sniper markings on the map. It is a good plan, but I would move these people over here. Sonia looked at the map and frowned. Why? Sonia thought about it for a minute, visualizing the ground from Hydra's positions. She opened her eyes. That little ravine, she said, the one that runs along the side of the valley. We ignored it when we set up, because it's too small for a giant to use. Correct, but now the enemy has changed, and they can use it. Sonia nodded. Blade, would you look over our positions please? And make sure we didn't miss anything else like that. Alexander tossed her a salute and moved off. Sonia looked at Shadowstalker. I apologize for making you wait. But I had to make sure I knew what we would be doing before I talked to you. Shadowstalker waved that off. Earlier, you said there were 2 reasons that you were going to defend the entire valley. But you didn't tell them what the second reason was. Might I know what it is? Sonia shrugged. I didn't say anything because few of them understand the borders or our customs. Your mate has aloe. Wed us to stay in an area where he could have made us leave, or just killed us outright. To repay that debt by allowing this to happen without doing anything would be completely wrong. Shadowstalker smiled gently. So you would be a defender? Sonia blinked, and thought about what she'd done. She winced and looked at Shadowstalker. I don't suppose I can claim ignorance, can I? Shadowstalker smiled. No, not you. From some of these others I would accept that, but not from you. You have placed a debt on us that we must repay. Tomorrow though, is not the time. Sonia nodded, following the giantess' logic. I have too many who are not of the borders, and cannot tell one giant from another. I was going to ask you to keep all your people in the grove tomorrow. Shadowstalker smiled faintly. We had wondered about that. Since we understood what Iceheart was saying. We had planned to stay close to the grove, but Treebreaker would have a witness to the battles. May Longstrider join you again? Sonia smiled. Only if he can stay in the place we assign him. I will ensure that he knows that you lead here, Shadowstalker said with a smile, and I will remind him that few rangers are borderers. Walk this path, and that the young of every race tend to be quicker with their reactions than their thoughts. If that does not keep him still, Sonia said with a matching smile, then it is his song. And nothing we can do will stop him. Sonia looked at the giantess. Your willingness to allow us to use the Earthstone, and to stay here while you hold your ceremonies is puzzling me. Many and firm are the songs that say the Stonebenders hold to tradition, and allow no humans here, and yet, Manticore stands here. Shadowstalker looked toward the grove in a gesture Sonia knew well, and she aided while Shadowstalker and Treebreaker talked. Shadowstalker finally looked at Sonia. My mate says to tell you that we will answer your question, if you will tell us why so many humans have mind links. Sonia frowned, and thought about it. My leader has not given me permission to walk this path with anyone he doesn't know. I could ask you if you have access to human books. The giantess frowned, as she thought about what Sonia had said. I will look into this, she said finally, but we would ask one more question. This path you walk, is it a path that might affect our clans? Sonia glanced at Shadowstalker and looked into the distance as she thought about what the prophecy would mean. She felt the giant, waiting patiently, and met Shadowstalker's troubled gaze with one of her own. His path will almost certainly involve you. If the singer of fate turns his eyes from us, it could lead to the last song. The last song was a giant term for the end of the world, where all the forces of good and evil would rise and fight one last time, to decide the final fate of every being that had ever walked the earth. Sonia wasn't sure she believed it, but it was enough that the giants did believe it. Shadowstalker and Sonia stood in silence for a few minutes, both of them occupied with their own thoughts. 2 years ago, after the Sitka, Treebreaker and I shared a dream. Shadowstalker's voice was quiet, almost pensive. We would not have thought anything about it, for we often share dreams since the bonding, but this one had 2 humans in it. They came to us, and told us that if we befriended the lightning-marked one and his family, we would create long songs of honor for our clan. Shadowstalker looked at Sonia. One of those humans was a man who looks much like Moondancer, with the same hair and eyes. The other was a woman, nearly as tall as the man, and blonde. Sonia frowned, thinking about it. I know of no one living this song that matches those descriptions. Stalker raised an eyebrow as she smiled softly. Living this song? I think not. They gave us names, not having the borderer ways. He was Elric and she was Cassandra. I believe you said Moondancer's ancestor was named Elric. Sonia stared at the giant as a chill ran down her spine. I do know those names, but the ones they belong to ended their songs 8 centuries ago. Shadowstalker's smile turned wry. Ended their songs? Are their mortal songs? Sonia shivered as she thought about the power that could see far enough into the future to set this meeting up, and sighed. Moondancer once said he would like to hit the singer of this song we live I begin to understand how he feels. Shadowstalker looked at Sonia for a long time. The singer of fate does not that you like his songs, mere. Lee that you live them to the best of your ability. Sonia and Shadowstalker talked for a few more minutes, until Daniel told Sonia that Alexander was looking for her. Sonia said goodbye to Shadowstalker and headed for Alpha Point. Sonia and Alexander spent an hour discussing tactics for when the giants arrived, and then Sonia returned to her team. The day passed slowly as the tension grew among the manticores, and Sonia sent them to a smaller guard, allowing more of them to rest at once. She wanted everyone as fresh as possible when the giants did show up. Around sundown, she passed command to Daniel and rolled up in her bedroll. She slept until 0200, when Daniel woke her. He grinned at her as she sat up, rubbing sleep from her eyes. Jarek's going to be jealous. Sonia blinked fuzzily, and followed his eyes. When she had gone to bed, she had placed her equipment at the head of the bed, so that she could find it easily if something happened. Sometime during her sleep, Savinon had moved, ending up tangled up with her in her blankets. Sonia closed her eyes. Daniel, go away before I beat you. She stood up and put her gear on, thinking about what they faced this day. She made sure her shields were tight and gave in for a minute to the worries and doubts that filled her mind. Warleaders didn't just grow on trees, they were trained after years of battles and war, and she had been in just one battle. They were expecting her to lead this fight, and she'd never even drawn blood in battle. That led her to a memory she shook off quickly. To avoid thinking about it, she headed for Chimera's position. She got to the fire that Mei Ling was keeping soup on and helped herself to a bowl while she listened to Mercy and Mei Ling discussing an herbal tea to help restore the chimeras between castings. She waited until they finished and Mei Ling had started brewing the herbs they had decided on before speaking. Why are you using herbals? Why not just give them a pepper up potion? Mercy grimaced. The heart of the world is doing strange things to magic in its vicinity, and it's getting worse as the hours pass. I would hate to have something happen to them because of a warped potion. Sonia cast a glance over her shoulder at the Earthstone. She could feel the magic in it, and now that Mercy brought it to her attention, it did seem to be fluctuating somehow. She turned back to the others. How are they doing? Mercy sighed. Emma is not going to make it. She may do one, possibly two more turns, and then we're going to have to change the schedule around, to pair Mei Ling with Rose. Because Hangeld and Lisa will not be far behind her. Personally, I wish Emma and Hangeld were the two touching the heart of the world, because James and Tiffany are just a bit stronger, and far more stubborn. Sonia grinned at Mercy. Yes, but it is that stubbornness that is helping them wherever they are. After all, James is the only person I know who is as stubborn as a rock. Mercy giggled, and Mei Ling looked up from the herbs she was crushing. That's my brother you're talking about, she said with a mock frown, that quickly changed to a smile, even if I agree with you. What about the valley? Mercy asked quietly, watching Sonia. Mei Ling looked up as well, pausing in her task. Sonia bit her lip. I doubt Chimera will be able to do anything, so make sure that Phoenix Eye's ready to go as soon as the ritual ends, even if you have to litter carry Chimera. Mercy nodded. Jarek is taking care of that. I am more worried about the giants coming. What are the chances they will break through the Alpha Point? Mercy and Mei Ling were both staring at Sonia, waiting for her answer. Sonia looked at them and shrugged. I cannot say, without know how good they are, or how good their leader is. Tomorrow's songs will be intense, and I cannot say how they will end. I will promise this, whatever happens, we will do our best to ensure that your perimeter holds until the ceremony is over and you two can get Chimera out. Mercy blinked, rebellion flashing across her face. We're not leaving. Sonia cut her off sharply. Yes, you will. Chimera will be helpless. Tomorrow, from everything you are saying. And they have to get out alive, no matter what it costs the rest of us. Mei Ling sighed, her eyes showing her true age as she spoke up. Sonia's right, Mercy. The rest of us are expendable. As long as they get away. Mercy frowned and bit her lip. I do not have to be the one to tell James that we left anyone behind. The three girls sat in silence, considering the odds that Manticore faced. Mercy sighed. Nothing personal, Sonia, but I wish we had Chimera for this. Sonia looked at her. So do I, she said quietly. Sonia stood up and looked at her friends. Take care of yourselves and Chimera, she said as she left. Sonia was worrying again as she returned to the perimeter and didn't see the person standing under a tree waiting for her until the ranger spoke. Hello, Hydra. Sonia jumped, until recognition caught up with reflexes, and she relaxed. Hello, Leafstar. You startled me. The short woman that stepped out from under the tree grinned at Sonia. An elephant could have startled you just then, Hydra. Would you care to tell me about it? Sonia frowned. I am afraid of what comes this day. Leafstar nodded. And you should be. Anyone that is not afraid is a fool. And Moondancer doesn't seem the type to leave his people in the hands of a fool. I am 15 today, 2 years from adulthood, and leading half-trained children into battle. Not just any battle either, oh no. We have to be outnumbered 3-1. She laughed bitterly as the worries she'd been hiding spilled out. I have neither the experience or the training to fight a battle like this, where many will die. Sonia stopped, biting her lip as she struggled to relax. Leafstar stepped up close to Sonia and touched the manticore symbol on her uniform. You have the training. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a braided leather strip. Sonia recognized her own braid that she wore on her clothes at home. Leafstar braided it into the collar and of the manticore uniform, passing the other end under her arm and braiding it into itself. When she was done, she stepped back and reached out. Touching the braid, she spoke again. You have a fine lineage, training, and history in this place. You have earned the nod of a battle won, and of one who led a battle won. Leafstar looked at Sonia. You have the trust of those who follow you, Ranger and Manticore alike, and your first battle was a victory. Leafstar looked at Sonia. You can feel the emotions of your team. Are they afraid? Sonia concentrated for a minute. Yes. Leafstar nodded. I thought they would be, for they are not fools either. Now, are they afraid of losing with you leading them, or of disappointing you? I don't know. Leafstar stepped back into the shadows of the tree. Maybe you should talk to them. Came the ranger's disembodied voice. Until you do, know that the rangers will follow you, war leader. Sonia stood there for a few minutes, thinking and fingering the braided leather on her uniform. She made a decision as the sun crested the hills on Manticore's last day in the Valley of the Union. Hydra, she sent, I would talk to you. Hydra popped up almost instantly, coming out of a small fold in the ground. Sonia blinked, but before she could say anything, Daniel spoke up. The Rangers have our positions, as Leafstar said you would need us. Hydra crowded around Sonia, and opened all their links to her. Holding nothing back, she felt their emotions, the faith and loyalty, and in a couple of cases, love. They crowded around, all of them, trying to hug her at once. Sonia stood there, lost in the images and emotions. Sometime later, Hydra pulled back, and Sonia could finally reach up and wipe wet cheeks and eyes. You people need to get back to work. Hydra turned, heading for their positions, feeling the emotions that Sonia was expressing, and ignoring the words. They all stopped at her next sending though. Thank you, my friends. I will not let you down. They turned and looked at the girl with the sword. Anari spoke for them. We know that, Hydra. We just had to make sure you knew it. Hydra headed back as Sonia watched the sunrise, thinking about her team. She smiled. That had been the finest birthday gift she'd ever gotten. The day seemed to take forever to pass, with the tension slowly ratcheting up. Around 10, Mercy reported that Emma would not be taking another turn. And that Hangeld would only be doing one more, and then Mei Ling would take over. Just before 1300, Sonia jumped as her ring sounded. Hydra 1, this is Scout 1. Scout 1, Hydra 1, go ahead. Our guests are en route, roughly 20 clicks out. We are shadowing, and will continue to follow. They are acting strangely. Scout 1 will call again when we have more details. Sonia thought about that, and raised the ring to tell the rest of the Manticores what was going on. She waited after she passed the information on. Scout 1 finally called her. Hydra 1, this is Scout 1, Michael Weasley said. And there was a strange note in his voice. Go ahead, Scout 1, Sonia said, as she looked at her watch. She was trying to estimate how fast the giants were traveling. But the next report drove that idea out of her head. Something is hunting the Op4. Since the last report, 4 humans have fallen to arrows, but the giants can't find the shooter. Op4 is 83 giants and 1. The ring cut off suddenly, and Sonia stared at it for a second. Before she could call Scout 1, he was back. Correction, the Op-4 is 83 giants. The last human just took an arrow in his head. Sonia frowned, a flickering memory in her head, but she pushed it away to listen to Michael's report. The giants are moving faster now, we are 10 clicks out. Sonia frowned. Scout 1, break away, and rejoin the main body ASAP. Sonia told the rest of Manticore that the giants were about 45 minutes away, and had half of them stand down to eat a quick meal, so that the other half of the group would have time to eat before the giants arrived. She watched Scout 1 rejoin their people, and when everyone had eaten and were back in their positions, Sonia keyed the ring for a general call to everyone except Chimera. The last thing the casters needed was to be worrying about this. All units, this is Hydra 1. You all know the plan. Stay alert and stay alive. She took a deep breath and her manner changed, becoming more formal. Manticore, you may lock and load your weapons. Across the perimeter, everyone except Sonia cast invisibility and silencing spells on their positions and started to load their weapons. M4s were loaded with 28-round clips, and M240Bs had the feed tray opened, and the first round of a belt fed into it. The M203 gunners opened the tubes to place 40mm grenade shells in place, and then everyone set those weapons down and checked their wands and the pouch of discs that each one had. Sonia settles into her posy. Tian and cast the invisibility spell over her position. She would not be covered with the silencing spell, since her first shot would open this fight. She pulled the M4 off her shoulder and looked at it. It lacked the grace of a wand, or the workmanship of a sword, being built purely for lethal function. Sonia sighed as she shot the bolt back and checked the chamber for obstructions. She would never tell anyone, but she hated these Muggle weapons, and the mindset they represented. That would not stop her from using them, however. She finished loading her weapon and waited. Just before 14:30, Ari Newson was the first to hear the giants, and soon everyone could hear them. Manticore, take your weapons off safe, and prepare to fire at my signal, Sonia said, the last verbal command she would give until the battle started. The giants appeared at the edge of the woods, and Sonia chose her target. She had already chosen her target point, the point she wanted the giants to get to, where most of her side would have effective shots at them. In addition, she wanted as many as possible in the Claymore kill zone as she could get. An errant thought crossed her mind as she settled in behind her weapon and took aim at the first giant in line. Daniel, did Longstrider make it here? Daniel's mind voice was tense and distracted as he concentrated on the giants. Yes, he's up the hill by the snipers on our side. Sonia thanked Daniel absently as she examined the giant she had chosen as the first one to fall. He was a young giant, without any sort of honors, and Sonia felt a moment's pity for him. He would die without a name, doomed to wander the world as a spirit forever, seeking anyone who knew his name. She decided there were enough giants in sight and aimed. She took a breath and squeezed the trigger. Raven the Obsessed. Life and death. Life and death. Sonia's shot rang out, and the giant she had fired at stopped. She fired at him again and he fell. Sonia's second shot was lost though, as Anari Ahmed of Hydra and Ron Stone of Sphinx triggered the claymores in front of the two teams. There were 12 of them, totaling 16 pounds of the finest explosive the U.S. military ever used, and they all went off together. The explosions sent 9,000 steel pellets downrange, and they tore through the giants, ripping unprotected flesh and wreaking havoc among them. Almost instantly, the air was filled with the sounds of warfare as M4s chattered, their lighter sounds punctuated by the strange bloop of M203 40mm grenade launchers. The deeper roar of M240B machine guns, pushing 650 rounds a minute, provided a steel-jacketed storm of fire that cut giants down like wheat. The giants froze under this assault, so completely unlike anything they had ever experienced. And Manticore used those few precious seconds of horror and shock to reduce the odds facing them. Sonia was aware that her first target had fallen, but her attention was on the targets still standing. She fired again, and reached for a new magazine as the bolt locked to the rear on an empty chamber. She reloaded and brought the weapon back to her cheek, but held her fire. The surviving giants had fled back to the safety of the wood line. Less than 10 giants made it out of the fire zone, and silence fell as Manticore looked at the carnage. That silence was only temporary as the shock wore off, and injured or dying giants made the acquaintance of pain. Sonia raised her ring, acting out of reflex. Team leaders, report status. She stared out at the combat zone, stunned by the violence of Muggle weapons. 36 dead, dying, or injured giants lay out there, and less than 2 minutes had passed. Griffin is green, Sphinx is green, Dragon is green. The voices on the ring were quiet, as their owners absorbed the scene before them. Manticore had been training to do this very thing, but all the training in the world doesn't really prepare one for massive amounts of violent death. Sonia sighed in relief. None of the Hydras were hurt, and none of her people had gotten hurt at all. This scene, though, might make the giants turn away from here. Hydra 1, this is Sphinx 1. I have movement in the wood line. Sonia sighed and raised her ring. All Alpha Point troops, this is Hydra 1. Do not waste ammunition, but if you have a shot, take it. Hydra 1 out. Sonia took a second to look at the devastation in front of her. She'd been trained for this, but nothing you can do in training could ever prepare a person for the first sight of the aftermath of a battle. Most of the giants were still now as blood loss and shock forced them into unconsciousness, and the moans of the few that could still make sounds warred with the smell of blood and cordite. Manticore watched silently as the giants grew still, waiting for the next assault, but it was nearly 30 minutes later that they found out what the giants had been waiting for. Clouds appeared over the sea of the eastern edge of the valley and moved in with unnatural speed. The cloud bank centered itself over the valley entrance and the temperature fell sharply. Sonia winced. It seemed that the enemy had at least one elemental mage on their side. She sent another order over her ring. Phoenix, we have a problem. Get your people on it. Jarek and the Phoenix team were in fallback positions around the heart of the world and Chimera. Since they would not be in the fighting, Jarek was responsible for countering any magic the giants used that was not a direct battlefield condition, and he called on his first team now. Tune Redstone, Anna Ryder, and Herman Spelling began casting, with Tune starting her spell just before Anna, and Herman just after Anna. Since all three of them were casting the Summosus Ventulis spell, the round-robin casting allowed Anna to add the power of her spell to Tian's, and Herman boosted both of them. By the time the gentle breeze reached the valley entrance, it would be closer to a howling wind. At the valley entrance, a cold driving rain started to fall, and the manticores took a second to cast Impervious before trying to watch for the giants in the sharply reduced visibility. The giants, though, were staying in the woods, and the why of that soon became obvious as a lightning bolt struck in the battlefield, and then two more in quick succession. Hydra 1, this is Griffin 1. We need our medic. Griffin 4 was caught at the edge of the second blast. Sonia winced, but called the Griffin medic, telling Dorothy McGovern that Brain Crockford needed her and to come up under the invisibility spell. She called Griffin 1 back and told him that the medic was en route. Sonia frowned as another bolt of lightning struck. Eventually, one of those bolts would hit a manticore. Hydra 1, this is Sphinx 1. I can stop the lightning, but I need to leave my position. Requesting permission to do so. Sonia sighed in relief. If Ron Stone, Sphinx 1 had been in reach right then, she might have kissed him. Sphinx 1, this Hydra 1. Permission granted, but be careful. Sonia was looking toward the Sphinx positions and she saw a blur shoot out of them. It took her a second to realize that the blur was the Impervious spell shunting the rain off Ron as he flew out into the battlefield. She watched the blur with her heart in her throat, hoping the giants didn't notice Ron. Ron gained to the ground near a giant body, one of three that was wearing chain mail as opposed to the normal leather armor. He paused for a few seconds and lifted off again, shooting back the way he'd come just seconds before a lightning bolt struck the body. Another bolt struck the body, and as the third hit it, Sonia realized that Ron had done something to make the body attract the lightning. Sphinx 1, this is Hydra 1. Good work, although next time I will ask what you were planning. You nearly gave me a heart attack sitting out there. It was a few seconds before Ron replied, and his surprise was clear. Hydra 1, you could see me. Sonia giggled slightly and then looked around, hoping no one had heard her. Roger that, Sphinx 1. The imp, RVIUS, Spell makes a blurry shape when you move around. I'm not sure if I wanted to know that, Hydra 1. Sonia sobered as she turned back to study the battlefield again. The giants were still ying to force the lightning bolts away from the body, but whatever Ron had done was holding up. After a dozen more attempts, the giants stopped using the lightning. One of them appeared at the edge of the woods, and before Sonia could say anything, one of the Phoenix snipers shot him. The shot was still echoing when a breeze started whipping down the valley from the Phoenix positions. The breeze rapidly picked up strength, becoming a fierce wind that was strong enough to break small branches off trees and send them skittering along the ground. Manticore ducked lower into their positions, protected from the worst of it. The wind's effect was just as severe on the cloud bank. In less than a minute, it was being pushed toward the woods, and the giant mage dispelled it rather than suffer from it themselves. Phoenix 2. This is Hydra 1. Tell your wind makers that they did good work and they can stop now. Sonia was listening to Jarek's response when she saw another of the blurs leaving the Griffin positions. Griffin 1. This is Hydra 1. Status report. Hydra 1. This is Griffin 1. Griffin is Amber. Brian is injured slightly, but our medic says he's still fit for duty. Sonia frowned, on the verge of ordering Griffin 4 back to the Phoenix positions, and then she reconsidered. The medic had said that Brian was fit, and it would not be good of her to overrule the medic without cause. Sonia was checking on her team with the link when the giants started using their next tactic. Arcing up from the woods came a magical fireball that started a fire, despite the wet ground. The response was nearly immediate as the closest manticore sent a stream of water playing over the fire. Whoever was using the Fusio Inriguis spell had to play it over the fire for several seconds. And the giants were able to see where it was coming from, even if they could not see what was causing it. Another fireball came out of the woods heading for the point where the water was coming from. Ron Stone, who had that sector of the defense, had anticipated that apparently, as an Expelliarmus spell knocked it away. Roger that, Hydra 1. Sonia frowned at the thought of the thermal sights the snipers were using for their weapons. She reached down and pulled out her own thermal imaging system. She started scanning the battlefield and stopped as she got first one, and then 3 more spikes in the valley. Leaving the thermals on one of the spikes, she called the other teams, and asked for a location on all the manticores as well as Wolfpack. She didn't think any of her people would be out there, and those spikes looked very large, but she was going to make sure. Sonia got quick answers back from all the linked teams, but Phoenix and Wolfpack, who had to physically check their people, took slightly longer. She got the last report back and nodded. Whoever those 4 spikes were, they were not friends. She was about to start issuing orders to her team when she received a call. Hydra 1, this is Sniper 1. We have 3, I say again, 3 heat sources in the wood line. Sonia grinned. This was perfect. Sniper 1, share the data with the others. Assign targets and hold visual. Hydra has some targets in the valley, and I want you to fire when we open up on them. Roger that, Hydra 1. Sonia opened the link with Hydra and showed them what she wanted. When they were briefed, she called Ron Stone and assigned his Sphinx team the targeting data. When all of the people were ready, Sonia laid down her rifle for a minute and drew her sidearm. Using the thermals, she aimed at the first spike. She fired, and fired again, not being able to tell if she'd hit the target or not. Hydra opened fire with her, using the link, and Sphinx was just a split second behind them. Jerry and Maynard had the 240B machine guns on full auto as they held the triggers down. The 2 of them were sweeping the target zone with 1,200 rounds a minute, and simply covering the entire area with lead. Booming out over the lighter gunfire was the thunderous sound of the 50 caliber rifles the snipers were using. Sonia waited 30 seconds, counting them off in her head, and then called the ceasefire. She aimed the thermals out toward the target zone inside. The spikes were much lower now, and not moving at all. She would keep an eye on them, but she was willing to bet that over the next couple of hours, those spikes would simply fade away. She checked her watch. It was just after 4 in the afternoon and Manticore had to hold the giants at least until sunset, around 22:14 tonight. This would have been a lot easier if they could have done this on Midwinter's night rather than Midsummer's night. The sun would be setting right about now, and she'd be almost ready to turn this over to James. Then they could pack up and go as soon as the giants were ready to leave. Sonia laughed at herself. She didn't really think James or the giants would simply walk away from this fight, but she could hope. There was a break in the battle while Manticore waited to see what the giants would do next. That didn't take long. Hydra 1, this is Sniper 1. We have multiple Heat sources massing in the woods at the 1100 position. Sonia looked out at the left side of the valley but didn't see anything, which meant the giants were using invisibility. She smiled as a thought struck her. Sniper 1, this is Hydra 1. Share your data with the 203 gunners. When he was finished with that, Sonia called the 203 gunners. This is what I want you to do, she said and explained her plan. A few seconds later, all 4 gunners fired and started reloading as fast as they could, each of them placing 5 rounds in the woods around the heat sources before stopping. Sonia was expecting to kill many giants this way, but it would force them back and make them nervous about how the enemy could see them. She thought about using a few more fear-inducing tactics, but most of them required more people than she had. Wolfpack 1, this is Hydra 1. Alexander couldn't key the rings of course, but he could relay to Martin. Hydra 1, this is Wolfpack 1, go ahead. Can a few of your rangers get out the back of the valley, and circle around behind the giants in time to do us any good? Not at this time. The nearest pass is over 3 hours away. Sonia considered the careful wording and air of suppressed humor Martin had in his voice. Wolfpack 1, how many of your people are out there, and where are they? We happen to have a 4-person patrol out, and the Y seemed to have circled around behind the giants. Sonia grimaced. After this was over, she was going to have words with those 2. Not as many as she'd like to have, since she did indeed need those people out there. But she was going to give them hell about not telling her they were out there. Wolfpack 1, contact your scout team. I want them to find whoever is in charge out there and take him out after he launches the next attack. I want their chain of command shattered during the attack. Sonia sent a warning to Manticore that there were friendlies out in the wood line somewhere, and told them to be sure their targets were giant-sized. Sonia did not have to wait long for the next attack. 6 giants burst out of the wood line, running for the valley as fast as they could. Manticore tried, but the giants were moving at high speed, faster than anyone except the borderers thought they could move. 2 of them fell but the others reached the upper end of the valley entrance, past the ends of the Manticore lines. They came to a sudden stop there, as Blade and Eagle stood before them. We stand here, and challenge all who would pass. Martin's voice, amplified by the sonorous spell, echoed up and down the valley as Sonia swore, Alpha Point, cease fire. Sonia glared at Martin and Alexander, even though they were too far away to see it. Those 2 idiots had just revealed the nature of the enemy to the giants. Until now, the giants had not seen anything but explosions and magic. That had to worry them on some levels, and these 2 had just ruined that. Stand to challenge, or go nameless into the beyond. Sonia sighed. Formal challenge had its place, but not here, not now. She watched as 2 of the giants moved up and exchanged words with the 2 rangers. After the 4-0 them completed the rituals of challenge, they squared off. Blade's opponent went down quickly, and Sonia cursed the distance that kept her from seeing the details. Blade stood by, waiting for Martin's battle to end, which didn't take long, and they turned to the remaining giants. They faced the 2 giants and performed the rituals of challenge again. That was when everything went south. As Sonia watched with disbelieving eyes, both of the giants attacked Martin, in violation of the challenge. Eagle ducked under the sword of his opponent, but was unable to avoid the club of the other giant. The heavy blow laid him out, silent, bleeding and not moving. Blade showed the giants the error of their ways as he ran up behind the one that had ignored him and cut the giant across the calves, ring the muscles there and bringing the giant crashing to the ground. Blade ignored this giant as well, crossing to Eagle and hauling him quickly out of sight. She shrugged. At least he wouldn't be breeding anytime soon, if ever. Blade reappeared, walking casually up to the still whimpering giant. The manticores were too far away to hear what he said, but whatever it was made the giant try to ch for his club even as Blade calmly ran the giant through the eye, sinking his sword deep into its brain. He took a minute to wipe the blade off on the giant's clothes and turned to the other one. That giant had struggled to his knees, unable to rise any further with the tendons in both legs cut. I am scorned, of the Firestarter clan. Sonia didn't need to hear Alexander's reply to that. You fight well, for a human. I will die well this day. The giant raised his sword and looked at Blade, waiting for him. Sonia had to admire his courage, if not his honor. He knew that he had no chance here, but he was facing his death openly. And as close to on his feet as he could get. What do you mean, I need not die? Sonia frowned at that. Blade was apparently offering him a way out. Your offer is accepted. The giant tossed his sword down and lay back down to start caring for his wounds. Blade caught Sonia's eye and made the hand signals for a medic to rally to him, and Sonia made the call. She had barely finished when she got a call. Hydra 1, this is Sphinx 1. You should know, I have a giant in the wood line armed with a flag of truce. Sonia turned, scanning the woods for the giant. She spotted him, standing at the edge of the wood line with a piece cloth in his hands. As she thought about it, the giant started forward, moving slowly. Sonia made her decision and sent a call over the ring. All units hold position and fire. Snipers, scan the wood line. Hydra, cover me. She left the position and moved away from it before dropping the invisibility spell. She went to meet the giant, stopping when they were about 20 meters apart. The two of them studied each other for a minute. The giant was dressed in chainmail and wearing a large sword strapped across his back. You have captured my son, he said without preamble. I would know the cost of his return. Sonia looked back. I cannot say. Blade is the one that captured him, and the one you must talk to. I shall inform him of your request. Sonia backed up and flew to where Blade stood over the dead giants, watching the one that was still alive. One of the Phoenix Metawitches was working on his legs. How is Eagle? Blade frowned. Bruised, battered and sore. He has several broken ribs and a concussion, but the Phoenix medic says that Mercy will have him up and moving by the time we are ready to leave. Sonia was relieved it was not worse. Blade's eyes went to the giant patiently waiting. What does he want? Sonia arched an eyebrow, indicating the giant being healed. He wants his son back, and is asking your price. Blade looked at the giant behind him and back down the valley at the father. My price is simple. They both leave, right now, and promise to not fight any human that is not in the Firestarter clan for a year and a day. Sonia raised her eyebrow at the low request but turned and flew back to the waiting giant. She relayed the terms and the giant frowned. Blade will not know if we have followed the terms of the ransom. Sonia sighed. That you leave today may save some of my people as well as your lives, and that is good enough for me. Blade is willing to accept your word that you will follow the terms of the ransom. The giant looked at his son, now standing near Blade. I give my word not to attack any human not of this clan, but I reserve the right to defend myself. Sonia relayed that to Blade with the ring. Looking back, Blade nodded his agreement and scorned started toward his father. He stopped and looked at Blade. He bowed slightly and crossed over to his sword. Picking it up, he slid it home in his sheath and started toward his father again. He stopped as he reached Sonia and his father. We must go, his father said. I have cost you must this day, father. The two giants turned and started off. But then the father turned back. Might I know your name? You have shown skill and wisdom beyond a person of twice your years this day, and it will add luster to my name. To say that I spoke with you this day. Sonia blinked. I am Hydra, she said, automatically following the formal ritual's rules. Daughter of Mary and Falcon, kin to Starblade. My teachers are Blade, Enigma and Eagle. The older giant listened and then spoke the lines of a formal introduction. I am Knight's child, son of Gambler and Swifttalker. I was trained by Brightmint. Sonia resisted the urge to ask his clan. If he was with these giants, but not in the Firestarters, he might not have a clan, and asking about it would be an insult. I greet you, Knight's child. May your songs be long and glorious. And yours, Hydra. Sonia watched the two giants as they left, turning away only after they disappeared into the woods. She turned away and cast her invisibility spell again, returning to her position. She checked her watch again. It was nearly 7 in the evening and Chimera would be done in just about 3 hours. There was a great deal of movement in the woods over the next 2 hours. But none of the giants showed themselves. With the cooling air and dropping sun had come a light fog that increased the tension level as it blocked the Manticore's sight. Sonia was divided. Her attention between the woods and the sun, and missed something. It was a comment from Jerry Newson that showed her what she'd missed. I thought fogs were swirly things, full of movement and shapes. Sonia took a closer look at the fog. It was very still and not even the light nighttime breeze was making it move. A terrible fear gripped her as she raised the ring. Alpha point. I want every other weapon trained on the fog, now. Odd numbers. Cast, finite incantatum. On the fog in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, now. Across the valley, 13 people cast the spell and all hell broke loose. The fog was an illusion and the giants had been sneaking up closer under its cover. Already they were as far up the valley as any giant had gotten in the first attack. There was an instant of frozen immobility on both sides. And then everyone exploded into motion. The manticores didn't even have to aim. There were 40 giants out there and they were bunched up now, but they were changing that as they spread out hunting the enemy they knew were here. Jerry was holding the trigger of her 240B down, pouring ammunition downrange as fast as she could, while the M4 cracked. The deep booms of the SN. Ipers counterpointed the firing of the 203s, and for an instant, it looked as though this attack would be repelled as well. Sonia was targeting the closest giant to her, and she was far too close. As the two sides fought, the ritual at the heart of the world was coming to a close and the magic that had been a constant presence since its arrival was building. As Mercy and Mei Ling had already noticed, the Earthstone did strange things to magic in its vicinity and all at once, every spell in the valley failed at once. The manticores were exposed to the enemy as the giants redoubled their efforts. The rangers broke cover to charge into the fight with blades and spells, trying to draw the giants away from the closer manticores. Across the valley in Sphinx's area, 9 giants cut to the side, trying to flank around. The 240B in Maynard's hands cut 2 of them down, but it jammed suddenly. In the deepening twilight, it was hard to see what was happening over there, but Sonia could see the remaining giants at the end of Sphinx's line. One and then another fell, but the rest made it behind the lines where Sphinx couldn't fire at them. Ron Stone erupted out of his position, firing burst after burst, desperately trying to cover the machine gun nest while Maynard wasn't firing. 3 giants went down, and Sonia recognized the motions of Ron reloading. He raised his weapon and shot another giant, putting 2 bursts into it before it fell. Sonia called a warning that would never reach the other side of the valley as another giant loomed to Ron's side, coming out of the deepening darkness. Ron spun and triggered a burst into the giant. The burst was good, and would kill the giant, but it was just an instant too late, as the giant ran Ron though with his spear. Reactions. Chapter 33 Reactions. Sonia saw Ron go down with the last giant he had killed and knew what had happened. She'd seen the bodies of rangers come home too often not to know what a spear to the chest meant in her. Eyes blazed as she targeted another giant. She felt Inari burn her hand in her haste to change the overheating barrel of the 240B, and sent a warning down the link. As she did, the Hydra link felt something. A pain in their chest, and they all knew that something had happened to Ron Stone. Around the world, in America, in Bobadans, everywhere there was a manticore tied to the Moondancer clan and James with the Final Moments link. Those people felt the sharp pain in their chest and they all knew that something bad had happened to Ron. In Hogwarts, Professor Dumbledore looked up from his scrying bowl with a sigh. He'd been watching the manticores since they crossed the border. He had hoped that the training and equipment of the manticores would allow them to circumvent the requirement that a life be paid for the amulets. But it had not happened. He bent down over his bowl to watch the end of the ritual. The sounds of battle changed then, becoming something more than it was, as the manticores stepped up the tempo. Restraint, fire, control, all the things they'd learned over the last 2 years went away, eclipsed by the fear that they shared about Ron. The 240B from the Sphinx team opened up again. And Sonia frowned as she listened to it. Something there had changed dramatically. It came to her, as she reloaded. Whoever was using it had changed the gas tube settings. The weapon was on its highest setting, pushing 900 rounds a minute at the giants. Hydra 1, Chimera 1 and 2 are inbound your location at high speed. Don't shoot them. Mei Ling's rushed message made Sonia turn to look back. 2 large cats of some kind were bounding over the terrain. One was jet black with only a single white stripe over its left eye relieving the sable coat. The other was the fiery red of a Weasley's hair, and had the same white stripe. They shot past Sonya's position and hit the nearest giant with teeth and claws. The giant went down quickly, and the two barely slowed as they attacked the next giant. Sonya sent a warning over the ring not to shoot the cats as she reloaded. Between the fire of the manticores, rangers, and the two-headed buzzsaw that had joined them, the remaining giants were soon in full retreat. The cats followed them back into the wood line, and after a few seconds, so did the rangers. Judging by the sounds that came from the woods, the hunting was good, for cats and rangers alike. Sonya raised her ring again. All units report. Sonya knew that Jerry was burned already, and was sending for Hydra's medic as the other teams answered her. Dragon is amber, medic needed. Griffin is green. Sonya was requesting Dragon's medic when the last team made their status report. Sphinx is red, medic requested. Sonya closed her eyes. That had not been Ron on the ring. She told Daniel to watch over Hydra and walked over to Sphinx, dreading what she would find. 4 of the Sphinx team were standing around something on the ground. Richard March turned to look at Sonya as she came up, and she saw Ron lying on the ground. The gaping hole in his chest was obvious, and Sonya felt the tears start as she saw the proof of Ron's death. Richard March reported the events that had led to Ron's death in a toneless voice. Maynard Winchester had been manning the machine gun until it jammed. He had panicked at that point and simply curled up into a ball in the position. Ron had come out of his position in an attempt to cover Maynard and keep the giants from getting behind the lines. Sonya listened to Richard tell the story from the Sphinx team's Ked point of view and wiped her tears away. Richard finished up and looked at Sonya. "We are asking that you take the coward with you. We will not allow him anywhere near us." Sonya looked at Richard, and the savage fury in his eyes made her frown. "Where is he now?" Richard looked at her and didn't even try to hide the lie. "He tripped, and hit his head on a rock. He's over in the gun pit." Sonya looked at him. "Be glad I agree with you. You never could lie well." Richard shrugged. "Be glad it was me. One of the others wanted to have an accident with their weapon." Sonya stared at Richard and her voice cracked like a whip. "You tell that other that if anything like that happens to anyone I am leading, he'll wish Tiffany had gotten to him with her spoon before I am done with him." Richard blinked as Sonya visibly calmed herself. "I am responsible for every song under my command, even ones that go bad. Anyone that hurts one of those songs will answer to me, unless someone else gets them first, as Sphinx 1 did." Richard nodded. "Still, we would ask that you take him away. I am not sure I can keep him safe." Sonya looked at Richard. "Then you had better learn to control your team better, team leader." Richard sighed. "It's not the team I am worried about. When I knocked him out earlier, it took me a minute to convince myself that I shouldn't just keep hitting him, until he paid for taking Ron from us." Sonya winced as his words brought back a memory. "You can't do it, you know," she said absently, lost in the memory. "No matter how many times you hit them, it's never fair again." She shook the reverie off and frowned. She really didn't have the resources for this. "Phoenix 1, this is Hydra 1. Would you join me at Alpha Point for a minute?" Jarek sounded harried as he answered her. "Roger that, Hydra 1. ETA 5 minutes. Sonya looked at Richard. "I will deal with Maynard. I assume you will be taking your fallen with you." Richard nodded. "Sphinx made promise to each other that I have to carry out. We will take Ron back to his family and I have a letter to deliver to them." Sonya groaned. "Just get him back in one piece. After that, James and Professor Dumbledore can take care of it." Emily Kitchen was the Phoenix researcher, and a good friend of Ron's. Jarek nodded and looked at Ron again. "Goodbye, my friend." Looking up, she saw the Finnegan twins. Both of them had a lock of hair in their hands. "We cannot braid," Frank said quietly. "Would you add ours to your braid, please?" Sonya nodded and took the locks. Sonya started back toward the Hydra positions. She looked around at the other teams. Judging by the expressions there, and the looks most of them wore, she didn't need to tell them about Ron. She resolutely pushed Ron out of her mind for now. She had work to do. Later, she would allow herself to grieve. She was talking to Daniel when she noticed that the Rangers were returning. She went to meet Blade and Eagle. Martin was limp. Ing slightly and Alexander had a first aid pack wrapped around one arm. Those two idiots pushed the giants too hard. 3 got away from us. Sonia blinked. What about your scout team? Can they catch up to them? Alexander shook his head slowly. They could, but James is still hunting the giants, and I'm not risking my people until he calms down. Sonia sighed. I do not blame him, she said quietly. Sphinx will need a new team leader. Alexander closed his eyes. He'd been a soldier for 20 years and it never got any easier to lose someone you'd trained and fought with. He was a good man. Alexander pushed that news away, focusing on the mission to be finished, much as Sonia had done a few minutes earlier. I need a medic for a couple of the rangers, and then we need to be packing up. In case we have to go after those two. Sonia nodded, relaying what Daniel had told her. Phoenix is packed, with Chimera bundled for litter carry. As soon as they find out if they'll be carrying James and Tiffany, they can be ready to go in 3 minutes. Sonia and Alexander were walking around the giant bodies as Alexander checked to be sure that they were dead and Sonia got reports from the manticores. Alexander flipped the cloak that had fallen to cover one giant back and made a noise, as if someone had punched him hard. Sonia looked at him and froze. She'd never seen the borderer veteran look anything like this. In fact, she'd never seen anyone with so many conflicting emotions on their face. Alexander stood there, staring at the body for almost a minute, and then his face went blank. He bent over the giant and began unhooking the sword there. I am claiming this sword. Sonia blinked and looked at the sword. It was a good one, what humans would call a bastard sword, with a worn dragon hide grip and a cross guard that looked like dragon wings. Sonia blinked, looking at the sword across Alexander's back. As near as she could tell from here, they were identical. Blade spoke, and the tension in his voice did not the blank calmness on his face. Long ago, when Fire Worker perfected the art of making magically forged swords, 20 of his finest blades were chosen and paired. He did something to them. And when he was done, if 2 rangers wore them, and were bonded in any way, they could do things together that they could not do alone. He stood up from the giant's body and began strapping the sword across his back with the other one. This sword is the mate to my own. I claim it for that, and because I know this sword. The last time I saw it, Sable was wearing it. Sonia's eyes went to the vaguely Celtic style knot on Blade's leather that proclaimed his lifemate status. Blade and Sable's story was well known along the borders, and it was a tragic one. They had met years ago, in the ranger training, and it had been love at first sight. Their careers, in the Rangers and the American Ranger Army, had kept them apart for more than 10 years, only able to meet once or twice a year. When they finally had mated, they had done the lifemate bonding. One step higher than marriage, lifemates would never remarry, even if their partner died young. Few swore the oath, maybe 10 couples in a generation. They had been married barely a year at the end of the Voldemort War, and settled down to walk the borders. 2 years later, Sable had gone into the giant lands on a routine mission and never come back. Blade had searched, and still searched in fact, but not even rumor had sung her song in 5 years. Sonia hissed in surprise. This clan was started at the end of the Voldemort War. Sable might have heard something and gone looking for them. Alexander nodded. I will be back to ask the Firestarters about her, soon. Very soon. He looked at Sonia and she shivered as a chill ran down her spine. Alexander looked a lot like James just then, and she could see the tightly controlled fury in his eyes. If these beings have kept Sable from me, they will shortly regret walking that path. Alexander walked back toward the other rangers as Sonia stared after him. She shook her head, and brought her mind back to the business at hand. She got on the ring, calling the other teams and telling them to fill in the holes and pack up to leave. She also told them to keep a minimal guard and get ready to leave in a hurry. When she was finished, she saw Longstrider waiting for her. She told Daniel to continue with Hydra and crossed over to him. He was sitting on a rock and Sonia sat down nearby. Longstrider watched her for a minute. You have lost one of yours today and it was your first loss. Sonia nodded as she adjusted Savinon. I failed him. Longstrider snorted derisively. Failed, you say? Are you the singer of fate then, to always win without loss? He pointed at the battlefield in front of them. You faced odds that would have made many run, and with troops that had never fought for blood. That you won it all is a gift of the singer of fate, and will make a glorious song. That you lost but won will ensure that today's song will be sung for years to come. He looked at Sonia. It is right that you grieve for the lost one, but do not let it destroy you. Talk to your war leader. Or to Blade, else you will become the next Doombringer. Sonia looked up, thinking about what he was saying. I will. Longstrider nodded. Now, we must discuss the debt before you leave. Sonia blinked. Honor was a very touchy subject among the giant clans and she had to be careful here. She thought quickly. You did allow us to stay in your lands when you could have told us to leave. Leaving us in your debt. Longstrider agreed. A debt which was paid when you gave us Iceheart and the other giants for ransom. He looked at her gravely. Then you defended us, without regard for your danger. At least that is the way Shadowstalker and Treebreaker see it. In addition to that, while you were the defender, you lost one of yours, leaving us under a life tape. Sonia thought about it and finally sighed. True, this debt is high, for the one that was lost was good. Sonia couldn't find a way out of the giants owing Manticore life tape, not that she tried very hard. Using Ron's death as a bargaining chip was wrong, and Sonia refused to do it. Shadowstalker has taken this debt on her own shoulders, so that the clan may start without debt. She says that you may call on her for a future favor. Quote. Sonia nodded. She fingered the braid she wore absently as she thought about it. Tell her that I will think on. Sonia's words were cut off by the scream of a big cat and she whirled. The two cats that had passed her earlier had finally returned, and they were streaking toward Longstrider. Sonia jumped up and got between the cats and Longstrider. Sonia cast about for a way to slow the cats. But they were coming quickly, and she was left with a single option. She pulled her rifle off her back and triggered a burst into the ground in front of the cats. Two cats pulled up short and then broke apart, trying to circle the girl that faced them. Sonia triggered a closer burst in front of James, making him come to a stop. Before he could do anything, Sonia raised her ring. Chimera won. This Hydra won. The man standing there was about 25, and had a white lock of hair just over his left eye. Tiffany looked at least as old as James did and had the same white lock. That was startling enough, but they both had the pinched look of people who had not eaten in quite some time. Sonia raised the ring again, speaking slowly and carefully. Chimera won. This Hydra won. Knock it off. Sonia blinked again. She was not certain which of the two in front of her had spoken. She relaxed slightly as the green flames flickering in Tiffany's eyes went away, but kept her eye on James. He was still staring at Longstrider. James, Longstrider is under my protection, and since I am here at your word, that means he is under yours. It would not be a good thing to eat him. James looked at her, and Sonia tensed. The maelstrom of emotion surging through his eyes mirrored the turmoil she felt. Tiffany moved up to stand next to him, and James raised an eyebrow at Sonia. I am not that hungry. He turned, surveying the battlefield. How many? 84 enemy with magical assistance. Until this last assault Manticore kept them behind the Alpha Point. James nodded, and turned back to Sonia. He looked at her, and his eyes were distant, unfocused. You have done well, now take them home. James's words were slurred and he was leaning drunkenly to one side. He had barely finished speaking when the two of them fell, dropping like puppets with their strings cut. Chimera 9, this Hydra 1. Chimera 1 and 2 need you at Alpha Point. Sonia crossed to James and began examining him. She found a gash along his ribs that was still bleeding slowly and began bandaging it. Mei Ling came up and watched her for a second. Keep going, I'm going to check Tiffany. Mei Ling began going over Tiffany, and found the gash in the ribs that James had. Since it was no longer bleeding, she continued to check and muttered something when she found a puncture in her thigh. As if an arrow had gone completely through. Excuse me, Sonia said impatiently, but would you mind filling me in? My brother is a hot-headed idiot. Mei Ling snapped. Sonia waited a second. Sorry, Mei Ling said. As she stood up, I don't know where they were for the last 3 days, but they are drained of all resources, as if they hadn't eaten in a month or more. Magically, they're just as bad off. And the fighting and injuries from the giants is not helping. I am going to keep them unconscious until Melissa or Madame Potter can look at them. Sonia winced. She had been hoping to have James's advice at least. She got a status report from Manticore as Mei Ling and 3 other Phoenix people bundled James and Tiffany in the netting used to carry people who were unconscious or unable to fly. Mei Ling, we'll be moving out as soon as I tell our hosts goodbye. Pass the word, would you? Sonia waited for Mei Ling's nod and turned back toward Longstrider. I offer Ma Enticore's apologies for the actions of our clan leader. He is emotional, young and under some stress right now. Longstrider studied her for a minute. He is also bound to you all. Somehow. For 3 days, he touched the Earthstone. But he knew of your loss. His is a powerful song, and that you would face him to protect another leaves me in your debt. Sonia grimaced. She was just piling debts up. At this rate the whole giant nation was going to owe her, which would lay some serious obligations on her. I don't suppose you could forget it. Longstrider just looked at her. You know better, Hydra. Sonia sighed. Yes, I know. Manticore has to leave though. May I hold the debt until I return? I can wait, but I would prefer that you not hold it too long. I am old, and would prefer to meet the singer debt-free. Longstrider watched the Manticores gathering to leave. These friends of yours are a strong song. I hope you are as strong. Sonia shrugged. I have to be. None of the other Manticores is a borderer. And you know as well as I do that even the borderers make mistakes in dealing with giants. Sonia and Longstrider talked for a minute, comrades taking leave of each other. Sonia asked Longstrider to convey her regards to Shadowstalker and Treebreaker. Their ritual was going to take another few hours and Sonia wanted to be far from here when the sun rose. She wanted to keep Manticores busy so they wouldn't have time to dwell on Ron's song, and its end. Hydra 1. This is Phoenix 2. Manticore is ready to go. Jarek sounded the same as he always did, cool and unperturbed. And Sonia strove to match his tone as she answered him. Sonia rejoined the Manticores and placed the Unicorn team on point. With Pegasus running the rear guard, Manticore lifted off, heading for the border. They were flying a bit higher this time, just over the treetops and slower as even with matching broomsticks some of the Manticores simply didn't fly as well as others, and flying at night only made that worse. Sonia had the team leaders checking on their people regularly, and it was a good thing, because just after midnight, they had to stop and wait for 2 phoenixes that had gotten off course. The Dragon team soon brought them back without incident and Manticore continued on their way. They holed up just before dawn and Sonia put out the guards and got everyone settled in. She returned to Hydra's positions after everyone else was settled in for the day. She found her team waiting on her. Daniel met her, looking at her closely. It's time for you to sleep. Sonia started to protest, but Daniel stopped her. Sonia, you're running on too little sleep now. This is not a game. You cannot be sleep-fogged when you make decisions. Sonia winced, and then Daniel put his hand on her shoulder. Listen to me. We've been listening to you wondering if you could have saved him all night, and you have to stop. Jerry is nearly in tears, and the rest of us are not much better. For our sake, will you please go to sleep? I promise to wake you if anything happens. Sonia stared at him, and then looked at Hydra. Jerry wouldn't meet her eyes, and the rest of Hydra had rings around their eyes. She sighed, becoming aware of just how tired she really was. Physically, she had done no more than any other Manticore, but physical strain is not the only way to be worn out. The mental stress and worry of leading was telling on her, and through her, on her team. Fine, you had better wake me though if anything happens. Sonia got out her gear and tried to sleep, but she kept thinking about the final battle. And sleep avoided her. She laid there tossing restlessly until a voice came from the darkness. I didn't sleep for 2 days after I had one of my people die. Sonia sat up and looked toward Alexander. There had to be something I could have done. Sonia sighed. I know that with my head, Blade, but my heart is not listening. Blade nodded. I know what you say, and I know how you feel. Think about this. You know or have heard most of the border songs. How many of the songs of war have no endings? If you can find a dozen, I will be surprised. That you cannot find 20, I will bet a future favor on. Sonia thought about it. I cannot think of any right now. Blade stood up. The Rangers are still following you, and so are the Manticores. Think about that, when the doubts get too high. Every Ranger and all those team leaders are trained to lead and take care of their people. Do you really think they would be following you if they thought you were dangerous to their people? Blade turned and disappeared silently into the night. Sonia lay back down, and sometime after that, drifted into sleep. Sometime later, she was awoken by a nudge on her foot. She sat up and tried to wipe the sleep from her eyes. What time is it, Daniel? It's just afternoon, but I am not Daniel. Sonia was reaching for her wand before recognition caught up with reflexes, and Hydra was scrambling toward them. Because that voice belonged to no Manticore. Sonia sat there, still tangled in her blanket, with her wand pointing at the ranger sitting calmly at the foot of her bedroll. She stared at him, noting Hydra circling the two of them, all pointing weapons at the stranger. Hold off, Hydra, I vouch for this man. Hydra looked at her dubiously, until Sonia waved them off. She frowned at the man smiling at her. Enigma, your sense of humor is going to get you killed one of these days. Sonia frowned at the ranger. How the hell did you get through the lines anyway? Yo, you have known me long enough to know I won't tell you that, he chided her. I did need to talk to you before you leave the lands though, so I dropped in. Sonia shot him a look. How did you know we were here, anyway? I couldn't get a hold of you to ask to come with us. I visited your mother a day or so before you left for the lands, and she told me what you were doing. I simply followed you when you crossed the border. Enigma grinned at Sonia's expression. You should know I can follow anyone by now. Enigma shrugged. I may have been doing a bit of hunting, but you weren't going anywhere and I was annoyed that they were coming. Quote, Sonia started to say something, but Enigma interrupted her. My time is short, Hydra. Sonia dressed slowly, thinking about the things Enigma had said. She had known the old ranger her entire life. And he'd always been different, but this was bizarre even for him. She went to join Hydra as they ate. The team leaders soon joined her and they discussed the route and where the teams would be. When the team leaders left to get their teams ready, Sonia's team moved up. Daniel took the lead, as he did most of the time when Sonia was not available. Who was that? What did he say that has you so upset? How did he get in the lines unseen and how did he leave? Sonia grinned at her team, and then turned serious. That was Enigma, the oldest ranger alive. He's the borderer equivalent of Professor Dumbledore. He got into our lines because he has forgotten more about sneaking around than all of us know. He got out the same way. Sonia sighed, chewing on her lip. As to what he said, I cannot talk about it yet. Let me think about it, and do some research when we get back to Hogwarts, and then we will talk about it. Daniel frowned at her. That was remarkably uninformative, even for you. Hydra. Sonia smiled at him. Ask any of the rangers about him. That is about what any of them can say. Jerry was watching Sonia closely. All they can say, maybe. I think that you could say more. If you chose to. Sonia smiled. I could. He is an old family friend, but then I might spoil his reputation. She frowned, as sadness flickered in her eyes. He was my father's trainer. And my parents and he are close friends. She shook it off and stood up. Right now though, we have more important things to do. We're on the right side of the formation today. Daniel's in charge if I get called away. Manticore's trip was uneventful, and they reached the border maybe an hour early. Manticore set in, and waited. At the appointed time, a single figure crossed the border from the human side. And Manticore linked up with Falcon, one of the rangers, and Sonia's mother. Within 2 hours of the link-up, Manticore was back at Hogwarts, and Sonia was talking to Professor Dumbledore in the infirmary. Madame Potter was examining Chimera and having the Manticore Metawizards spooning potions into them. She came to the two of them after an hour or so, when Sonia was telling Professor Dumbledore about the last fight. Madame Potter listened quietly as Sonia told them about Ron. Professor Dumbledore nodded. I will take Sphinx to return Mr. Stone's body. He noted Sonia's involuntary flinch. You should come with us. Sonia winced again. I will. She sighed. Will James be up in time to join us? Madame Potter shook her head. Not a chance. All of Chimera is worn out. But James and Tiffany are as close to being burned out and squibs as I have ever seen, or heard about. I'm not even going to let them wake up for 3 days. Professor Dumbledore sighed. We cannot delay taking Mr. Stone back to his family that long. Sonia winced again. Borderers did not name the dead, believing that to name them would delay their crossing the veil, and make them stay on the material world as ghosts. To hear Sphinx one name twice in a few minutes raised the hackles at the back of her neck, and she had to resist the urge to turn around and look for Ron. Sonia nodded. I will find Sphinx and we will be ready when you are, Professor. She slipped away, looking for Sphinx. Professor Dumbledore looked at the infirmary. Chimera was in 8 beds, sleeping, and 2 other manticores were there also. To have injuries attended to. This was more people in the infirmary than the headmaster had seen since the ball when Tiffany's pyromancy had manifested, and he did not like the sight. 2 hours later, Sphinx, Hydra and Professor Dumbledore took a port key to the stone house, landing just outside of it. Sphinx picked up Ron's body and they all started towards the door. An older man was working in the garden and looked up. He saw the group, their faces and the burden they carried. He stood, and met them at the gate. He looked at them and seemed to age 20 years in seconds. You'd best wait a minute. His mum will take it better from me. He turned and started up the path to the house. Sphinx and Hydra followed him silently, stopping at the door while he went inside. Sonia would never forget the anguished cry that came from the house, as Mr. Stone told his wife that their oldest child was dead. Guilt and death. Tiffany was born when I was 9, and she was my youngest sister. She was bright, cute and hyperactive, and the one person I loved most in my family. When she died in an accident at the age of 5, it nearly killed me. I chose to give Tiffany Potter my little sister's name in homage to a young girl who never got to live because I like the character of Tiffany the best of all the 8. You will understand then why I will not change her name, now or ever. This chapter is for my youngest friend. May you find peace and happiness wherever you are now. Awakening to a new world. Rose woke up slowly, blinking eyes that seemed glued shut. She looked around, lost. She was in an unfamiliar room, and it took her a minute to place the infirmary at Hogwarts. With that recognition came memory and she was suddenly wide awake. This was all wrong. The last she knew, Manticore had been 2 days into the giant lands, casting the ritual that might help James and Tiffany out. That she was in the infirmary now, without any memory of the time in between, was not a good thing. In her opinion, she struggled to her elbows and looked around for Madame Potter. What she saw was all of Chimera, laying in beds on each side of her. The only 2 that were missing were James and Tiffany. And she could feel James sleeping not too far away. She looked at Chimera, but they were all asleep. Rose jerked, and opened her eyes. Melissa was staring at her. I can feel your pain. And I do not understand it. Will you share it with me? Rose closed her eyes again, and thought. Normally, she would talk to James, but this she could not share with him. He will never forgive her for allowing any of his manticores to die for him. Melissa was her best friend and she might understand why Rose had chosen as she had. In the end though, Rose couldn't say anything about it yet. I'm not ready to talk about it yet. Quote. Melissa examined her. When you are, I am here for you. Quote. Rose turned and looked at Melissa. I know, and thank you. She looked at the others. How are the others? Quote. Melissa frowned, reaching out with her healing talent, trying to feel the other chimeras. As soon as she did, a bell rang in Madame Potter's office. Miss Xavier, stop that now. Madame Potter followed her voice out of her office and looked at the startled girls. I knew you'd be trying to check on them as soon as you awoke. No magic for either of you until I have examined you. Rose frowned. Why? Madame Potter raised an eyebrow. First, because I said so, and second, because I have never even seen a more exhausted group of people than the bunch of you yesterday. You need time to rest and recuperate. Melissa sighed. I am tired. How long have we been asleep? The 2 girls nodded obediently, well aware that Madame Potter was perfectly capable of potioning them if they gave her any trouble. Rose reached for James. He was asleep, but something was different about him. Rose looked at Madame Potter. How are James and Tiffany? Madame Potter looked toward one of the private rooms. I don't know yet. We're trying everything we can though. She looked at Melissa and sighed. Miranda Xavier is here, working with me. Melissa blinked and closed her eyes. Rose looked at the 2 of them. Who is Miranda Xavier, and why is that so bad? She was getting very nervous about James. If he died after she let Ron die to keep him alive, she would never be able to live with that. Miranda Xavier is the best of us all, Melissa said quietly. She only attends the worst cases, the ones everybody else has already written off as lost. She was the one that kept Athena Clearwater alive when Mrs. Clearwater lost her magic. Rose closed her eyes, absorbing what Melissa had said. How bad are they? She questioned, with a note of hysteria in her voice. Madam Potter sat on the edge of Rose's bed and took her hand. We really don't know yet. The soul bond put them through many changes at a time when their bodies were already changing, and that ritual changed them further. We're going to keep them asleep for another 3 days at least. They have to allow their magic to recover before they do anything, and you know as well as I do that. James is possibly the worst patient ever. Madam Potter sighed. I wish I could be more positive, but that is how it stands right now. Miranda is in the potions classroom, brewing more things to give the two of them. I will allow you to speak to her when she comes back. She patted Rose's hand and stood up. Until then, she said briskly, you may read, talk or write. Nothing else until I say so, understand? Melissa surprised a giggle out of Rose. Can I sleep at least? Madam Potter turned to look at Melissa. She stared at Melissa for barely a second. Sorry, Madam Potter, I'm not thinking straight right now, Melissa apologized. Madam Potter softened. Sleep as much as you want. I'll have a house elf bring you dinner. She looked at the girls. I don't care how you feel, you will eat at least one full plate tonight. You have not had any solid food in 3 days, and you need nourishment. Madam Potter went back to her office, leaving the two girls alone. Melissa looked at Rose. We lost someone, didn't we? Quote. Melissa winced as a deep sorrow started in her heart. She had been friendly with all the manticores. Some she liked better than others, but all of them were friends. Who did we lose? Quote. Rose started crying again, hot tears trickling down her cheeks. Ron Stone. Quote. Melissa closed her eyes. Ron had been one of their best, and a good friend. She had worked with him on a couple of projects and admired his mind as well as his sense of humor. How did that happen? She asked rhetorically. Rose didn't hear it rhetorically though. She only heard the pain in Melissa's voice. He died because I let him die. Melissa jumped in, shock as Rose's feelings poured across the link. Rose was babbling as she told Melissa about what she had seen with the sight, and how she'd kept casting. For that story, see Decisions, Chapter 1. Raven. Melissa listened to Rose, and understood the emotions coursing through her. Melissa frowned, and looked for Madam Potter. She got out of bed and slid onto Rose's bed. Shish. Melissa held Rose as she cried, searching for the words that would make Rose feel better. Madam Potter came in the room a few minutes later, and saw Melissa and the sobbing girl she held. Melissa made eye contact and shook her head at Ginny Potter. Madam Potter nodded slowly, and went back into her office. Melissa held Rose until Rose drifted off into an exhausted sleep. She looked down at Rose with a frown. Melissa had been training as a healer since her parents had told her that she would be one, and still she had no answers for this problem. Melissa could understand it, and even agreed with what Rose had done. She would have given another to save one of her family as well. Melissa sighed as she slowly stroked the sleeping girl's hair. She didn't have a clue what she was going to do to help Rose through this. She pushed the problem to the back of her mind to think about later as she gave into the morning for Ron. It was nearly an hour later that she was interrupted by a moan. Wiping her eyes, she looked up. Adam was stirring restlessly. He opened his eyes and looked around. He shook his head and looked at Melissa. Did it work? Quote. Melissa was about to answer him when she frowned. To be honest, I don't know. She thought about it for a minute. I assume it did. We're still here, and James and Tiffany are in there, she said, pointing at a closed door. But I have not actually talked to them yet, they're still sleeping. Quote. Madam Potter, she called, well aware from the times she'd worked on various people that Madam Potter had spells that allowed her to hear anyone calling her in the infirmary. Madam Potter came out of her office. She looked at Rose first. Is she going to be all right? She asked Melissa. Melissa frowned again. Physically, I think so. As best I can tell without using my talent. Madam Potter raised an eyebrow. She has a different problem. I'll talk to you later. Madam Potter nodded and turned her attention to Adam. He looked at her. Did it work? Madam Potter nodded. We think so. The aging has stopped, and Madame Xavier is trying to reverse the aging they have already undergone. She looked toward the room the soulbonded were in. The ritual aged them more. They appear to be adults in their mid-20s right now. That put too much stress on their bodies and we have to reverse it, or they will have health problems later on. She examined Adam and smiled. You're recovering well. I want you to eat well tonight, and you'll probably be released tomorrow. You will not use magic tonight, understand? Adam nodded. Yes, Madam Potter. They were all distracted then, as Lisa stirred and tried to sit up. Melissa was looking at Adam when he saw Lisa, and she smiled as he lit up, his face alight with relief and love. Madam Potter examined her carefully. You're not in as good as shape as Adam, but you're still recovering well. She gave the tired girl the same instructions she had given the others and left them alone. I have to go see how Miranda is doing. No magic while I'm gone. She handed Melissa a small bell. If any of the others wake up, use this and I will come back to examine them. After she left, Melissa quietly told Lisa and Adam about Ron. Adam closed his eyes. I knew it. I've been having the weirdest dreams about Ron. I think I knew that he was gone. Quote, the friends quietly mourned Ron, telling each other stories of him. Until dinner arrived, they grinned, as Handgeld stirred as the aroma of food penetrated the infirmary. He sat up, looking around. He saw Emma in the bed across from him and started to get up. I wouldn't do that, Mr. Hagrid. Handgeld fell back as Madame Potter's voice rang out from the doorway. She came in and closed the door. She crossed the floor to Handgeld. Somehow, I knew you would wake up when the food arrived. Handgeld was watching Emma. How is she? Sleeping. She will wake up when she is ready, and you will wait until then, wouldn't you? Handgeld flushed, as he'd been trying to talk to Emma with the link. Madame Potter smiled gently at him. I've been watching the whole bunch of you talk in your heads for 3 years. Now, did you think I wouldn't learn what you look like when you're doing it by now? She examined Handgeld as she had the others and gave him the same instructions. Handgeld grinned as she told him to make sure he ate. He looked around, making sure that Chimera and Ginny were the only people in earshot. Aunt Ginny, the only reason I'm not eating now is because you're between me and the food. Ginny Potter looked at the boy that had grown up with her daughter and Emma, living at her house whenever his father was away in the giant lands. She reached out and tousled his hair in a gesture she had not done since he started Hogwarts. Then maybe I should move. She smiled at him, an impish smile he knew well. After all, I wouldn't want you to starve. I know how hard it is to get you to eat at all. Handgeld grinned, and was reaching for the trolley as soon as she was out of the way. He pulled it close to his bed and looked at it. He looked at the other chimeras that were awake with a smile. I see they brought me something to eat. Didn't they bring you anything? Don't be greedy, Biggie. I'd hate to have to bounce you off the roof again. Handgeld blinked and his eyes went to Emma. She was looking at him with still sleepy eyes. Handgeld smiled at her, and the naked emotion in their eyes made the other chimeras look away, giving the two of them as much privacy as they could. They stared at each other, talking over the link for a minute. And whatever they said to each other in those moments will remain with them. They finally broke the eye contact and Emma looked around. Where are James and Tiffany? Did it work? She frowned, and looked at the rest of Chimera. What happened? I had the worst dreams. Quote, a shadow seemed to fall across the rest of them that already knew about Ron. Handgeld and Emma looked around. Slowly, Melissa told them about Ron. Dinner was a quiet affair, each of the chimeras alone with their own thoughts about Ron. The night was not much better, as they had uneasy dreams. Images filled with death and horror. The next morning, as they ate, Madame Potter came in the room. With her was Professor Dumbledore. He looked at the quiet children lying in the beds. A wave of his hand brought a chair to him, and he sat down. Madame Potter tells me that you are recovering nicely, and that most of you will be released later today. She does ask me to remind you that the no magic prohibition will stay in effect until she tells you different. He looked at Chimera again. They were very quiet for patients that had just been released from the infirmary, and Professor Dumbledore knew why. He sighed. You all know that I have fought dark wizards for nearly a century now. Everyone knows that, but what you may not know is just how many people I have lost in that time. P.R. Professor Dumbledore talked for nearly an hour. You're young, too young for what you go to face. I tried to keep Harry in the dark for so long for this very reason. I wanted him to grow up some, to have a normal life before he had to face his prophecy. I cannot protect you from the consequences of your actions, nor can anyone else. Before you decide anything though, wait for James and Tiffany to wake up, and talk to the other manticores. I think they may surprise you. Professor Dumbledore stood up and smiled at the chimeras. Speaking of the other manticores, I believe a few of them are rather anxiously waiting to talk to you. Madam Potter has said that it would be acceptable for you to have visitors today, so I will send the first 3 in. Professor Dumbledore stood up and turned to leave. Professor Dumbledore, he turned and looked at Rose, who had spoken. Thank you, sir. He smiled faintly. No thanks are needed, Miss Evans. After the headmaster left, 3 familiar figures ca. Me and one of them was nearly running as she made her way to Rose. Are you okay? How is James? Did it work? Mei Ling was short enough that she had to get on Rose's bed to hug her. Mercy and Sonia watched, smiling as Mei Ling attempted to hug Rose, examine her and ask a dozen questions at once. Rose hugged her sister, holding her tightly. Yes, we don't know yet, and yes. She grabbed Mei Ling's hands, smiling at her. Relax, oldest little sister. Madam Potter has us recovering nicely, she says. Mei Ling wiped tears away and smiled at Rose. I have just found my new family. Pardon me if I need to see for myself that you are okay. Quote, is James awake yet? Sonia was quiet and somber as she directed the question at Rose. No, and Madam Potter said she would keep them asleep for another 3 days yesterday. Sonia sighed. Pity, I was hoping to give him the manticores back. A shadow passed across her face. Most of them, anyway, she said morosely. Adam looked at Sonia. Sonia, why do you have a sword on your back? The border girl shrugged. Because I respect fine art. She looked at the confused faces of the patients and smiled. It's a borderer thing. I'll tell you all about it later. She hesitated, looking at Rose. I don't have to tell you about Sphinx 1, do I? She sighed at the looks on Chimera's faces. Right, Sphinx 1 was sent home yesterday. The funeral is in 4 days. And the family has asked that it be private, family only. Sphinx is upset about that, but I've talked to them, and they have agreed not to do anything rash. Sonia told Rose about the manticores, and what she'd been having them do and then left, leaving Mercy and Mei Ling with Chimera. Mercy was watching them quietly. I'll leave you with Mei Ling. Nothing I have to report is vital, and it can wait until you are all back on your feet again. She smiled at them. It is good to see you all. Mei Ling shrugged, glancing at Rose as she continued her work. Of course, but you are my responsibility, and I will see for myself how. You are. Are you implying that you don't trust me, Miss Sun Su? Madam Potter was standing in the door of her office, with a faint frown on her face. Mei Ling looked at her, and smiled. No, I am implying that these are my friends and my patients, and I will not be satisfied until I have checked them out. As you yourself taught the manticores, never talk. Someone else's word for the condition of a patient. Everyone makes mistakes or misses things. I am simply following your teachings. Madam Potter nodded, smiling at Mei Ling. Very good, Mei Ling. If classes were in session, I would give you 20 points, but you'll have to settle for some of those brownies you make disappear so quickly. Hangeld looked up. Your brownies. He suddenly looked hopeful. Might there be enough for a growing boy? Emma was looking at Ginny Potter with a hopeful look as well. The other chimeras watched the 3 of them trying to beg more brownies out of Madam Potter. Rose looked at the others. Do you get the feeling we're missing something here? Lisa shrugged. I can't imagine what. Brownies are merely bits of cake with chocolate in them. Emma, Mei Li, Ing and Hangeld turned identical looks of horror on Lisa. The resultant babble as they all tried to convey the depths of her ignorance to her made all of them impossible to understand. Madam Potter shushed them. Lisa, have you ever had a brownie? Lisa shook her head. Affecting a superior tone, she imitated her mother. Such rubbish are for the lower class, who do not care what they eat. You are a Malfoy, and as such, you will have taste. She looked around at the faces around her. What, have you ever seen what they're made of? No nutritional value, they don't even wake you up like coffee does. What's the point of eating something that does nothing for you but make you fat? Adam grinned happily. Just leave her alone. He looked at Lisa and smiled, but this was a private smile, just for her. I'll introduce her to the fun in food. Lisa started to say something when Adam opened a private link. She listened for a minute, and her eyes got wide and she stared at Adam. He just grinned, and said something else to her over the link. Lisa stared at him for a minute, eyes wide and her mouth open. She shook her head as the other students began laughing and looked at them. Patiently ignoring her bright red face, she turned to Madam Potter. You said something about releasing us today. Madam Potter had a smile on her face as well, and she nodded. Most of you anyway. Angel and Emma may be staying one more night. And I may have some tests for them later. Right now though, I want to clear the crowd in front of my infirmary away, so you people are going to have to hurry with your visitors. Rose looked up. How many visitors are out there? Madam Potter pulled a parchment from her pocket. Let's see. In order, they are Mr. Clearwater, all the team leaders, Miss Kitchen, Miss Kale and a Mr. Terrence, who is waiting for James to wake up. Adam looked up, puzzled. What is Trey doing here? Trey Kale was one of the new manticores from Bobaddon's, and she was supposed to be in America, at the summer training site. Rose considered the list for a minute. Would you send in Jarek, Trey and Emily, please? Those will be the easiest ones to start with. Madam Potter nodded. After you get rid of the mob at my door, you have a lot of letters to look at as well. Rose rolled her eyes, but not until Ginny Potter had turned toward the door. You shouldn't roll your eyes like that, Miss Evans. You might end up looking like Mad-Eye Moody. Rose stared at her back as the other chimeras smiled. She shook her head with a small smile. She's got better sight than I do. Jarek, Emily and Trey came in then. And Rose sat up a bit. Emily, what do you want first? Emily looked up from the scroll she was reading. Nothing. I just wanted to tell you that I was going to be gone for the next 2 days, and why. But without anyone else knowing. Before anyone could ask her why or where she was going, she started talking again. I have an invite to Ron's funeral, and I am going, both to say goodbye and to represent Manticore. It is not right that we not be there, so I will be there, as Ron's lover and fiancé. Rose and Melissa looked at each other while the rest of people in the room tried to ignore the conversation and their blushes. Rose looked at Emily curiously. You were never Ron's lover. Emily looked at her and a ghost of a smile ran across her face. I know that, and you know that. But his family doesn't, and I have a good many letters implying different. Adam looked at her. And just how old are those letters? Emily just shrugged. Professor Dumbledore might be able to prove they are not from Ron to me, but nobody else could. She looked at Rose and smiled again, although it was a sad smile. I really must thank you for allowing me to read the 15th book. It has some fascinating spells. Rose frowned, thinking about the 15th volume of the Pendragon spellbooks, and then her head jerked up. You and Ron used the Dream Writer spell, didn't you? Emily nodded as Rose looked at her with more respect. The Dream Writer spell allowed you to capture your dreams on paper. You would cast it just before going to sleep, and it would record every dream you had until you woke up. It was, however, a difficult spell to cast, requiring an amazing amount of patience and skill of the caster. Rose suddenly colored, blushing darkly as she thought about what Emily had said. Emily, what dreams did you two record? Rose really didn't want to hear the answer, as she was afraid she already knew, but she had to ask. All of them, for the last 6 months. But we were only interested in a certain type of dream for my paper. I'm starting a new line of study on the differences between male and female subconscious thinking during puberty and adolescence. Emily started to explain, but Rose stopped her. Emily, I know it may be interesting to you, but I'm not ready to hear about male dreams during puberty or adolescence. Rose repressed a shiver. She really was not ready for that, and knowing that the dreamer was dead didn't help at all. Emily blinked and then shrugged. Anyway, a little tampering, and the dreams look like letters from Ron and I to each other. I used a couple of them to convince his father that I had the right to be there. Emily blinked, and wiped a tear away. I want to say goodbye to Ron. Rose nodded. Do you need anything? Emily shook her head, and started to get up. No. I just didn't want to rub it in Sphinx's face that I would be there and they wouldn't. Angel stopped her. Emily, do me a favor, will you? He reached over the side of the bed and found his manticore uniform. Taking his pocket knife out, he cut a lock of hair. Take this to Sonia, and tell her you need it braided for Ron. She'll understand. While you're at the funeral, if you get a chance, put it in his casket, will you? Hanjeld explained about the borderer custom. Father taught me about it. He learned about it while he was with the giants during the Voldemort War. The rest of Chimera looked at each other. A few minutes later, Emily had a folded parchment with hair from every Chimera present. She looked at it and added a long lock of her own. Rose frowned, and looked around. Jarek, if you would, could you get a bit from James and Tiffany? Jarek nodded, and went into the small room where the soul-bonded were lying. He came out a minute later, and handed more hair to Emily. Adam's sharp eyes were the only ones that noticed that there were 3 shades of hair in the bundle he handed Emily. Emily left a minute later after saying goodbye to everyone, and was reading her scroll before she was out the door. Jarek watched her go. At least she has something to take her mind off Ron, he said quietly. He looked at Chimera. Right, I hate to do this, but we have business. Rowan finally showed up. He's in the Hogsmeade Inn, and I've paid for him to stay there until James wakes up. Rose frowned and Jarek was about to remind her who Rowan was when her face cleared up. Can he work with us? Can he enchant Muggle things to work here? Rowan was the name of the gypsy that had sold Stephanie Spence her enchanted Muggle shoes. Jarek sighed. That's up to James. Rose stared at him in confusion. Jarek shrugged. The old man has a couple of quirks and a strong moral sense. He wants to know what we want to charm and why. I was not about to tell him, and that made him suspicious, so now he's insisting on talking to our leader about it. Rose nodded. After James and Tiffany are up, James and I will go down to the village and meet with him. Make sure he sticks around, will you? Jarek nodded. Jose Amigo reports that a lot of the more extreme criminal wizards from England are disappearing to somewhere and nobody has seen them. Father and the Aurors say the same thing, and report that wizard crime is at the lowest ebb in years. Rose frowned. What does that mean? Jarek sat back and considered her question. There are a number of possibilities. The one my father and I favor is that they're being recruited by someone and moved into hidden areas for whatever that person has in mind. We could be wrong, however, and they could have all individually decided to move to another country and start fresh somewhere they are not known. He considered the matter some more. There are a couple of other possibilities, but they're only remotely possible, so we're not seriously considering them. The Aurors are passing the descriptions of the missing criminals to other nations, so that if they show up somewhere else, we'll know about it. Jarek finished his report and then looked at Lisa. The last bit of that information you wanted is here, and it appears that you were correct. Father doesn't like your plan, but he will go along with it for now. He also says that if things change, he will send you an owl, telling you about his actions. Lisa nodded and then looked at Jarek. Before or after he does it? Jarek shrugged. Knowing Father, he'll send the owl as he's leaving to do it, so that he can say that he sent it first, but too late for anyone to do anything about it. The rest of Chimera was looking at Lisa in confusion. She looked at them. It's not a big deal. I just need some insurance. She smiled thinly. It's just the game of houses. Rose looked at her. If you need help, we're here for you. Lisa nodded. I know, but this piece of the game is mine to play. Jarek got up to leave. That's all I will have until I finish going through all the things that accumulated during our absence. I'll let you know if anything important comes up. He looked at Chimera. Father sends his condolences, and his congratulations. There is a letter from him addressed to Chimera in your mail. I suggest you read it. Rose smiled faintly. Can't I just ask you what's in it? Jarek raised an injured eyebrow. As if I would ever admit going through your mail. He grinned at them. You'll have to work harder than that to catch me up. Jarek paused at the door, looking back at the bedridden team. I hope you come back soon. We need you all. Trey Kale stared after him. That is one of the strangest people I've ever met. She turned and looked at the group in bed. And given the people I've been meeting lately, that is really saying something. Lisa smiled at her. You have no idea. Lisa frowned at her. Why are you here anyway? Aren't you supposed to be at Base Camp 1, doing your training? Trey nodded. Yes, but after the incident, Everyone wanted to know what happened. And since I was doing well, they sent me to find out. What happened to Ron, and why did we know about it? Melissa sighed. You know about the final moments spell James has on everyone. At Trey's affirmative nod, Melissa continued, it seems that it works better than James knew. As far as I know right now, everybody in Manticore felt Ron's passing. Trey stared at her. Passing. She paled and closed her eyes. You mean he died? The silence of the chimeras was all the answer she needed. Is that going to happen every time a Manticore dies? Melissa shrugged. We don't know yet. It may have been the proximity to the heart of the world that did it, or it may do that for every one of us. Trey frowned. Can you tell me about it, so I can tell the others what happened? The group in bed looked at each other. None of us know the whole story. We were casting the ritual and were a bit groggy by then. Ask Sonia, or one of the others that was there. You would probably get the best answer from Professor Evans. Trey shook her head. I can't ask him. He's gone, along with that other American, Mr. Two Feathers. Rose looked up, frowning. Where did they go? Trey frowned. As near as I could tell. From a conversation I overheard this morning, he found a sable sword, and went looking for the owner, or something like that. Rose sat up. A sable sword, or Sable's sword. Trey frowned. I'm not sure. Why? Does it mean something to you? Rose nodded absently as she thought about it. Sable is his life-mate, bonded in the Borderer way. She went missing a few years ago, and he's been searching for her ever since. If one of the giants had her sword out there, it's the first clue he's had in over 5 years. Trey stared at her. She's been missing for more than 5 years. At Rose's nod, Trey shook her head. Most people would have given up by now. Hangeld sighed. He's life-mated, bound to her in love and honor forever. Even if she was dead, he would never stop mourning her, and he would never remarry. It's what a life-mating means. Trey blinked. Forever. Hangeld looked at her. Forever, he confirmed. Trey shook her head. I owe Jarek an apology. He's not the strangest person I've met. Trey tried to image binding herself to one person forever, living or dead, and simply could not do it. There were people she liked, and a boy she might love, but if he left her or died, she knew she would one day love again. Hangeld smiled as he read the thoughts passing across her face. Don't worry about it. Only a dozen or so couples in a generation take the life-mate bonding. And all of them are something special to see together, a lot like James and Tiffany. Trey shook her head and changed the subject, telling them about the training and their progress this summer. The Bobaddon's people were doing fairly well in most things, although the physical training was a shock to them. All of them were wizards, used to using magic for almost everything, and the sudden change to doing without magic and with sheer muscle power had shocked them badly. She grinned at Lisa. Lacey appears to have an extraordinary talent with the weapons. She's scored better than everyone at camp this year. And better than 94% of all the Manticores overall. She said to tell you that she expects an owl or two now that you're back. Lisa smiled, thinking of the GI.RL she'd befriended when Bobaddon's was at Hogwarts. Good for her. She smiled again, a rather sly smile. Ginny Potter saw it, and was forcibly reminded that Lisa and Draco Malfoy were related. Lisa's smile didn't have the same cruel twist to it, but it was a sly smile, which would have been in place on any Slytherin face. Ask her if she's cared to test her skills for a bit of money. Trey looked at Lisa and her smile. I'll pass that along, she said thoughtfully, but I think I'll include a warning about your smile as well. She is, after all, a feline, not a magical. Chimera looked at each other. She's a what? Asked Emma in confusion. Trey looked at her. She's a feline. All the Bobaddon's teams are named after big cats, just as all your teams have the names of magical beasts. I am a lion, and she's the tiger team leader. Emma nodded in understanding. How many teams do you have, anyway? 4. Lion, tiger, cheetah and jaguar. That gives us enough people to defend Bobaddon's and have 2 teams in reserve. Bobaddon's is built a bit differently than Hogwarts, and since we are defending a place, not hunting and seeking the enemy, we're organizing a bit differently than you are. They discussed the differences in their respective trainings for a bit, and then Trey left to talk to Sonia. Rose asked her to send the team leaders in as she went out. They came in, finding places to sit or lean. Arthur Weasley was sitting on his little sister's bed, having gone directly to Emma when he came in. "We may have a problem. Some of the Manticores are seriously shaken over Ron's death. I'm hearing murmurs of people wanting to leave Manticore." Rose frowned, automatically trying to look down the future paths, only to stop as the bell tinkled again and Madame Potter came out of her office. "One more time, and all of you will be sleeping until the sorting ceremony." Rose blushed and nodded meekly. Rose nibbled at the ball of her thumb as she thought about what the team leaders were saying. "Right, we've got to stop this, but there is nothing we can do right now." She thought about it. "This is what we're going to do. You have to convince the people in your teams to wait, as no one can be released until James and Tiffany are awake and functioning anyway. That will give me time to try and keep them, or to have measures in place if they insist on leaving." Deborah Valentine, Dragon's team leader, looked at Rose curiously. "Measures?" she questioned. Rose shrugged, still thinking about the problem. She answered the question absently. "If someone insists on leaving, we'll have to set them free. But James is not going to allow anyone to run around with all that information in their head without knowing they're under an oath. Since all the families know as well, I'll have to obliviate them and their families." The team leaders looked at each other. Zachary Moore, the unicorn team leader from Hufflepuff, frowned. "You can't just obliviate a dozen people like that." Rose just looked at him for a minute. "Yes, actually we can. Having a large number of people not bound by oaths or other means would be too dangerous to the remaining Manticores. I consider erasing the memories of a dozen people a small price to pay to keep our people safe." Rose looked at each of the team leaders in turn, thinking about Ron. When she spoke again, her voice was raw and filled with pain. "We will lose more people. But I will do everything it takes to bring as many through the war as I can, and if that includes obliviating half the world to keep our secrets, so be it." The P thought about it quietly until Deborah spoke again. "As much as I hate to admit it, she's right. We all know about security, and having people out there who know all of our secrets but don't have the protections of Manticore would not be good." She hesitated, biting her lip. "Speaking of secrets, where is Maynard Winchester?" Rose blinked. "What do you mean?" Deborah raised an eyebrow. "He's missing. No one will admit to having seen him since we returned, and Sphinx won't even say his name." She frowned thoughtfully, thinking back. After the last battle, he was unconscious, and he was brought back by Phoenix. He was brought to the infirmary with the other wounded, all of whom were released after being treated, except for you. Maynard is the only one that didn't return, but he's not here either." Rose frowned. "Mei Ling, what do you know about Maynard?" She was fairly certain that she knew, but she wanted to make certain. "He did something terrible, I think. Sphinx won't talk about it, but every time someone mentions him, they get angry all over again. I think he had something to do with Ron's death." Mei Ling sent. "Do you want me to ask Richard?" "No, I know everything I need to know. I'll tell you about it later." Rose looked at the team leaders. Richard March was being quiet, but the look in his eyes effectively stopped questions. "The Manticores need to know what happened, Richard." Richard looked at Rose. "Sphinx doesn't know anyone with that name." Richard March was a good man, and accepting of almost anything, and the other team leaders were shocked to hear his savage tone. The other team leaders looked at each other. Arthur Weasley had been thinking about the situation, and now he frowned. "What about the link?" Richard flicked a glance in his direction. "There is no one in my link who could be the person you're discussing, and that is all I'm going to say about it." A chill seemed to pass through the room. None of the linked people could imagine losing the link, and the thought of being cut out of it made them shudder. Melissa was talking to Rose, and now she looked at Richard. "Richard, would you get me something, please?" Richard looked at her and smiled wryly. "If you simply want to tell them what happened, go ahead. Sphinx will not discuss it, but we understand that the rest of you will want to know." Melissa nodded. "I was offering you a chance to leave," she said gently, "so I could tell them without hurting you again." Richard sighed. "It can't hurt any worse than it does now." Melissa looked at him for a minute, and then turned to the other team leaders. "Sphinx is holding Maynard responsible for Ron's death." The team leaders stared at Richard, and turned their attention back to Melissa as she told them what had happened during the last battle. "He froze?" asked Connor McLeod, looking at Richard for confirmation. Richard's eyes were a strange mixture of anger and grief. He did, and it was cover him that Ron left his position. His cowardice caused Ron's death. Zachary Moore frowned. I understand that you don't want him in your team anymore, but acting as if he is Voldemort is going a bit far, don't you think? He tried to be one of us at least. And it's not his fault that he couldn't make the grade. Richard shrugged. It doesn't matter. He is not one of us. We don't care what he does now, but he will never again be a Sphinx. The other team leaders looked at each other. Further discussion of the matter was interrupted by Madame Potter and another woman. If you're not confined to a bed, it's time to leave. We have to do some work here. The team leaders said their goodbyes and left. Chimera was examining the new woman. She was tall and thin, almost gaunt. She had the Xavier eyes though, so dark brown as to be almost black. As well as the black hair and general look. Her hair was graying, and lines etched themselves in her face. She looked at Melissa. I read your report on Lynx. You're holding a few things back, but overall, it was very good work. Melissa blushed. Thank you, Ms. Xavier. The woman smiled. Formality is for strangers and patience. You are kin, and a colleague. My name is Miranda. Melissa blushed again, flushing a deeper red. Kin, yes, but I have a long way to go before I am in your class, Miranda. Miranda's smile turned to a laugh. I've been a healer for nearly 60 years. When you have been one as long as I have, you'll be as good as I am. Melissa was practically glowing. She was so red. She stopped, hiding her face as she stuttered to a stop. Emma was watching her curiously. What's the matter with you? She's being nice. Melissa left her face covered as she answered her over the link. Emma, that's Miranda Xavier, the very best of us all. She's a legend in the clan. Sensing that Emma's confusion was only growing, she looked for a way to make Emma understand. Emma, what would you say if Professor Dumbledore treated you as an equal, and said you were as good as he was? Emma blinked. I'd say he was nutters. Well, she's as good as the headmaster, in her field, possibly better. She has written 4 books, all of them required reading for every healer. Melissa's mental tone was wistful. If I am half as good as she is in 60 years, I'll be happy. Miranda was watching the two of them. Melissa, don't sell yourself short. Melissa looked back at her, surprised. You are capable of everything I do, if you apply yourself after your little problem is over. She looked at the others. Right now though, I'm going to examine you all. Ma, Dame Potter wants another opinion about you all. Before you ask, I know about Manticore, and what you face. She had to tell me so I could treat Mr. Evans and Miss Potter. She looked at Rose. I'm going to start with you. As you are the closest to what Mr. Evans should look like. Can you join me over here, please? Rose got up and the two of them went into a private room. Melissa was still thinking about what Miranda had said, and the other chimeras were watching the room Rose had gone into. Emma looked at Melissa. Is she really that good? Melissa looked up. She's the very best healer in the Xavier clan. Some of us think she's the best we've ever had. The other chimeras looked at the room Miranda Xavier had taken Rose into. The Xaviers had been healers for centuries, responsible for hundreds, possibly thousands of cures, potions, treatments and antidotes in the wizard world. Anyone this clan thought was their best healer would be remarkable. Rose was watching Miranda curiously. She heard a great deal about this woman from Melissa, and she was intensely curious to see what kind of person could command so much of Melissa's respect. Miranda closed the door and turned to Rose. You're the seer, correct? At Rose's nod, Miranda frowned. Do you know how much of your magical talent it takes to use your foresight talent? Rose blinked. Not really. I know there have been times I couldn't use it. But I haven't actually thought about it. Miranda was examining Rose carefully. I'm going to use my talent now. If it makes you feel anything painful, let me know. While Rose was wondering what she meant, Miranda extended her hands. The leaf green glow that Rose had seen so many times on Melissa's hands glimmered over Miranda's hands and then started flowing over Rose. Rose froze, watching the glow. It grew, covering Rose completely, something Melissa had never been able to do. Melissa had often used Rose to practice her talent on, and it had always been warm and relaxing. Miranda's touch, though, was warm, but tingled, as if a low-voltage shock was crawling across her skin. Miranda was watching Rose. You've been touched many times with the talent. Are you that accident prone, or is Melissa using you too? Practice. Rose frowned. She uses me for practice. How did you know? Miranda continued her examination as she answered Rose. Everyone has scars. They may only be little things, from the usual childhood scrapes, but they are there, under the skin. Think of them as places where the skin is thicker, like a seam. A good healer can remove those seams, but most people don't even know they are there. So healers don't usually bother. You don't have any, and after examining your brother, I was expecting to find a few at least. Rose grinned. I wouldn't have nearly as many as he does. James has a different idea of acceptable consequences than I do. Miranda smiled. I can tell. I may stay around a few days after he wakes up, just to find out how such a young man can have so many animal-related scars. She frowned. You've been shot, with one of those muggle guns. Rose turned her best innocent look on Miranda. It was just one of those childhood things. Rose blinked, trying to find an acceptable answer that did not include telling Miranda about the events surrounding their alteration of the twin bond they'd been born with into something far more. Miron. Da was watching her face as she finished and the green glow faded back into her hands. Don't worry about it. I don't need to know the why, just that it did happen. Right now I have far more important questions for you. With that, Miranda began asking about James. Dozens of questions about his habits, both physical and mental, as well as his typical dietary patterns. After nearly an hour of these questions, Rose couldn't wait any longer. What do you need all these information for? Is James going to be okay? Miranda sighed. Mr. Evans will be okay, as you put it, for now. I am trying to ensure that he is okay for the rest of his life. The aging of the soul bond and whatever you did at the heart of the world has to be reversed, or the two of them will have problems later on in life. The rapid aging of the soul bond has always meant the couple has a short lifespan, as the human body is not meant to operate at the levels the soul bonded do for very long. She stopped to get a drink of water, offering Rose a glass at the same time. With Mr. Evans and Miss Potter, the ritual did something more to them, and it has nearly destroyed the delicate balance that a body needs to function properly. Am I? Rhonda raised her hand to forestall the questions bubbling up out of Rose. Allow me to finish. The two of them will be fine once they have recovered from whatever they were doing while you were casting that spell. However, you cannot abuse the body the way the soul bond and the ritual have done without paying for it. She stood up, stretching her back. Muggles have long names for the types of problems they'll have as they reach middle age, but since I plan on stopping most of it, I'm not going to go into it now. I needed that information about James so I would know what he should be like, without the effects of the soul bond. She sat back down and pulled a thick sheet of parchment from a small bag. I have spent the last 2 days asking Mr. and Mrs. Potter about Tiffany, and I have a very good picture of where she should be. Mostly because Madame Potter kept very good records, medically speaking. She grinned at Rose. Your parents will be here tomorrow, and apparently your mother has extensive records on James. That will help me reduce them to an age that will allow them to live normal lives. She smiled at Rose's expression. Yes, I am going to return them to the age they should be. Miranda frowned. Almost. Anyway, the training you manticores do has built too much adult muscle on them, and I cannot return them to mid-puberty without doing things to that mass. The best I will be able to do is bring them back to about 16 physically, and allow them to grow naturally from there. Rose thought about it for several minutes. If I am following you, she said, thinking the whole thing through. James and Tiffany are like Muggle athletes on steroids right now, and you're going to clean the effects away, and make them grow up normally. Miranda nodded. Very good. That is an apt analogy for the situation. They grew too much, too fast, and we have to reverse it and allow them to grow older naturally. Miranda studied Rose thoughtfully for several minutes. I believed a patient's mental well-being has a great effect on their physical being. The two in the other room are fine in that regard. You, though, have many things that I am concerned about. Rose looked away. I really don't want to talk about it. Miranda smiled gently. Which it? The secret you keep, I am not worried about. James has it, and all of the chimeras as well. I asked your parents about it, And I am reassured by them that they know what it is, and they are watching it. I assume that it must be an Evans clan thing. Rose winced. You're close enough. Miranda nodded. Good enough. There are a couple of things I would like to talk to you about though. What happened at the ritual that you feel such guilt about? Miranda watched her, seeing and feeling the turmoil Rose was experiencing. I will not insist now. But you need to talk to someone about it. If you let it fester, it will come back to bite you later, like an unhealed wound. Rose nodded. I will talk to Melissa about it. Miranda raised an eyebrow. You talk to her about a lot of things, don't you? Rose smiled. She's my second best friend, right after James. She blushed. I know Mei Ling should be, but I just haven't known her as long. And since Melissa and I are linked. Rose shrugged, unable to articulate the feelings she had. Miranda sighed. You love her. Rose flushed a deep red. Of course I do. She's my friend. Miranda sighed again. Rose, I know what you feel for her, and it's not friendly. The older woman stared at Rose patiently. Rose finally sighed. Empaths are a pain. Miranda smiled at her. Quote, I might have some feelings that are not normal, Rose admitted. Miranda snorted. Not normal. Are they the result of a potion, or a spell? Were you forced to have them somehow? Rose stared at her quizzically. No. Then how are they not normal? Miranda asked, raising an eyebrow. Unless you mean not normal by society standards. At Rose's nod, Miranda sighed again. Child, I've been reading my patients for more than half a century. And let me tell you something. Those feelings are far more common than you would believe. Rose flushed again. Miss Evans, just relax. If it is meant to be. She stopped as Rose's emotions flared. Miranda studied Rose, trying to figure out what had caused that intense emotional surge. She thought about what she'd said. I see. You were wondering if you like he are simply because the prophecy says you will. Rose looked at her hands. I have to wonder about it, she said bitterly. We've seen too many examples of the prophecy at work for me not to believe it can sway events to suit itself. Miranda thought about it. This is not my area of knowledge. You're talking about metaphysics, not healing. I have no answers for you, but I will leave you with something to think about. Rose looked at her. Miranda hesitated, looking for the words to express what she was thinking. You have always had a tight mental bond, first with James, and then Chimera, and now all of them in Mei Ling. Would you really be happy with anyone you didn't have that same kind of bond with, or would you always feel that something was missing? Rose thought about it, considering the idea. I don't know, she admitted. Miranda stood up. Think about that, and consider that your feelings are because Melissa is right for you and not the result of someone's vision 800 years ago. She smiled gently at Rose. Whatever you do, you need to talk to Melissa about it one of these days. It's not something that only concerns you. She has a say in this as well. Miranda U.S. here. D rose out and took Melissa into the room next. The rest of the chimeras didn't take as long as Rose had, and by dinner, all of them, even Hangeld and Emma, had been released from the infirmary. Chimera went to dinner together, and found just a single table in the hall. Most of the manticores were there already, although they were very quiet. Mei Ling was the first to look up when Chimera entered the hall, and a few seconds later she impacted on Rose, nearly knocking her over. The rest of Manticore was not far behind, and all thoughts of dinner fled before the hugs and touches of the manticores. Melissa finally got clear and stood on a bench. May I have your attention please? The manticores quieted down, and turned to face Melissa. Miranda Xavier has examined James and Tiffany. The mission was a success, and they will be back with us soon. A quiet murmur grew among the manticores, along with a few cheers. Melissa waited until they were quiet again. I know that Madame Potter and Ms. Exa Veer are usually less than forthcoming with information, and I thought you deserved to know what was going on. Anyone that wants more details than that will have to wait though. I haven't eaten in a while. And I'm going to see if I can eat as much as Hangeld tonight. Emma was smiling later that night, as they prepared for bed. It will be nice to sleep in a real bed again. I was getting tired of having things poke me in the side. I know what you mean, although running water is far more important, said Lisa. A long hot bath has to be the greatest thing ever. Melissa smirked at her. How much of that is because Adam was scrubbing your back? Lisa blushed. and got into bed. That was merely a bonus. Emma looked at Lisa in shock. "You were nude with Adam?" she asked. Lisa got into her bed and leaned on her arm, facing Emma. "Yes, I love him and we've just had a very good look at what could happen to us. I'm not going to regret anything we do." Lisa looked away, her eyes far away, as she thought. "I think that if I didn't let him know every day just how much he means to me, and something happened to him, I'd always regret the things we never did." The other girls were silent as they considered her words. They drifted into an exhausted sleep still thinking about it. Chimera slept late the next morning, until the link exploded, an overwhelming rage wiping the blocks they had against accidental intrusions away as if they were tissue paper. The rage grew and built, joined by a wildly despairing grief, deep enough to bring tears to all their eyes. Under the grief was fear, and self-loathing. James. Rose knew this touch, she'd known it all her life, but never had she felt James like this. Rose was halfway out of the common room before the rest of Chimera could shield enough to think coherently, let alone act. But they streamed after her, wands and weapons in hand. Rose could feel James, and she knew that the boy that was supposed to be sleeping in the infirmary had no business on the far side of the lake. He was doing something also. Something magical, and Tiffany, usually the brake on his impetuousness, was actively helping him. In the main hall, Professor Snape and McGonagall were on their way out of breakfast when Ginny Potter appeared with Miranda. "They're gone, both of them." The two professors looked at each other and Professor McGonagall went to find the headmaster. Ginny was nearly beside herself. Where could they be? Professor Snape looked up. "Ask her." The two healers looked back. Rose was taking the stairs 4 steps at a time, and hit a stair with the edge of her foot, falling the last 7 stairs. The 3 adults didn't have a chance to move, as she rolled with the fall, coming up in that dead run toward the main doors. Professor Snape stepped in front of her, expecting her to stop, but Rose stutter-stepped to go around him. The potions master grabbed for her, catching her nightshirt, and slowing her. Her head whipped around, still full of the emotion swamping the link. Rose uttered a short phrase in Lakota and Professor Snape had 1 short second realize he was in trouble. Rose's eyes changed, becoming something older than humanity, and the being sharing the young girl's body held both hands out, fingers spread. Professor Snape was blown across the main hall, flying toward the far wall as if kicked by a dragon. The Professor's career and life might have ended then and there if Professor Dumbledore had not entered the hall in time to see him heading for a sudden stop, headfirst into the wall. He reacted as he had Harry had fallen off his broom so many years ago, first slowing and then cushioning the impact, and still it was not enough. Professor Snape hit the wall with the ugly crack of breaking bones and fell to the floor, silent and limp. Rose hadn't even noticed as she resumed her flight toward the doors. Professor Dumbledore did not know what was going on, only that James and Tiffany were missing. Oz had just thrown a professor nearly 20 meters into a wall, and that he wanted more information. He glanced at the doors and they locked in response to his power. Rose hit the door, and once in there was the sound of a bone breaking. She stopped, but before anyone could say anything, the being girl held out their hands again. The doors resisted, and Rose glowed, as a great bear shape, a swirling misty shape formed around her. The bear joined his magic to the being and the girl. 4 seconds later, the front doors of Hogwarts simply ceased to exist, disappearing forever in an explosion that shook the hall. Splinters and dust were still shooting up when Rose went through the hole. The short battle had slowed her enough that the rest of Chimera was passing the professors when she disappeared. Hangeld was the next one to go by, followed by the rest of them, almost all in their animal forms, as they would never catch Rose any other way. Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall were joy. Ned by a dozen manticores who had still been in breakfast when the explosion alerted them to something happening. They all streamed out of the doorway and were on the front steps of Hogwarts when Professor Dumbledore stopped. The headmaster of Hogwarts had certain spells available to him or her while they were the headmaster. One of them warned the headmaster of any dangerous buildup of magic. The T-spell was sounding in the headmaster's head now. Somewhere on the other side of the lake, 2 people were joining, and sharing magic in a way he didn't understand. Of course, Albus Dumbledore can be excused for that. as he'd never had a soul bond or its advantages. Before Rose was at the lake, the swelling magic disappeared for a split second. Then a flash of light bright enough to make the peep on the steps squint exploded from the far side of the lake, and a second later, they heard the explosion. Even as they heard it, a dust cloud was rising, nearly 30 meters high. Behind the group, another thump made them whirl around, the manticores leading with wands and knives. Mei Ling had further to go, and less muscle than the others. She'd barely reached the hull when James and Tiffany, under the twin prodding of self-loathing and guilt, did whatever they'd done, and disappeared from the links completely. Not ever the faint feel of an unconscious person remained. 3 seconds later, the worst case of link shock any of them had ever felt dropped Chimera and Mei Ling like puppets with their strings cut. Desperation and despair. Right, I upload the pre-beta version, and that same day, my beta fixes the email problem. And I get the beta read version back. Here's the final version of this chapter, and before you ask, I'm already working on chapter 36. It's going to cover quite a bit, possibly up to the Yule holidays. But it's still not going to be that long, so it should be along soon. In the meantime, you should take a look at Shades of Grey, which is going to go much further than this story will. As far as O goes, this chapter is dedicated to my new beta, Vina. May thy path be ever smooth and the wind always at thy back. Desperation and depression. Professor Dumbledore looked at the bodies littering the grounds of Hogwarts and started issuing orders crisply. Mrs. Potter, Madam Xavier, take Professor Snape and Mei Ling to the infirmary. Mr. Clearwater, rally your phoenixes. Collect Chimera and take them to the infirmary. Mr. March, Miss Gebbs, take your teams out to that dust cloud and find James and Tiffany. I shall assume they need the infirmary as well. Move, people. People started moving. Professor Dumbledore might be a kindly man, but he'd been fighting dark wizards for nearly a century, and he could issue commands better than any Manticore team leader. Miranda Xavier went to Professor Snape first. She cast a diagnostic spell and swore under her breath. The man's neck was broken. He was not dead yet, but it was a near thing. She started working on him, not stopping except to tell the 2 students who showed up with a stretcher to stand by. Sonia and Richard had barely gathered their teams when a general call came over the rings. Professor Hagrid is en route from his cabin, and he has James and Tiffany. Sonia's team met him halfway, and put the 2 on stretchers, taking them to the infirmary as the groundskeeper continued to Professor Dumbledore. Headmaster, I have to tell you something. Albus Dumbledore paused. Hagrid had never sounded so formal or worried. Come with me, Hagrid. The headmaster took Hagrid off to one side room where he could keep an eye on the recovery efforts. What is it, Hagrid? The big man handed the older wizard a twisted and mangled amulet on a chain. I've been hiding James and Tiffany in my cabin for 4 days, sir. James had this in his hand when I found them. Professor Dumbledore frowned, until he identified the thing in his hand. He looked at it and sighed. James's plan was very clear now. Impossible, but clear. If Chimera and James survived this bit of desperation, he was going to get a complete inventory of everything Manticore had. Professor Dumbledore closed his hand around the twisted remains of the time turner. James had tried to use the time turner to go back far enough to do something about Ron's death. The headmaster was as certain of that as if he'd planned it instead of James. That meant going back at least 7 days. The problem was that a time turner could only send you back 48 hours at most. Well, that was the theory anyway. James and Tiffany had gone back at least 4 days. Something Albus had believed impossible. What he didn't understand was how James had expected to be able to do anything about the problem while the 2 of them were in link shock. He looked at Hagrid. How did you know to hide them until now, Hagrid? Hagrid pulled a note from his pocket. James and Tiffany had one of these in every pocket in their robes. He handed it to the headmaster. They also had a note for Chimera, but I haven't opened it, as the instructions say, open only in case of emergency. I think it may be time to open it. He handed a letter to the headmaster. Professor Dumbledore opened the first note. To whomever finds us in this. If our work was correct, it is the 17th of June. If it is, send the message in this envelope to Sonia Gebbs by the fastest owl you can find. If it is the 18th, get this message to Professor Dumbledore, and ask him to send it by Fox. If it is any day after that, do nothing, we failed. We will remain unconscious until the 26th of June, when we need to return to the infirmary. Whatever you do, do not allow any manticore to know we are here. We have done something risky, and they must not know what until after the 26th of June. Until that date, leave us to sleep, in physical contact. You will know when to return us to the infirmary, because Madam Potter will be looking for us. After she starts looking, we can be returned at any time. I repeat, no manticore can know we are here. To assist you with that, take the yellow stone from my pocket and set it on a flat surface within 2 meters of us. Tap it twice with your fingers, and it should start glowing. If it doesn't, don't worry about it. I have no way to test this without letting anyone know about it. Thank you for your assistance. If something goes wrong, get this note to Professor Dumbledore as soon as possible. James Evans. Albus Dumbledore sighed. The plan had been simple, and might have worked, except the time turner simply couldn't handle the amount of time they'd tried to go back. He went to the infirmary, where he found Madam Potter working on Chimera. He caught her eye and told her what James and Tiffany had tried. Ginny Potter cursed quite well. He decided a minute later. She stopped, looking at him. And the worst bit is, I can't even hit him for risking Tiffany like this, because she'd feel it as well. She frowned. You might want to find a potions master for this year as well. Professor Snape may not be able to teach. This was the first Albus had heard of this. What is wrong with him? He asked, concerned about the man who served him for 20 years. Ginny sighed. When he hit the wall, his neck was broken. Miranda has him stabilized, but that is an extremely tricky injury. We were lucky that she was here for the other thing, and could treat him. I don't know if I could have kept him from being paralyzed for a year or more before I could heal him. Ginny looked at him, nervousness in her eyes. What was that thing, Professor? And what was the bear shape? How did they do that to Professor Snape in the doors? Albus was about to answer her when another voice spoke. That was a spirit guide and a manifestation of the Great Spirit. Rose asked them to help her reach her brother, offering them a future favor for their help. James's teacher, Terence, was standing in the doorway. As for your doors, they were made of wood. After the Great Spirit broke the magic on them, the spirit guide simply poured more magic into them than they could hold, like overinflating a balloon. The two of them looked at him. He looked at the headmaster. Hello, Albus. I may have to skip our meeting tonight. The twins have stirred up many of the local spirits, and I might be busy tonight. Albus smiled briefly. I think busy might be an understatement. We will meet next week. Terence frowned at the bodies in the infirmary. What did James and Tiffany do? I could feel the power flows, but I could not tell what they were doing. I was on my way to investigate when I heard the explosion. Professor Dumbledore told him what the Soulbonded had tried. Terence frowned. They were using the soul bond to amplify their magic. We were experimenting with it, but I had not realized they could build that amount of power yet. I think James is hiding things from me. Ginny Potter came up to them. This morning's stupidity has cost them, Albus. Chimera is right back where they were 2 days ago, and suffering link shock as well, and Mei Ling is added to the mix as well. At least Rose's broken shoulder will be fixed by this evening. Professor Dumbledore sighed. I thought you were keeping them asleep. How did they get out of the infirmary, without being caught? Ginny frowned. I don't know yet. I will be asking them that very question if they wake up. The two men stared at her, as both of them caught the one important word in that statement. If, asked Professor Dumbledore. Ginny blinked, and the headmaster realized she was on the verge of crying. I can't find any sign of them. Brain activity is minimal, and higher functions are non-existent. Professor, right now, my daughter is not alive. We're keeping the bodies alive with magic, hoping to figure out how to fix this. Miranda came out of the room where James and Tiffany's bodies lay. She joined the three standing there, hesitating. Headmaster Dumbledore, may I speak with you? She looked at Terence. Nothing personal, sir, but I don't know you. Professor Dumbledore held up his hand. It is all right to talk in front of Mr. Terence, Madam Xavier. He is James's teacher and well aware of everything they are doing. Miranda nodded. James and Tiffany are not in their bodies. I don't know what they did yet, and I need some help. I need a Master of legilimency and any information I can get about what they did, and how. Maybe I can reconstruct what they did, and what happened to them. Professor Dumbledore nodded. I can assist you with the legilimency, and Mr. Terence was just telling us about the technique they were using. It appears that they used their soul bond and some sort of shaman teaching to try and force a time turner to take them back at least 7 days. Miranda frowned. What is a time turner, and why do you make that sound so bad? A time turner is exactly what it sounds like, a way to turn back time. James and Tiffany were trying to go back in time and prevent Ron Stone's death in the Jauntlands. In order to do so, they would have had to go back to the 17th of June, but a time turner can only go back 2 days maximum, or that was the theory. They managed to force the time turner to go back 4 days. Miranda nodded. That explains the link shock, and why it's not as bad as I thought it would be. They were actually only gone for a second or two, by Chimera's viewpoint. They, on the other hand, were out of the link for 4 days. That's why they are in such bad shape, compared to the others. She rubbed her eyes. I'm going to need you and Mr. Terence tomorrow, when I start investigating their new condition. Today, I'm going to try and reverse the aging. I was worried about that, as I think the treatment will be painful for them. And I can't give them any potions during the treatment. But since they aren't feeling anything right now, I'll fix what I can, for now. She looked at Mr. Terence. I'll be wanting to talk to you. To get every detail you can tell me about what you taught them, and what they did. Please don't be hard to find when I need to talk to you. Terence smiled wryly. Quote, and people wonder why I never got married. He looked at Miranda. Ma'am, he said patiently, as if talking to a not too bright child, I may be busy tonight. This little adventure has disturbed a great many local spirits. And as the only shaman still conscious, it's my place to calm them, contain them or otherwise fix their problems. Miranda frowned at him. The problems of ghosts are not important right now. Keeping those 2 children from joining them is. Terence just shook his head. Wizards, I swear, you people are the most insular, self-absorbed race on the planet. Worse than muggles, you are. He looked at Miranda. The ghosts are the least of my worries today, which? Professor Dumbledore smiled. He and Terence had been meeting once a week or so, just to talk, and learn things from each other. Terence was not a wizard, or a muggle. He was something in between. Wizards were people with an inborn ability to do magic, muggles were people who could not, but between those 2 groups was a small group of people who could sense or see magic, but not manipulate it the way wizards could. These people learned to do a different kind of magic, called ritual magic. Magic had rules, as any wizard knew. The right incantation and the right wand movement gave you the result you wanted. Ritual magic was based on those rules. Wizards could directly manipulate magic, but the others, including shamans, medicine women and druids could work with magic by setting up conditions so that the magic did what they wanted. They also used the spirits of things, an area Albus was very interested in. According to Terence, everything in the world had a spirit. Some were easy to find, some were harder, but if you could talk to the spirits, you could ask them to do things for you. Most wizards ignored this, since they could do those things without a spirit to help, and that was what Terence was complaining about. Miranda's eyes flashed in anger. Pardon me, she said sarcastically, but I am only interested in the spirits of those 2 children. Are you going to help, or aren't your students that important? Terence frowned at her. That depends, he said quietly, on just which spirits they have awoken with this bit of foolishness. Some of the things that sleep in the Forbidden Forest are far too dangerous to be ignored even for James and Tiffany. Ginny stared at him. Excuse me, she said in disbelief. But without those 2, all of us will be under the foot of the patient child when he attacks. Terence nodded. Yes, and I don't really want to be defeated before the war even starts. Ginny said. Terence shrugged. A few years of evil humanity is not that important, in the long view. There are spirits that slumber under the world you know, that can sink the very island we stand on. Or destroy the world, if enough of them wake up. Compared to that, 1,000 years of evil ruling over the world of men is nothing. He looked at the 2 women, who were staring at him in disbelief and shock. Evil humans will always be defeated, sooner or later. Angry spirits cracking the world in half is harder to put right again, which is why I'm more worried about what they might have woken. There are reasons those of us who work with the spirits do so carefully. Miranda blinked. Fine. If you can find the time, will you at least join us for dinner? I can question you during dinner. And then you can go play with your spirits. Terence nodded. I can do that. I can also make sure that you learn not to mock the spirits, after this little annoyance is settled. Terence left, and Albus sighed. Dinner was not going to be fun. Professor Dumbledore went back to his office, and considered the day's events. He sighed. They should have known James would try to do something about Ron's death. Given the extremes that James would go to protecting people he liked, this morning's event was a given. You didn't even need Rose's sight to see James trying something. Albus sat behind his desk, and sighed again. He was getting old, and not giving as much thought to things anymore. He looked at the bookshelf, and in response to his thought, one of the books floated over to him. Albus read his prophecy again. Harry Potter had his prophecy, Manticore had theirs, and long ago, during the first few hectic days of the Grindelwald era, Albus had been given a prophecy of his own. He had not known of it until nearly a decade later, when Grindelwald had already been gone for a year, but he wasn't worried about that part now. It was the final few lines that Albus read again. 3 times will the light call ere you fall, and thrice will you answer that call. Yet, twice only will you see the darkness held. Albus sighed. He was certain he would not see the end of this war. And he still had many things he wanted to do before he went on the next great adventure. Professor Dumbledore took out the list he'd started 4 years ago and checked it again. Manticore was gathered in the large room in Manticore Tower. Sonia Gebbs was relaying what she'd learned from Madame Potter. And that is all we know right now. I'll let you all know anything I learn. Until Chimera is back, we will continue to study as normal. Why? We can't win without them. Sonia glared in the direction of that comment. So what? Winning this war would be nice, but I will fight even if all of Chimera dies tonight. Sonia paced back and forth in front of the group. Every life I save, every enemy I kill is a victory, and if I can make the enemy's cost high enough, I can help those who will come later. The ones that will defeat the patient child. Sonia looked at the depressed and worried manticores, and came to a decision. When I was 5, one of the giant tribes lured the ran Gers at the Landis Bridge away from the bridge with a fake assault on a nearby town. When the main body of giants started across the bridge, one man barred their path while he sent an owl after the garrison. Sonia's voice was quiet, and her eyes were far away as she recited a story she knew better than most. We all know that one man cannot stop an entire tribe, and so did he. Sonia reached back and stroked Savinon, riding high on her back to keep the tip from dragging the ground. He also knew that if he did nothing, he would live, but Merlin only knows how many others would die. He made tea. He chose to hold them back as long as he could. It cost the giants 26 dead to cross the bridge, and he managed to hold them long enough for the garrison to catch them barely 5 kilometers into the human lands. The giants were driven back across the border, and no civilians were hurt during the Landis Bridge incident. One ranger died, knowing he would die, so that he could save the people he was sworn to defend. Sonia looked at the others. We don't go into battle to live, or even to win. Those things are nice, and preferred, but the reason we fight is for our families and friends. All those people that cannot fight like we do. Look around you. All of you are trained, and you have seen that the people on each side of you can and will fight. Would you rather face a dark wizard with them? Or any 5 random students from Hogwarts? Sonia watched as the manticores looked around. Maybe Chimera will die, although I don't think they will. That will not make any difference in my actions though. I will fight the patient child because he is evil, period. Sonia sighed. Long ago, a wise man said that all that is needed for evil to win, is that good men do nothing. I may not win, I may not live, but I will not allow evil to happen to my family and friends without doing whatever I can. Richard March stood up. I have a more personal reason to fight. Ron was my friend, and I will not dishonor his memory by backing away now. He knew, as all of Sphinx did, that he might die in the Jauntlands. James offered us the chance to go to Base Camp 1 with the Bobaddon's group, and we turned it down. We thought you, all of you were more important than dying, and we still believe that. I follow James, but I fight for all of you in my family. Arthur Weasley was the next to stand. I have heard some of you talking about quitting. Nearly 50 years ago, when Voldemort first came to power, few people fought him, and look what the cost was. Are you really willing to let the patient child be the next he who must not be named? Mercy stood up as he sat down. Tom Riddle was evil, in ways none of us truly understand, and I hope we never do. I made my vow in that hope, but I will still fight the patient child with everything I can do, within the limits of my vow, because to do any less would make me as evil as Voldemort. Nearly 30 manticores added their bit, telling everyone why they were fighting. Love, family, honor, the reasons were as varied as the manticores who spoke. Sonia finally reclaimed the floor, after the last manticore that wanted to speak had stood up and said her bit. James has always told us that manticore is purely voluntary, and I will not change that. We do not have the bell here, but I will send an owl to base camp 1. Tomorrow, asking for one. When it gets here, I will hang it in the courtyard outside the tower. Sonia was referring to the bell that hung at base camp, where the manticores went for training. Ringing the bell WOU. LD release you from all your oaths and remove you from manticore. The manticores looked at each other. Sonia came to a stop, facing the manticores. It is your choice, but I would think carefully about quitting if I were you. Death is to be avoided if possible, but if you quit, you'll never avoid wondering what might have been. Jarek stood up. Sonia gave you one quote, and I have one as well. Before you quit, think about this and the reasoning behind it. A brave man dies a single death, a coward dies 1,000 deaths. Manticore will survive, no matter how many of you walk away. The question you have to ask yourself is simple. Can you look yourself in the mirror every morning if you leave? Jarek looked at the others. When the paper reports the death toll of manticores, and you see names that you trained with, people you liked or fought with, will you be able to face yourself, knowing you might have made the difference between life and death for them? The group broke up, with friends talking to friends, or people going off to think about their options alone, each person seeking solace in their own way. Sonia sat down and carefully cleaned and sharpened Savinon, the family IAR ritual, allowing her to think clearly. Jarek buried himself in the reports that had come in while Manticore was in the Jauntlands, letting his thoughts wander in his subconscious mind until he was ready to face them. The Weasley brothers flew out to the pitch, and sat on top of the northern goals, talking quietly. Mercy went to the infirmary, losing herself in making simple potions, with the silent assistance of Diana Bray and Jane Godfrey. Hufflepuff's unicorn team sat down and started making a memorial for Ron, while they quietly discussed what they would do. Dinner was silent, as Sy reported that there were no changes in the status of Chimera, broken only by the intense talk of Terence and Miranda Xavier at the head table. Sonia told the manticores that she expected to see them all for PT in the morning, and went to bed, waking in the night to find Savinon across the head of her bed, within easy reach. The next morning, Mercy told everyone at PT that most of Chimera was awake and aware this morning, and that Miranda and Professor Dumbledore were working on James and Tiffany. By lunchtime, the manticores had given up all pretense, and were outside the infirmary, holding a silent vigil, waiting for Professor Dumbledore or Madame Potter to tell them what was going on. In the infirmary, Professor Dumbledore had tried to read James and Tiffany, only to find the defenses James had placed on Chimera. They were quite simple, and yet highly effective. The only way to read the minds of Chimera was to have a link with them, and use it. Any other attempt caused several things to happen, the least of which was a blast of Tiffany's pyromancy. Professor Dumbledore continued, using the final moments link to get into James's mind. As Miranda had told them, there was no sign of the pair in their conscious minds, and Professor Dumbledore reached further, into James's subconscious mind. He entered the deepest regions of James's mind and was assaulted by images of death and despair. Professor Dumbledore reached, tightening the barriers around his mind, searching for the spark of life that was James. As he searched for James, he saw the scenes James was seeing, flashes of moments when James had made mistakes that cost somebody else. A unicorn with a broken leg, struggling to escape from a cage. 2 little girls, being held by a wild-eyed muggle with a gun. Rose, lying on a floor, silent and still, bleeding profusely from her leg. Ron Stone, laid out in honor, with the weapons of giants around him. A shadowy figure, standing above Chimera and casting a spell with the Draconian Codex. All of these, and more, involving every mistake James had ever made, filled his thoughts, the images flashing by continuously, assaulting the viewer with pictures and emotions, feelings of inadequacy and uselessness. The headmaster came out of James's mind. He simply didn't know how to find James in his own mind, but he knew who would. He stood up and went into the infirmary. Chimera was waiting there, watching the door. When Professor Dumbledore came out, Rose went pale, and the rest were right behind her. "Miss Evans, I find that I am in need of your assistance. Would you come with me, please?" Rose got up with Madame Potter's assistance and the three of them went into the room where James and Tiffany lay. "I do not know Mr. Evans well enough to follow the threads of his mind to wherever the two of them are. You do, and I will help you enter his mind." Rose reached with her twin link. The images and emotions sweeping through James flooded the link, threatening to overwhelm her until she felt another touch in her mind as Mei Ling and Melissa threw their support to her, giving her a place of safety in the tsunami spinning through her mind. She reached for James, aware of Professor Dumbledore doing something, easing her passage into James's mind. She knew exactly what she was looking for, and even so it took her several subjective hours to find it. Mei Ling was with her all the way, but Melissa stopped, providing an anchor for them both. Rose could feel the connection to Melissa like a thin line, a brightly glowing string that she had to keep hold of, a lifeline back if she failed. Then, it had been a representation of the area around their home in the Montana mountains, thick with trees and teeming with wildlife. James's vision of what he thought their home was. Now, she barely recognized the place. Dry, useless sand had replaced the loam of James's healthy mind, while the only plants in sight were thin, twisted things, with no signs of ever having lived. Rose blinked as she saw the movement in distance. She waited, hoping that James was coming to her, but it was a dog, one she recognized. Long ago, one of James's first rescued animals had been a large Labrador. Left on the side of the road by an uncaring owner. The dog had been hit by a car, and James had spent nearly an hour bringing the pain-maddened beast home. He, gotten there, and nursed it for 3 days. Hiding it from their parents, until it was too late. By the time he came to their mother for help, the dog couldn't be saved. It had been the first animal in James's graveyard, although not the last. Here and now, though, it walked again, looking much as it had when James had buried it. Rose avoided it, as she had the scenes James was projecting of despair and death that Professor Dumbledore had seen. She found a familiar place, the sloping hillside where the Evans house was in reality, and stopped. A shiver ran through her as she stared at the ruins of the house they'd grown up in. Rose sighed and reached for the medicine woman's skills she'd been taught. The Native American magic was vastly different from the wizard magic, and she used it to create 2 broomsticks for herself and Mei Ling. Now that she knew where she was, she moved faster, funding James's refuge from the world easily. Halfway up the Daggerfall cliff was a small cave that James had found when he rescued an eagle chick from the top of the cliff after a poacher had killed the adults. James and Tiffany didn't even look at the 2 girls that entered the cave. They lay on their sides, facing each other but not touching. Rose frowned. "That can't be good," she said to Mei Ling. "Melissa thinks they reinforce the soul bond by touching. Help me move them together." The 2 girls put the couple together and Rose sat down next to James. "Brother mine, are you listening to me?" Rose reached with her link to James, aware of Mei Ling doing the same thing. "I have to tell you that you're scaring me a lot." Rose kept her voice low and casual, as if she was discussing the weather. It was the link she was using to reach James, or try to. James and Tiffany were drowning in a sea of recriminations and depression. Reaching James through the swirling morass of feelings was the hardest thing Rose had ever done, forcing her to stretch the bond in ways she'd never considered before. Some time later, could have been minutes or days in the depressed wasteland that James was projecting, he began responding. It was just a twitch at first, as his arms went around Tiffany. "I failed." Rose shivered. She'd heard James in many moods. From the overwhelming joy when he saved something, to the utter rage that had exploded at the junior Quidditch finals the year before they came to Hogwarts, but this complete tonelessness was new. Rose had heard recorded computer voices with more life to them. No, you didn't. Rose disagreed with him. The body at her feet finally did something besides clutch Tiffany. James looked at her with eyes that showed nothing, no emotion or even life. Ron thought we would keep him safe. He's not safe, he's dead. Mei Ling frowned. Rose was hiding something from both of them, and without opening up to James. She simply was not going to break the bleak shell of depression that surrounded him like a cloud. James, listen to me. James looked at her, and a flicker passed over his face. You shouldn't be here. Mei Ling snarled. Whatever she said next was lost on the others, as she reverted to her native Chinese, and none of the other understood a word of it. I shouldn't. She finally spoke in English again. Bullshit, you egotistical bastard. Rose blinked at the caustic tone Mei Ling was using. Guess what, James? You're leading a war. People die in war, and you know it. James finally responded with the first show of emotion they'd seen yet. In war, yes, but this wasn't about defeating the patient child, but about making us live longer, which isn't worth anyone's life. James, did you lose your mind, touching the heart of the world? Mei Ling started using short words and sentences, as if she was talking to an idiot or a mentally deficient person. You were one of the 8. You were soul bonded to another of the 8. If you two die, we lose. Is that what you want? Mei Ling took a deep breath and opened her mind to James, using the link Coyote had created between them. She poured a story down the link, one that had both the soul bonded going pale. Yes, Ron died. More people will die in the war, James. You being there will keep some of them from dying. And it might keep the patient child from winning, and burying the world in blood and death for centuries to come. That is why Ron went with us, despite your offer, and why he'd be King your tush around the school right now if he could. Mei Ling watched as James sat up, staring at her. He reached out, and pulled her into a hug. I'm sorry, Mei Ling. No one should have to live through things like that. Mei Ling closed her eyes against the memory she'd sent down the link. But they will, many times over, if the patient child wins. We need you, James. Mourn for Ron, and mourn for all of us that lost a good friend. But come back with us. We need you, and we love you. Rose threw her arms around James. I can't replace you, James. I'm not strong enough to do the things you do. Rose looked down and then glanced at James, with the faintest ghost of a smile. Besides, if you don't come back, that means I'm free to tell the unicorn story. James flushed, staring at Rose. Tiffany managed a wan smile as she thought about the lumberman, causing James to frown at her. James stood up and helped Tiffany to her feet. The 4 barely fit in the mouth of the cave, looking out. James stared at the desolation. What the hell? Rose shrugged. It's your mind, and it reflects how you feel. James blinked. My mind. What happened, exactly? Rose stared at him. You broke our time turner trying to go back to save Ron. Quote. James nodded. Yes, I know that. What happened after that? Rose frowned as she thought about it. You disappeared from the links, and Madame Potter is keepin'. Gee, your body's alive with magic right now. She glared at James. Speaking of that, James Amadeus Evans, if you ever cause me that much pain again, I will skin you alive. James started to say something, only to be cut off by Mei Ling. Amadeus. Your middle name is Amadeus. James sighed. Yes. Mei Ling nodded, and the other 3 could almost see her filing that bit of information away for future use. She looked at James. While she is skinning you, I'll be salting the wounds. In 2,000 years, I've never felt that kind of pain, and I will be most upset to do it again. James shrugged. It was the only chance. I had to try. We had to try. The 3 siblings turned to look at Tiffany, standing next to James. She looked at them. James is not to blame for this. I could have stopped him. Because he needed me to make it work, if it could. Don't blame him alone. Rose and Mei Ling looked at each other, and then back at the soul-bonded. We don't, said Rose, but since you two are one very strange person. Yelling at him is yelling at you. Not to mention that while you might have assisted him, we all know James was the driving force behind what you did. Mei Ling added. Tiffany sighed. He had the knowledge, But if I didn't know about something my father did in his 3rd year at Hogwarts, we'd have never tried this. We're both to blame. Rose and Mei Ling looked at each other again. Your father had a time turner? Asked Rose with interest. That's not in any of the books. Tiffany frowned. He didn't, but half of his stories aren't in the books, and he says this one is very secret. They changed time, after it had already happened. James shrugged. So, we were trying to do the same thing, only we failed. James's bitterness rose again. Rose sighed. Last. James blinked, and stared at Rose. Why? She turned to face him. You want to protect the manticores, out of respect and need, and that compassion you try to hide from everyone. Do you think maybe, just maybe, we might feel the way you do? But about you? She sighed as his eyes went flat. Not a word, until I'm done. She stared at him, daring him to speak. James, you great lummox, Manticore is following you into war. They know that, and they know that you would do anything to keep them safe. None of them are stupid. They can see you working all hours of the day and night, looking for ways to protect them. They can look at the things we've gotten for them, and they can count the cost. They know that you came to Hogwarts, knowing you might soul bond, and be dead before you were 30. Rose took a deep breath. They see you, and everything you've done for them, and they would follow you into hell, if you asked them to, because they know that you would do your best to keep them safe and alive, no matter what it cost you personally. Quote, Mei Ling looked out of the cave. When Rose came to us, and told us what this mission could do, she made it clear that it might not work, that there were so many variables and dangers. That she couldn't tell if it would work. Despite that, not a single manticore hesitated. She looked at him. I wasn't your sister then, and I have years more pragmatic experience than anyone in Manticore. And I thought it was a good idea. Mei Ling reached out and touched his arm. Even knowing what I know now, I would still go back. Ron knew the risks, and he made his choice as well. Don't sully that by second-guessing him. As soon as he stopped concentrating, it slipped back into the desert. You won't be able to make it what you want of it, until you come to terms with Ron's death. Mei Ling looked back blandly as the other turned to stare at her. I may not have been allowed to use the skills I have learned, but I have studied magic for thousands of years. We are in James's subconscious mind, and it reflects his feelings, not his control of himself. Until he has dealt with the feelings Ron's passing have raised, it will likely be an ugly place. James frowned at Mei Ling. I refuse to believe that there is anything in my mind that I cannot control. Rose sighed loudly. Can we save the philosophical discourse for a time when we don't have to see things like that? The other three turned, and stared at the sky. Just above them were two flying things. Once, they might have been birds, but now they were something out of a nightmare. Completely featherless, and with other bits missing. They were flying as if those things were still there. James hissed. I know what those are, but I was not responsible for their deaths, so why are they here? Mei Ling looked at James. Are you sure you don't feel some obligation about them? Rose jerked. You do have an obligation regarding them, brother mine. James nodded. Yes, I do. I am waiting for Coyote to call in that favor. Something I have no intention of doing any time soon, Moondancer. Quote, he sat down and scratched behind one ear. There are many who watch your people, Moondancer. Not all will help you. But some will as long as the show lasts. He grinned that coyote grin as he faded away. The author is making it interesting anyway. Tiffany sighed. James, would you please explain in small words why you like that creature? Quote, Rose snorted. Give it up. I've been asking that for years, and he can't explain it to me. James was staring at where Coyote had been. Mei Ling, you said this is my mind, right? Mei Ling nodded. Yes, Professor Dumbledore used a form of projected legimelancy to push Rose further into your mind than she could get on her own, and Melissa and I followed them in. James nodded absently as a smile grew on his face. Coyote can do it, so can I. Rose's eyes widened, and Mei Ling just looked blank, as Tiffany sighed. James, said three voices at once, and in that second of hesitation. While the girls were looking at each other, James stepped back, out of the cave. Mei Ling sighed. James, this is your mind. You control most of it. She walked over and looked at the 100 feet of nothing James stood on. Of course you can fly here, just as you can fly in dreams. James grinned, and started flying. Tiffany was the next to launch herself from the cave, trusting that James wouldn't let her fall either. Mei Ling and Rose watched them for a few minutes. "This will be good for them," Mei Ling said, "but how long can we stay?" Rose looked at the metaphysical line that connected her to Melissa. "Not much longer, I think. The line is turning misty." She manifested the broomsticks they'd flown here on, and the two of them soon caught up with James and Tiffany. It wasn't difficult, since the soul-bonded had stopped flying and were just floating as they embraced. "James, we have to go." "Besides," Rose said, smirking, "Tiffany isn't really here. It is a figment of your imagination, and wouldn't you rather touch her for real?" James frowned. "She is here. She's always in my mind." He looked at Tiffany shyly. "And my heart." Tiffany smiled at him. "As are you, teddy bear." Rose and Mei Ling looked at each other, and then at James. "Teddy bear," they chorused. James turned and looked at them. "Dangerous." Rose grinned. "Love." Mei Ling just shrugged. "Favor." The four of them started toward the feel of Melissa, with the three siblings still arguing about Tiffany's pet name for James. They soon found Melissa and stopped to stare. Melissa had been busy while she waited. There were nearly a dozen animals from James's memory around her, and all of them had been healed. She looked up, and gently moved a couple of them aside. She looked at James and Tiffany, and they felt the slightest touch of her healing talent, as she accessed them. She touched Mei Ling next and then Rose. None of the three saw fit to mention that Rose got a much more thorough check than the other three had. "Let's go back," Melissa said, and the scene around them faded out, replaced by the infirmary. Mei Ling blinked. "That was quite strange," she said calmly, as if taking a walk in someone else's mind were an everyday occurrence. She winced after she spoke. "I still have a headache though. Is everyone all right?" The chimeras jerked, as James's voice sounded in their heads for the first time since they'd touched the heart of the world. Smiles broke out everywhere, and the next few minutes were babble across the chimera link, as everyone tried to talk at once. "Calm down," sent James. "Tiffany and I are not well yet, so Rose, you are in charge until we get out of the infirmary. Tell Sonia I said she could give the manticores to you. She did an excellent job, given the circumstances. And I will be telling her myself as soon as I can." Adam looked around, and got out of the bed. He went to the doors of the infirmary. He opened one and looked out at the manticores waiting there. They're awake, and James is already giving orders. The cheer that rose from those simple words could be heard in Hogsmeade. "I hate this chapter, I really do. Depression and despair are foreign to me, and trying to project those emotions for dozens of people took me longer than any other chapter ever, and I am still not satisfied with it. Fortunately, I have a beta. Again, and this one actually edits things for a living. I'm hoping she lasts longer than anyone else has as of yet, at least 15 chapters.